little bit more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
To arms! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack! We are tired of licking British boots.
Here they come! Fire!
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk, I need a monk.
Yes.
Food, please. No.
You have a mark.
Wood, please.
You have a mark.
Gold, please.
You made a trade.
Stone, please.
No. You have a mark.
Yes. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, heiße, 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 dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, ja, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, sucha, hova, sucha, hova, sucha, wo wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha. Auwa.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Berete.
Berete.
Das ich soll. Das war, ja, ja. Heise, Flickmann, das ich soll. Berete. Ja, ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise, Heise, das war Heise. Das Dumme. Fischere. Ja, Jägere. Ja, Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Streetes, sa.
Auwa.
Flickmann. Ja, ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Ja, Berete. Das war das Dumme. Fischere. Ja, Jägere. Ja, Fischere. Jägere. Das war, das ich soll. Das war, das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Bereit.
Ja.
Es war. Ja. Es war.
Ja, ja. Bereite.
Du wäre. Es war. Ja.
Fischere. Ja. Jägere. Ja. Fischere. Jägere. Dies war, was ich soll. Dies war, das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
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 Das ist toll. Ja. Hey, ja. Ja.
Ja.
Das ist toll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
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 Das ist toll. Ja. Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Das ist Stürme. Hey, ja. Hieße?
Hey, ja.
Sa. Bereite.
Hey, ja.
Streete. Ja. Ja. Gebure. Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here, playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat. I'm buying stone. I'm like, ha. He's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90. Just so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, I passed the H faster. Just feeling so good. Oh, So here he is, and he sees my Fatoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Fatoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're gonna do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks, okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks, okay? And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar, agora, voy, buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar, agora, voy. Chopper.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Hello, welcome back. We got Titans League playoffs. We have a marathon today. 4 best of 5s, potentially 20 AW2 games. Hope everybody's ready. Get your coffee, get your water, get your snacks, get whatever it is that you accompany with the watching of the streams. And yeah, welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for all the support already. What's up, Russell? Welcome back. What's up, Garoy? Max, Tony Flips, thank you for the primes. Words to Kill, welcome back. As in Madness, Young Breezer, Bolax, Atomic Sausage, good day, everybody. Hello. I just saw something on screen. I'm going to show you in a couple minutes here. I just saw something that blew my mind. I'm hoping it will blow your mind, but I'm going to wait just a little bit. We're going to say hi to some people first. We got some stats that's going to blow your mind here, all right? But we got all the round of 12 today. And we have, starting it all off the day, we got ACCM versus Vinchester. After that, we're going to have Hart versus Lewis. Then we're going to have Mihai versus Barles. And then we're going to have Tata versus Viper. So we got big sets. What's up, Duke? What's up, Christella? What's up, Routine Tom? Hampelo. Yeah, absolutely. I'll entertain you, my friend. Chuman, hello. Hello, V-Count. Hello, Savage. Did you drink your coffee, T90? I've got some coffee. Only bad product placement for me. I've got the Next Game Force Nothing mug, and then I have next to me the empty TTL mug. So I should, when camera's on, I should act like I'm drinking it out of the TTL mug, even though there's nothing in here. Well, now I've told you guys. Anyways, it's fine. You guys know the merch has been out all month, and I'm going to drink it out of this mug instead. But the problem with this mug, while it is the same quality mug, we don't have the logo on both sides. So we need to get around to that. With the TTL stuff, we got that right. So, but yeah, I got to pace myself with the coffee, man. If I drink too much coffee right now, I'm going to crash middle of the day. We can't have that. What's up, Jeremy? Hello, Weckening. Good morning, Rupli, Frenchie. Thanks for the subs. Yeah, guys, we set up the new goals for the giveaways. Every resub, even if you guys were already subbed last month, it's going to tick towards that. So that is not the actual sub count on the channel because subs expire, as you guys know. But it's going to any type of support with subs, we'll take that on, and we'll potentially get some more giveaways. All right, including trying to track down someone who entered into the giveaway, won, and apparently has no clue they won. So that'll be a whole thing. We have flagged their account. If they're ever active in chat, we will be able to reach out to them. But I said their name live 2 minutes after I said everyone should enter. We whisper, we did all the things, and this individual apparently has no clue. I don't know what's going on. So that'll be fun. We have their account flagged. Hardy was like telling the mods, Hardy's like, don't ban this individual. We have them flagged for another reason. So what's up, Arbase? Thank you. No, it's no one who's in chat right now. I'm sorry, guys. I could say the name. The name is J-Dubs. J-Dubs. If you see J-Dubs, J-Dubs, you won, bro. You won a game key. I don't know how you entered and then 2 minutes later weren't around, but life got busy, I guess. So it was J-Dubs. Yeah. Man, my neighbor must not have got the memo that it's Titans League Marathon Day. I hear a freaking leaf blower outside. Can you guys hear that? It's... What day is it even? Who's using a leaf blower at freaking early morning on Wednesday? Okay, you can't hear it. I'm sure it won't be going on all day, but it's really annoying me right now. Yo, Pluma, thanks for the 10 gifted. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Let's go, let's go, let's go. They're going to start here soon. Okay, chat. Actually, I need to do the ad break first. I forgot to do the ad break. We'll do that. But after the ad break, the stats that are going to blow your mind, we will begin. Oh, it looks like the ad break already happened. All right. So I want you guys to guess something for me, all right? I want you to guess how many sets ACCM and Vinchester have played against each other in tournaments throughout their careers. They're very long careers. How many sets? Just give me a number. Not games, tournament sets. Okay, we got 15, we got 5, we got 3, we got 7, we got 11, we got 69, 67, nice. 420, nice. Okay, got it. All those numbers out of the way. All right, I'm going to give you the answer. I'm seeing your guesses. Someone on YouTube said 400. That's a lot of tournament sets. So the answer is 26, which is a lot, okay? Now, for ACCM, how many wins and losses do you think out of those 26 sets? Russell, don't freaking look it up and spoil it. Freaking Russell. Russell, why are you saying the exact stats I'm about to pitch here? Don't spoil it. You're ruining the game. You're ruining the game. Come on. Make it interesting. All right. Never mind. All right. Stats ruined. It's 13-13. People in chat have looked it up. Congratulations. You know how to use Liquipedia, guys. I mean, come on. You're ruining it here. Check this out, though. 13-13 in sets, and then look at the game counts. Is this low-key one of the closest historic tournament matchups that there is? That's insane. Now, this year, Vinchester's been ahead of him. Vinchester's actually won every set this year, which I think has some relevance. But it dates all the way back to 2014. So that's dating back 11 years, and it's 56 wins, 56 losses. So, I mean, this is super close. So that's awesome to see. Now, what you could do is you could break it down by S tiers. You could break it down by the big events. So like Warlords, Vinch there, Wandering Warriors Cup, ACCM, Warlords, Vinchester. I know you can't see all of this, but we got NAC 4 in there, Vinchester 3-2, TTL, ACCM. Even that's back and forth, man. So, yeah, that's really cool. I wasn't aware. I thought the series would be close, but I wanted to look it up and see what it would line up as. I did not realize it was that close. So, T90, who's favorite today? I mean, in some sets, I think we have our favorites. This one, I'm not really sure. Other ones, maybe we do, and we can talk through that as well. Just look through kind of what's happening today. But yeah, it depends on the sets, man. We got 4 sets, so the order we're casting the sets is ACCM Vinchester, then Hart Lewis, then Mihai Barles, then Tato Viper. In ACCM's case, ACCM Vinchester, I don't think there's a clear favorite. I think it's very close. In Hart Lewis, I think Hart's got the experience. Hart the favorite. Winnable for Lewis, though. I really do think that Lewis could make it happen. I think they know each other very well, which could hurt Lewis maybe, if Hart's familiar with his style. Then you got Mihai and Barles. Mihai and Barles, I think... Ooh, I don't really know on that. I think maybe Barles the favorite. But Mihai's played insane this season. I think for Mihai, he doesn't have as much experience, so maybe you lean towards Barles. And then with Tato Viper, Tato Viper historically the better player there. Recent, like over the past 12 months, both players maybe have had their own inconsistencies. But yeah, I think Viper the favorite. Viper the favorite in that set. So it depends which version of Viper and which version of Tato we see in those sets. And then, of course, there's the full brackets. You can see what that means for the quarterfinals and all that. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't think there's many sets where there's a very, 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 very clear favorite. Would you guys agree? Like, none of them you look at and you're just like, oh, yeah, this guy's going to stomp like 3-0 guaranteed. Not enough where people are going to put some subs on it. Right, chat? Don't get me started, actually. We have potentially a 12-hour day. I don't want to be making bets. It's a bit of a problem for me, so. Yeah, that's the way I see it anyways. I mean, we had a long group stage to get here. We had 15 games of evidence on how good the players are playing right now, how they play the maps. What I'm excited for, I'm excited to see how the drafts look with best of fives now. Because we have more civs picked and we have more maps played. So we might see if there's a few maps out there that you like that have been banned a lot, we might see them more. So that's the that we'll find out here in literally just a moment here. They're going to start their draft here soon. So T90, Mihai and Lewis coming from gold last season into playoffs, huge for them. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on paper, it should already be happy with their season. Making it to playoffs. After this, they're, at least in Lewis's case, first time in Platinum. I think in Mihai's case, he might have been in Platinum once before and got relegated. I feel bad I don't remember that, but yeah, we had a mix of the promoted players. You had some players get promoted, and they immediately go back down, and it's not very close. Some players get promoted, they stay up, and other players have gotten promoted, and they've made it to the playoffs. So it's been a nice mix. I think we looked through 2 days ago, and it was like 4 out of the 8 are staying up again. I need to double check on that. But I think Vivi will be up again. Mihai will be up again. Lewis will be up again. And then I'd have to look. That might be it, actually. I think that might be it. So I think 3 out of the 8. Obviously, in some cases, it was closer than others. Like in Lucho and Syscon's case, I spoke to both of them, man. What a great season from them. Like, I feel like they really, I could see their growth through the tournament. For Lucho, he wins one more game. He relegates Mr. Yo. For Syscon, he was ahead in like 4 out of the games this season. That's a lot to learn from, man. Like, that's exactly what you want as a player, is you want that experience, and they'll grow from it, especially with how new they are compared to the rest of the scene. All right. Please do not judge me, because I just have to space out the maps here. We haven't done this many maps yet. It should be fine with the maps. I think with the civs, we might need to mess around a little bit. ACCM banning Coast Arena? Bro. How dare you? Actually, against Winchester, that's very wise. But I like that map, so I'm a little bummed. Reverse Acropolis, Stranded, Mudflow so far for the maps. Very quick here on the maps. Yeah, Winchester is going to pick Tuluo. Had the choice of going bypass there, which is interesting. And yet now they'll ban. And then game 1 will be determined as a neutral map. Etchid, 10 more gifted. Let's go. Thank you, Etchid. Thank you, guys. I don't think we're super duper close to the next giveaway goal, but we're getting there, man. Thank you. I say Etchid, chat. I say Etchid. That's what I say. Haven't I always said that? You tell me, Etchid, what I've said. Don't judge my pronunciations. I have to shorten names. I have to quickly move on to the next topic. You all, 30% of chat I mispronounce in my own unique way, okay? I'm sorry. Now I'm self-conscious. Now I want to hear what they have to say. See if I've always said that. I don't really remember. A Brandy Impact. Thank you. See, I said that one, right? It balances out, right? Thanks for the 5 gifted. Let's go. Random Hero. Carrie, Future, thank you for the primes. Game 1, Seychelles. Wow, okay. Wow, interesting. I mean, we've got a big variety here. We've got Seychelles, which can be very long if the players are very even, which I consider these two to be. We've got Stranded, Mudflow, which are a bit more of the chaos element. Stranded has more of the water element too. And then Reverse Acropolis and Tuluo don't have any serious water elements. But even there, Reverse Acropolis is maybe more standard style. Tuluo is more arena, boom style with Regicide. Yeah, we've got a nice variety here. What's up, Wise Chieftain? Thanks for the 7 months. You know, I was thinking about this. I find that we've really killed it this year with the map pool, guys, because in previous seasons, by the end, I'd be like, I felt like everything was fully figured out, which is always going to be the case. But to the point where it wouldn't be quite as exciting to see some of the maps. All these maps are still really fresh for me, so I've been really happy with it. I think it also could be having 15 maps as well. It's a bigger map pool than we've ever had, so that's probably a big part of it. Anyways, they're going to have to think on the civs, it seems. They haven't picked the civs yet. Welcome in, everybody. Joshua says T90's favorite map has to be Black Forest. You think so? Here's the thing about Black Forest. I used to like Black Forest a lot when I was a noob. And don't say when you were a noob. That's not funny. I've heard that joke 100 times. It used to be like super chill. Like, let's play some chill Black Forest. You know, we were not going to get attacked early. We're going to build up our armies. And we're going to have a big fight later. Dude, Black Forest these days, you got like the Vil fighting. You got the laming. I tried to play a couple games yesterday, you know, on my day off. And I had someone in my base with 3 villagers killing my boar, killing my deer. Like, it's so sweaty, man. It's so crazy how things change. What's up, Ferox? Thanks for the 37 months. His T90's map is Islands. Yeah, history would tell you my favorite map is Islands. Doesn't mean I'm good at it. But yeah, maybe that's my favorite map. Thank you. Listen, isn't it wild that whole like triple archer range thing on Islands thing happened like pretty much prior to me being a content creator? Because like when I made that video, that was 3 or 4 years after that incident. Now, actually, that's not accurate. I was actually streaming at that time. I did have a channel at that time. But it was like super early days. I didn't like cast in the same way and like tell stories in the same way. It wasn't anything along the lines of what it became. So it's pretty wild. That literally my first tournament was that. The memes write themselves. All right, so this isn't too bad. So we've got the bands. Just worried about the spacing here. I think spacing's decent there. I'll mess with this because I know you guys are going to be bothered by it if it's not perfectly centered. But yeah, 6 bans. We'll see how many of the new civs are banned. I think Tupi are still very strong. I think Incas could be very strong. It is map dependent, obviously. I'm not sure. Like maybe Muisca's very good on like Seychelles or Tuluo or something, but I don't know. In general, I think they nerfed the Champy rush. The Champy was one of the main reasons these civs were strong. Beyond Tupi and Incas, I'm not really sure it's worth a pick or a ban, to be honest. Tupi's unique unit's insane. The Blackwood Archer is very strong. I don't think anyone's going to want to deal with the Tupi, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, R-Base, I haven't been able to put any time or energy into looking at anything else at the moment, so. Thank you, Prince. It says, map pool's been amazing. Congrats on the choices and work by you and the team. Excited for the community tourney. Yo, thank you. Guys, we just crossed 300 signups for the community tourney, which is amazing. We're getting close to the record, basically. I think the record last time was like 330 or 340, so if you want to play these settings in the community tourney, with people in your ELO bracket, make sure you click the image below the stream or use the TTLC command in Twitch chat. It's sick. So cool. I'm so pumped. I'm hoping to cover some of it. We'll see. I have a trip to London after this. And then I might need a little bit of time to chill and relax after being full on for 4 months with TTL. But I'd like to cover some of the community tourney. It'll be fun. Because, I mean, different ELO brackets are going to play things completely differently, right? T90, I signed up for the community league. Will it be ELO related or pure random? No, it's ELO related. We're not throwing people in there randomly. There's also no promotion relegation like the main leagues. Okay. So don't go thinking you're going to start in the Mud League and then work your way up and in 10 years be up to Platinum League. It's a community tourney, so it's a bit different. Okay, first pick. What will it be? Decisions. I'm going to say Italians. That's my guess. Italians. Vietnamese. Georgians. Okay. I thought Italians because of Seychelles, because of Stranded. I thought it would be very solid early picks here, but obviously you've got lots of choices here. I mean, Tupi isn't banned. So, to be or not to P, no, that didn't work. In theory, like if that was just typed, that could have worked, but there we go. Vinchester agrees. He likes Italians. To be or not to pee just makes it seem like we're talking about peeing. So it doesn't really work out. But it was a good effort. Rob says, what happened to Inca? Well, I think the map where they can be very strong would be Mudflow. But it's a very unique play. You'd have to go for the early drush. Prior to the changes with the Incas, which introduced the Champies, I think it was still very strong there. I could see Vinchester doing it because Vinchester likes his early drush. We'll see. Wow, we have YouTube chat minus 7K'ing me? Oh my god. Getting it from both directions now. Thank you, Snap. But yeah, good morning, everybody. Welcome in. No one wants to take the risk against some of these civs. Someone asking why ban Ketons? Because the civ can be very dangerous. If there's enough pastures up and enough scouts out in the field with double forging, it's dangerous. So they just don't want to take the risk. And some of the civs they ban, it doesn't mean the civ is necessarily the best civ in the game. If it's uncomfortable to deal with, you just get rid of it. So with 6 bans, it makes it very easy. It is 15:42 in Germany. That's not morning anymore. Smiley face. See, Bono, you say that, but how many people here watching from Germany just woke up within the last hour or two? Smiley faces in chat. You say that, but even then it depends. Technically, it might not be morning. Yeah, maybe you've been up your whole day, but other people stayed up till 5 or 6 a.m. and it's morning for them. Okay, so don't judge. All right, don't judge. But yeah, sorry. It's should I say good morning, good afternoon, and good night as I say hello? Because we have people watching from all over the planet. You know the saying, it's 5 o'clock somewhere? It's the same, it's morning somewhere. Oh man, just yeah. T90, say goodnight and then say goodnight. It cuts it down to 2. Yeah, true. I'll work on it. Don't worry. I'm still learning. I'm still new to this whole streaming thing. And Georgians, Burgundians, Bengalis, Huns for ACCM. You know, my read is that he wants to play Huns on Stranded. Because he hasn't really picked any other civs I've seen picked a lot on Stranded. Which could mean some type of fast castle cav archer attempt there. Which I saw a couple times during the group stage. The first time it was attempted was Pain. That was Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo accidentally built a dock. It was, I can't even think of it. But then I think Tato did it once. It looked like it could work really well. He ended up losing the game, though. But I could definitely see its viability. Even ACCM picking up the shoe there. Interesting. Will we get a DLC civ, though? Will we get Tupi? Winchester thinking about it, perhaps? 10 seconds to go for Vinch. There's obviously some solid picks. I wouldn't hate Lithuanians. I feel like Lithuanians are really good on a lot of these maps. Could also go Vikings. Yeah, Vikings makes sense because he is Italians probably for Stranded. He needs another water civ, and Vikings are insane there. So yeah, I like Vinch's draft a lot. It's pretty clear where I think he's going to play most of these civs. Yeah, Mongols were not banned, and Mongols haven't been picked. But the thing is, Mongols are only good on certain maps, right? So, like, you look at the map pool, and I'm not really sure Mongols are necessarily a clear pick. If you're going to play Mongols, you might play them on Mudflow, and you would play, like, Doubt style, and probably play Fast Castle. But I don't think ACCM and Winchester are Fast Castle players. They're going to want to play more meta style than that. Great knowledge. Thanks for the 21. Proud Kebab, I think I thanked you for the gifted subs. If I did not, thanks again. I saw it anyways. I think that the draft might have bugged here, guys. Which is not good. It's frozen for me. Let me refresh. No, don't bug on the last civ, stupid thing. Okay, and then Tupi. Okay, nice. So I don't know if there was a bug on their end, but thankfully we don't have to restart it. Tupi. All right, guys, there we go. We got a new DLC civ on there. We might see... I'm telling you, Fast Castle Blackwood Archer is insanely strong. Like, they did nerf it. Basically, they fixed the bug where there was 30% refund for the Tupi units. But that, in the hands of a high-level player, could be very, very strong. Last night, I played a ranked game before bed. Was up against Stark. I had like a 30 villager lead. I was making skirms and crossbows against a 20 HP archer. Still died to 1 TC fast imp. Now, I'm not ACCM and Winchester. I'm lower level than that. But it was like, damn. That thing is strong. So, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Like, I think... it's nice to have the wild card option. ACCM clearly going to come in here and try and do some different things here. Even his draft priority, right? Like, where did he draft a water civ on there? He didn't. He didn't pick Italians. He didn't pick Vikings. He didn't pick any civs with water bonuses, really. So, there's 2 maps that incorporate large amounts of water, and clearly ACCM wants to avoid the water, so... Commander, thank you for the prime. Abysmal Beaver, thank you for the prime. And game 1 will begin here shortly, guys. XD, can you explain to me the situation behind your comments? I feel like this is a good time to talk about this. I feel like you need help. But here, let me just bring it up. So, this individual, multiple times over the last week, has had a very unique comment. And today they've continued. They said, hey, Tristan, if you don't do a single corner check this set, I will personally eat 6 pounds of baked beans. Why baked beans and why 6 pounds? I don't understand. Also, the worrying thing is last stream, The message was, if you don't do a corner check next game, I will personally eat 5 pounds of baked beans. So we've gone up a pound. And then the day before that, it was 4 pounds. If I keep looking, was it 3? Yeah, the day before that, it was 3. The day before that, nothing. So are we good? Are you just like stocking up the baked beans? Are you just buying new baked beans for every single stream or what? It's an escalating threat. Yes, but it's like, it comes with a lot of questions, all right? It comes with a lot of questions. I don't really understand. I will check a corner for you if it means that we stop talking about beans. Does that help? The real problem is that he uses pounds. Well, I mean, it's better than... I mean, that's a lot of beans. Never mind. It's not really that much better. It needs to, change the form of measurement. All right. So here's the schedule for the day. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks, everyone, for being here already. We have a very long day today. I will be mixing up with co-casters throughout the day. I'm going to cast the first set solo to give you guys the proper intro into the day. So here's what the schedule looks like. We start with ACCM Vinchester. Then we move on to Hart versus Lewis. Then Mihai versus Barles. Then Tato versus Viper. You can see where the winners end up. By the end of this upcoming weekend, we will have our champion of the season. So the group stage is out of the way. We know who's relegated. We know who's alive in platinum for the next season. It is playoff time. Time to determine a champion. And we had 15 games from every player to get a feel for how good they're playing, and everyone's been playing fantastic. All right? So that's the plan for the day. Gonna need your energy because we have 4 sets in one day. How many people were here the one time we had 4 sets in one day and every set went to 5 games and it ended up being a 12.5-hour day? Anybody? And the final game of the day was a Khmer mirror matchup on Hideout, which went over 2 hours. If you remember that event, say it in chat. Yeah, it was a crazy day. I wouldn't expect it to be quite like that today, but who knows? So that's what we have on the schedule. But man, the support's been awesome. I'm looking to see. It was not Black Ops 7. Does anyone remember? Anyone remember what event that was? I think it was Hidden Cup 3. And it ended up being the final, that final set was Dogao versus MBL, which we didn't know at the time. And, it was a Khmer mirror matchup on Hideout, so crazy memory. I honestly, I look back on that day with fondness. Now, I was completely destroyed, but how epic would it be? How epic if every single best of 5 today went down to the final game? That would make me happy. I mean, make, like, parts of me happy. You know, physically, that might be a little painful. But, you know, what is health, anyways? Like, health is so unimportant. Screw that. Don't live your life like I live my life, all right? So anyways, 50 seconds till we're into the first set. For those that missed my little sum up of these two, this crazy stat is look how close they have been against each other in history. This is 11 years of competing. In tournament sets, they are 13-13, so dead tied. In game count in those tournament sets, over years and years and years, it is 56-55 for ACCM. Maybe one of the closest sets that we'll have in terms of the past results. And that's fitting with what I think about the players right now. I mean, they're so even. They're very unique in how they play. I think it's going to be a series where the players are not going to mirror each other at all. I think they'll go for different strategies to try and counter the other. And I think ACCM has played a bit stronger this season. So that's where I'm going. Vinchester at times has been a little defensive, but I think he's been defensive with a purpose, meaning I think he's looked at certain opponents and felt that he can get away with it. But dude, I don't know. It's anyone's guess. We're going to switch the colors here and get into it. Welcome in, everybody. Okay. Yeah, folks, thanks again here. We're now in the playoffs. Oh, shoot. I didn't do any of this stuff. We got best ofs now. Sorry. We'll edit this out of YouTube. YouTube won't see this. Best of 5, round of 12. And we'll just add the score and everything's good. Thanks, everybody, so much for the support already throughout Titans League Season 5. It's been a long season, but we are now out of the playoff stage. We are into the playoffs, and we've got two beastly players here. We've got Vinchester in the blue. Vinchester's playing as the Italians, and we've got ACCM in the red. To make things even more interesting, guys, it is first pick for their civilizations against first pick. We got Georgians #1 pick for ACCM against #1 pick Italians. Both players coming out swinging here for this best of 5. And the map is Seychelles. And we have had some long games. So we've also had some shorter games on this map. But I feel like if there was a map that was going to produce some really long games in this tournament, it would probably be this one. Just because it is players' ability at the high level to defend is what normally takes them to the top. And you are on a hill. And there's also a more defensive water meta now after recent changes. Being able to garrison your fishing ships was the big change that happened mid-event. And so, I don't know. I mean, the game's live. I don't have any details here, but I'm seeing the players. And our base is saying there's a bugged map. And we are going to have to do a restart. All right. Sorry, guys. I don't know what the bug is. But we got to trust our admins on this. What is the bug? Should we look for it? What is the bug? Well, we're going to have to restart it, which is fine. I'm missing gold, perhaps? I'm missing resource. I'm missing boar. I'm missing something. Our bases go back to the start. Well, it's fine. Just tell me and I can show chat. It might be deer. Like if the deer amount is different. Now, there are no deer on the map, I believe. Missing sheep. Ah, okay. Missing sheep. So somebody was missing... Yeah, it looks like Vinchester was missing 2 sheep. Wow, nice spot. Salutes in chat for the admin team. Salutes in chat for that. That's sick. I would have missed that. Obviously, we're doing the intro. But yeah, there was some missing sheep there. All right. Nice catch, guys. Actually, a little bit awkward on this map because you can't push deer. You missing an extra like 100 or 200 food could be problematic there. So they're just going to have to reload into it and launch back in. And once we're back in, it'll be the same matchup. I'll just have to redo my intro and you guys will all have to act shocked and surprised at some of the stats that I include in the intro. All right. Wait, what happens? Girio, there was a bugged map. So we are just restarting because there was a bug. And speaking of, I will restart my recording so Hardy doesn't accidentally include that into the video. Yeah, it's T-West's fault. Shame, T-West. Honestly, the maps have been amazing, T-West, so I hope you realize I'm joking. T-West will join for a cast later. There, I can really give him a hard time. But no, the maps have been incredible. The balance from week 1 onwards has just been so sick. So, and that's a tough task, man. Like to have 15 maps and have them be balanced to the highest level is not easy. So we put in a lot of calls ahead of time, and you really just got to look at the maps and think about how high level AoE is going to play out, and then try and balance out the consistency. So I'm not going to sit here and say it's been perfect because it's never perfect, but it's been well above whatever I think that bar of expectation should be. So I'm proud of that. What's up, Ace? Thanks for the 14 months. Bazin, thanks for the 2 years. Nice. Mr. Junior Hope with almost 4, too. What's up, Apella? Thank you, guys. Yeah, again, sub goals. Every sub, every prime, every resub, every gifted sub. Even if you were subbed last month, it should tack a number onto the goals. We'll do more giveaways of like hoodies, t-shirts, DLC keys. We've got lots more stuff to give away over the final week of TTL, guys. So should immediately, when one comes in, send that number up, right? Chomsky just did. Thank you. We got 5 seconds till we're back in here after their restart. And we'll see. Nikito says, do you think that bar of expectation is higher for Microsoft-made maps? Yes, absolutely. Like, games that are in the base game have way worse balance, but I think that's okay because it doesn't apply to the highest level AoE, right? Like, that level of variance is fine. But what we have for tournaments is a completely different conversation. Yeah. Oh, wow. Very interesting generation here. So I'm surprised because we actually had just started this and then there was a bug and we had to restart our series. So welcome in, everybody. We've got Vinchester versus ACCM. The shape and the spacing of these islands are rather unique. Let's just say that. But we've got Seychelle's game number 1, 2 beasts up against each other who have been playing in tournaments for a very long time. I looked up the data between them, their matchups historically. The first time they played in a tournament against each other was 2014, which was not 6 years ago. That was actually 12 years ago. I know, crazy, right? So it was 2014. And since then, they have played 26 tournament sets. It's 13-13 between them in the tournament sets. And then the crazier stat is that in the wins and losses of the actual games, it is 56 wins for ACCM and it is 55 losses for Vinchester. So this is incredibly close. And winner here will move on to the quarterfinals. And honestly, they're both so good. Vinchester, a former Titans League winner. He won Season 1. ACCM has won. Hasn't won an event quite like TTL, but he's won Wandering Warriors Cup. And is always one that takes tournaments so seriously. Either player could go the distance here. But yeah, isn't it wild? Like, Vinchester, I don't think it will ever happen again. He won the first season of TTL. He took down so many big names, right? It wasn't a fluke. Every big name played. Next season, gets relegated. Like, what? That's just insane that happened. I saw some posts about it. People were looking through the stats of TTL, getting hyped up for the playoffs, and part of that was like who Vinchester beat and what that run looked like in the first season, and then what happened the next season. We're used to the top players being perfectly consistent all the time, but that's an example of Vinchester was just a little bit off at that time. ACCM's got such an intensity about him, right? Like, he's always looking for damage whatever way he can. Look at this scout here, game 1. He's waiting for that dog villager. And we've seen players not escort their villager throughout their early seasons, early games of TTL. Look at ACCM. He's like, I want that villager. I'm here. This is the ACCM that's going to show up today. Now for Vinch has been very relaxed all season. Like, he was the only player to get 2 wins versus Hera in the group stage. So that's obviously amazing. But I found like in a lot of his games, particularly against the players he was favored against, he was just able to chill. And I'm wondering, like, is he going to be too chill? That's pretty much what it is with Vinchester. You're either applauding him because he's a little too defensive, a little too relaxed, but he can get away with it, or you're sitting there thinking that maybe he needed to be more aggressive. With ACCM, it's aggression. ACCM, it's fight. With Vinchester, it's a bit more adaptability in the defensive. And then Vinchester has some incredible micro as well. And look at this from ACCM. Bro, I mean, this is insane. And Vinchester loses a villager. Oh my god, dude. Already ACCM has opened up. This scout has done nothing but annoy, nothing but harass, and he's going to kill the pigs as well. Dude, ACCM is an absolute god in tournaments. It's insane. Again, that scout was right there. He wanted that villager. He even booped it a couple times. Then he goes in there, forces Vinch to lose a vill, takes the pigs, and now the scout gets away. What a start. And that's just what you have to expect with ACCM in tournaments. It's just like a completely different level. And the funniest thing is like this level of intensity from ACCM, it's always there. If you didn't know the guy personally, you'd think he'd be kind of a jerk. He is the happiest, giggliest, smiliest dude ever. It's just, we play to win, baby. And winning in Age of Empires means you have to make the other person's life complete hell. So, I mean, not all the time, but at times. So, nice start there. Nice start. Now, long-term, guys, Georgians just do not compete on water very well here. They don't get shipwright, which is a very big upgrade. They don't get the fully upgraded Hawks. The Italians have a much better water tech tree. They get shipwright. They're a civ that is pretty much designed for late stage on this map. And I think with that in mind, ACCM needs to be very aggressive here. Already, it looks like he's not planning on playing water at all. Having docked the back, I think his plan is actually to play scouts or something here. And also, you see the mill. That's a nice mill there on the berries and also on the turtles. There's the barracks. Vinchester going to walk through here. Vinch's scouting has been nice. He sees the dock on the back. They start with the transport ship, which we can't forget about. So we saw the dock was on the back. An opportunity for ACCM would be to pressure the fish with a dock in the middle. But again, my feeling is that is way less viable now because of the ability to garrison fishing ships. And so I think we're going to see here, as this scout fight will be very close. Ooh, okay, Vinchester loses the scout there. I think that ACCM is just not going to go kill the fish right away because he knows that Vinchester can garrison. It's interesting, right? Like a majority of the games we have seen people trying to pressure the fish. He's not going to do so yet. Now, that wasn't actually too bad for Vinch. His scout is always going to die there. So you can't be too critical. His opponent's in feudal age and he's not. So he took the risk. He almost got the kill. Look at the walls from Vinchester here. It feels like it's a fast castle, but also at the same time, like he doesn't really have the food for the fast castle. He's late to gold. There's a lot to wall here. This is very on par with what I was saying about Vinchester in the intro. The scouts are going to be coming forward. Now, again, Vinchester has the information, which is good. I think he'll know it's a scout build because he didn't see any bills on gold and he saw the barracks coming up. Vinchester drops an archer range. First thing he does in feudal age is get fishing lines, which will increase the fishing efficiency. That's a new upgrade, right? I've been saying in a lot of my casts that people are not getting that when they should be. So Vinchester up to date there. The only eco loss for him was just because he lost the villager to the rhino. And one spearman's on the way. That spearman's going to get the poke, so it gets the revenge on the scout. And ACCM's going to be sending in more scouts eventually. Love the food eco for ACCM, though. Having the double mill on this map is so strong. And he's now going to go dock the middle. And he's going to have the scouts here. So can Vinch wall... Like, look at the awkward walls he's got to go for. Can he actually full wall this? It feels like there's always going to be a gap. And can he defend from the scouts? Nice quick walling here. Honestly, it's so well played. That's so easy for those scouts to run through. There's still a gap, though, and more scouts are going to be on the way. Key here for Vinch is going to be scouting. He doesn't see this at all. He is docking over here, though, where I think he wants to sneak with fishing ships. It still has to track the scouts. The pig bodies are gone now, guys, so the evidence of that destruction is gone. Vinchester's walling up. Vinchester still isn't completely walled. Sometimes high-level AoE, it feels like you're playing Tetris, like trying to just fill these random gaps. This is like certainly a unique situation. This is still not walled. The villager that was walling this is still over here, and ACCM finds an opportunity, and that's a perfect engagement. And he's Georgian, so his scouts will slowly regenerate. If Vinchester just had the walls there, it's maybe a bit of a different situation. He does poke down that scout. He is fighting back with the Vills. He does have more spearmen on the way. I think ACCM overall will be very happy with the control he has, but the Italian player hasn't lost water yet. So that could change here soon. ACCM's found the docks. Now, Vinchester reacts on that immediately, and his fishing ships are still out here. Now he should choose to garrison. ACCM's moving for the fish. You can only garrison 5. But the fact that you can garrison, and then there's arrows there, and then you could hop out with your own hawk, and you could maybe stabilize. So this could be calculated for Vinch. Meanwhile, he's walling up. He's still got the archers and spears. And all right, he does lose a fishing ship there. But the others are going to be saved, and Vinchester does a really nice job there. Shoots that down. Is more than fine. 2 ships go down for ACCM, which is kind of painful. I think the only area for Vinch is that he's exposed is right here. Yeah, Vinch is basically just thinking, if I survive the early game, I dominate here because I have the superior water tech tree. And honestly, archers and spears, very nice find. I don't think ACCM is expected there to be this much army from Vinch because of how passive he's played. But some nice hits there, and Vinchester might even move out. At home, there's going to be skirmishers from ACCM. He continues to pressure with the Hulks here. And there is an additional dock from ACCM on the back as well, just relocating for his fish. I also saw he snagged the fishing lines upgrade. But it's so nice that you can just garrison your fish and use that as damage output against the Hawks. So if the Hawk numbers are even there, you could usually always win the fight. And archers and spearmen are moving. Keep an eye on the transport ship. Technically, you could still use this. I see it moving for Winchester. Winchester's had no scouting, so he won't know that there's going to be skirmishers waiting. I think ACCM just wants to bait him forward. He's like, oh no, I can't fight you. I must retreat. I must retreat. And now there's skirms. And now Winchester's like, oh crap. I've gone a long way forward here. Losing the archer numbers could be painful. He is going to plan on mixing in some scouts against the skirms, or maybe some knights. There's the stable. But ACCM, notice how he's not fired here? He wants to get in front. So stopping to fire in hopes that you get a hit would actually slow you down. If you have the superior army, you just need to run and charge past them. And that's actually perfect. Losing the scouts is completely fine. You just want to kill the archers here. Well played from ACCM. Winchester knows his army will die now. So Winchester will kill whatever he can. And yeah, he tries to dive in. Like, sure, he hasn't been the aggressor, but look at how walled he is. Look at his resources. I love this. Chat, remember that game Winchester played against Lucho and how important the transports were? Look at him transport now. This is where we're at this stage of the tournament. People are using the transport ship. YouTube chat is saying F for me right now, which I guess means that they dropped. Are we back, YouTube? I don't know. I might have dropped frames for half a second there. I'm not sure what happened. Just let me know, viewers, on both platforms if we're good. I think we are. But yeah, Winchester, my point is thinking about the water an awful lot here. And I like that. And he's got 10 fishing ships. Okay, we're still good. Thank you. Thank you. Dock techs are cheaper for the Italians, so that should be possible for Vinch. Interesting, though, he's going for gill nets before he goes for the warships upgrade. I don't think he's expecting ACCM to continue to fight on water like he is. Villager on the shoreline also getting found from ACCM. That's the villager he wanted to get in Dark Age. Nice opening here from ACCM. I think Winchester, he chose the greedy option. He went for gill nets. He wasn't expecting there to be this much production from ACCM. And I can't blame him because this is all from one dock. This dock has produced very consistently. 82% of the time since this dock was produced, it's been producing Hawks. The second town center for ACCM. Guys, we've got an absolute banger on our hands. This is so close. Yes, in this very moment, it feels like it's better for ACCM, but that's going to change once the warships upgrade comes in. Again, the damage output from the dock, plus archers actually do pretty good against Hawks, and Winchester's going to push this right back. Now, Winchester's fishing ships haven't been actively working in the middle, but he does still have the fishing ships working on the outside. And ACCM can't just freely garrison fish to swing fights. We don't have a lot of land army at the moment. We do have a couple knights. There's the knight there from Winchester. Let's see if ACCM tracks that. ACCM could just make a monk from the church on the back. But to me, it feels like this is exactly what Winchester wants. If the matchup just gets better and better the longer it goes for your civ on water, you're probably happy with the fact that this game's pretty adaptable right now. Knight gets the villager kill. Nice harassment to delay the third town center as well. That's always nice because the third town center is already going up for Winchester. And Winchester will win the water in the middle. There's not too much you can do here. This is where I have a bit of a critique of the balance. And this is maybe for a video later on. But you can't go... People will never go demo because the warships upgrade doesn't affect... It doesn't upgrade the demos. There's a separate upgrade to upgrade the demos. And so no one's going to make a feudal demo there to try and recover water like they would have with prior water balance. So recovering water in these tiny little ponds is very difficult. Again, in the Hulk meta. Because the demo won't be nearly as successful there. So I think Winchester will love that. Winchester is running forward with the archers. I think he just wants to do something with them. But probably should keep them alive. Yeah, it's not as a Hulk issue as much as it's a demo issue, guys. Like, it's also very... Okay, small little balance rant. But I think the idea of them changing the water was to make it more intuitive, right? So you get the warships upgrade and it upgrades all your warships. Then why are the demos excluded from that? Right? Like, is that not the opposite of intuitive if demos are excluded from that? I don't know. In general, I like a lot of the other water ideas, but the demo aspect, we've just seen way less demos. And ACCM's probably like, like, what am I supposed to do at the moment? And the thing that ACCM doesn't know is that Vinchester's got all that fishing eco on the outside. ACCM's got 16 fishing ships. He's got gill nets already, and Vinchester, rather. Vinchester's going for the 4th town center as well. Vinchester's got a nice little lead at the moment. Now, of course, it's ACCM. ACCM's not going to be broken anytime soon. Like, this is some nice walling here. These archers are not going to accomplish much at all. But ACCM, I think, he didn't factor in the outside water. He never expected it. He expected, because normally you dock the middle, you stay on the middle, and that's it. He's never going to guess that Vinchester has that much eco out there. Well, skirmishers and archers fighting. Feudal age units and castle age is kind of funny. And Monk will survive. Okay, not bad. Now, chat's saying Georgians is a weird choice. So, I've seen a lot of games. I saw all the Silver League and Gold games as well. So, we're talking hundreds of games. On Seychelles, dozens. I've seen Georgians win here. And basically, you play Hussar. I know it sounds weird, but you play Hussar. And then you play, like, Navy in different angles. And you build churches. Again, I know it sounds weird, but churches on the islands to, like, control the area very strong. Now, there's been balance changes and stuff, but I've seen it work if you play Galleon and you play Hussar. But against the Italians, I don't think it should fare all that well because the Italian player can also play Galleons. And the concern I have is that you don't get Hawks. So if you don't get the upgraded Hawks long-term if you're ACCM, what are you supposed to do against the upgraded Fires that Vinchester could add? Yeah, and like Spawn Towers is really good as well. But ultimately, I think the reason we're asking questions of Georgians at the moment, we're like, why would you first pick Georgians? It's because he's losing. He's behind in this game. And it's all because Vinchester's being super sneaky. It's fun for me because I got to see Vinchester be very late to these outside docks and these outside islands in that one game in group stage. And now it's like a very clear thought. Also, chat, for those that have been watching TTL with me, there was another player who utilized the outside islands and snuck a lot of fishing ships. Maybe you remember who. But actually, it doesn't spoil a lot because everyone, there's so many players now. It was one of Vinchester's teammates. One of Vinchester's teammates. He's got freaking 8 teammates right now because they added so many players. Yeah, Poison said it. It was Lewis. Yeah, Lewis did this in his set against Sebastian. Lots of fishy ships on the outside with the sneaky little docks. And it's just so hard to track because the map's so big and there's just so much going on elsewhere. Very difficult to notice it. All right, docks in the middle from ACCM. We see clinker construction on the way. He obviously doesn't want to lose the middle water. Middle water has oysters, so that's gold income for you. It's not even about food anymore. I think getting the gold would be nice. And we've got the castle from ACCM. There's the Svan Towers upgrade. And he is going to drop towers on the shoreline. Obviously wants to re-win the water here. But Georgians don't get shipwright, and Italians get it discounted. And shipwright is an insanely good upgrade in these very long games. Your ships cost 20% less wood and build 50% faster. Usually when you're looking at water civs, you want civs that get that upgrade for the very long games. But then Italians also have the early game bonuses. It's cheaper to go to the next stage, cheaper fishing ships, cheaper university upgrades. Italians are just the perfect civ for this. I was surprised. I saw ACCM's draft. We've got another series that incorporates water. He never went for any big water civs. Like Vikings was the last pick for Vinchester, for example. So clearly, like ACCM's trying to play this a bit differently here today. I don't know how he's supposed to break Vinch. I think Vinch is just playing perfect. The defensive castle is great against any land raids. I'm sure he'll play more. And this is a water map, man. So he's just going to play the water. The villagers are going down, building the towers, but the towers will at least complete, which means Vinchester needs to back up for a second. But Vinch needs to have Hulks in the middle now. He's got 8 in there. If he knows the Georgian tech tree, he knows they get fast fire, but they don't get upgraded Hulks. So if you have your own Hulks in there with the galleys, it could be very strong. Here come the fires. Let's see how this goes. Now, there's no melee upgrades for the Hulks, which means they're not as strong as they could be, but Hulks are still very good against the fires. There's some random movement down here from ACCM, but clearly he just wants to commit everything to this. Now, it gets a bit weird. You can actually have too much population in the middle at a certain stage. But I think that's acceptable now because they're both hard committing to the middle. So they both hard commit to the middle. You obviously need as much as possible here. Look at the castles from Vinch. Vinch is like, you can't break me. Go ahead, try. He's not taking any risks. And why should he? I still haven't seen like any of the stables or anything from ACCM that he could do. With his Civ. Vinchester's got the cannon galleons out, and now he's going to start to take down the towers. So now you have to fight if you're ACCM. The patience from Vinchester to just understand the matchup, to weather the storm, all that aggression that you know your opponent's going to bring, and to, you know it's coming, but stopping it is so difficult. He's played it so calculated here. His cannon galleons are exposed here, which is not so good. Oh, but wow, ACCM didn't even notice that. So the cannon galleons are still firing. ACCM's down here right now building a tower. I think he was pulling his skirms away so that villagers didn't get found. But now he's going to start to lose his docks too. Docks are pretty pricey. I like the idea of a tower rush, but does this tower rush actually immediately deny anything from Vinch? Like, what's to stop Vinchester from making a trebuchet right next to his castle? Really nothing. Still villager over here. There's actually a villager on that island with the lumber camp already. There's a villager here. That's a monk, I think, with a relic inside of the transport ship. Still ACCM losing grounds. Like, he's getting all these upgrades for towers, but the towers can't hit the cannon galleons, man. And these towers can't hit the trebs. The siege is just too strong. Here we go. Okay, he does have his own galleon upgrade. So, Galleon should be able to take care of the Hulks in theory. Is that enough fire ships, though, for ACCM to break the war galleys? We'll see. Again, they're much stronger now than they were in the past. But then there's also a couple fires in front. Yeah, as long as you match the fire ship count, I think that's going to be fine. And ACCM's going to get pushed right off of water. He will then lose his castle. He will then lose his TCs. He's definitely lost the middle now. He does have Manaspa here, though, which honestly come against the run of play. I wasn't expecting any military from ACCM. That's nice. So at least he has that. I think the units will easily get cleared up by a couple Genoese crossbowmen. But at least he sniped the trebs. But it's just these one-and-done attacks. It's these attacks that happen, and then you have no follow-up. That's been the issue for ACCM. There's no consistency here. He will lose the docks, and he will also lose all the ships in those docks, and then lose the castle, then lose the town center, likely lose the towers. He needs something more. And my worry is if Manaspa's your best unit, and you're going to lose your only castle then, it feels really awkward, right? Again, the small things here that Vinchester's doing. He's got a relic inside that transport ship. That's super annoying to focus on. But he has it because he knows how important it is. He has these islands under his control where there's stone and gold as well, just in case it goes late game. I think we'll actually reach a point where he would delete ships in the middle here. Like, him losing his ships to that castle is kind of calculated because you don't need more boats in the middle now. You're going to need population elsewhere. I'm curious to see how active the transport's going to be for Vinchester. Yeah, Vinchester. Oh, God. Transport's getting attacked, actually. Vinchester will get the relic. ACCM will lose the castle. Watching Shadow says, I know T90 has brought this up before, but I've hoped they would add different sounds for ships and docks than just the bells. Yeah, they don't have the budget for anything more than bells, apparently. Just ding, 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 and more ding for the ships. You're right. You know, I don't think that was at the top of their priority list. No one thinks about the sounds. They were able to find the budget for some really unique animal sounds when they added the different wildlife, though. There's all types of new screeches in our game now. Dark Age can be kind of terrifying right now because I'm not used to some of the new animals. Look at ACCM try and rat mode it out, try and hold on here. Towers and docks. This is classic ACCM style. He is starting to get raided by hussars. Vinchester's just going to keep trebbing this down and drop castles to secure the area. More towers coming up from ACCM. You can't go anywhere near the middle now, but that is a lot of population which doesn't actively work for you if you are Vinch. I still think Vinch is just taking it easy here. He knows he'll take these towers down. He knows he'll take these docks down. Here he's actually able to deny. Yeah, he denies the tower. It's the first game in what will potentially be a very long series. ACCM doesn't want to call it because he still has good resources. But also, Vinchester's not trying to force it. Vinchester knows, okay, we got to get to these islands. Yeah, look, he finds that villager there. Get to these islands where there's relics and there's wood lines. We do have some navy on the outside now. So I was not the one who created this map. This map won a map contest for another tournament. We brought it in. What would you guys think if this area was passable by ships? Like this area where the hussars are right now? I like to tweak tournament maps from tournament to tournament because eventually maps get figured out. I think if it was passable, it would be good because then the boats in the middle for Vinchester wouldn't be as stuck here. But then again, there's like, that makes water way stronger overall, which could be good or bad. I don't know. A lot of people are saying no. Okay, interesting. It's just a thought. Again, from a player's perspective, you actually have to consider deleting your fires now. So it's a bit of a weird situation to manage. Yeah, it is a nice trade-off. I agree. I think we'll start to see that transport get very busy for both players now. But Vinchester has Genoese crossbowmen. Genoese crossbowmen are great against hussars. ACCM is currently convincing himself. He's like, all right, my res are good. I'm starting to get to the outer islands with the towers and the mule carts, which is what I wanted. Vinch is too much in the middle. Surely that's good for me. There is one thing Vinchester needs to do. Vinchester needs to stonewall this. This should be fully stonewalled. Hussars should never get through. It's one of those things I'm sure he's going to do. But the raids haven't really damaged him yet, so it hasn't really popped into his mind. Hussars. Able to kill a cannon galleon there for a second, and now they should move along. But over here, we've got a cannon galleon going down to Genoese crossbowmen. And Vinchester's bringing the trebs. Vinch might just drop another castle or something there, but Vinch does need to be careful in the north now. There's beginning to be some expansion from ACCM onto these islands. If anyone's going to turn this into a wood game and somehow win, it would be ACCM. And those towers become incredibly strong because cannon galleons are tough to afford. So if this reaches a kind of a wood game, having the islands towered up could be the key here. T90, what if the opening was small enough it could be dock blocked? See, I like what you're saying there because that adds strategy. That adds like viability. That adds different things you can do instead of it just being like kind of free to pass. Yeah, this map has 1,000 comeback opportunities. Agreed. But that is also why Vinchester has played it slow. It's recognition from Vinch that when he had the lead, he couldn't just win right away. He also knows his opponent. So I think looking for the relics on these islands, starting to build lumber camps, and even getting the keep upgrade here himself, that's all recognizing this could be a long game. But I think for ACCM, he's going to eventually run out of steam. He's trying to focus more on the water, which is good. But now the trebs are going to come and push him, and he'll have to engage into Navy and Elite Genoese crossbowmen. And that's something ACCM hasn't had to deal with. He's been the one raiding. Vinchester's been the one reacting. Now that's going to change. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. The Svan towers are insane, though. There might not actually be that many Genoese here. All right. I mean, now maybe ACCM can snipe the Trebs. Here's the amount of gold remaining on the map. That's deceiving, though. Remember, there's gold on the oysters. Vinchester's actually taking that. There's a lot of galleons. It is a lot of hussars. There's still some Genoese in the mix, and the trebuchets are doing what Vinchester wants. Up here, Vinchester patrolling in some fire ships. But if he takes the hill from ACCM, ACCM's cooked. That's way too much eco. You can't lose that. We even have the Onager upgrade for ACCM now. I mean, personally, I'd prefer bombard cannons here, but I guess the Trebs do more damage and they have more range. So both are fine. The cannon galleons from the middle, so nice here for Vinchester to just snipe these towers while ACCM isn't paying attention. I don't know how many relics are on the map. I think it's like 5, though. It might be 6. I don't know if Vinchester knows about that one. No, he does. It's just so annoying to have to transport things around. There's a Znari Cav now for ACCM. So now he'll have his Cav will take up less population space, which means he, of course, can make more. He can make more of anything, really. Vinchester's slowly creeping in with some towers, building some towers of his own. Trebs are taking down enemy fortifications. Enemy fortifications cost resources. Vinchester taking his time. So many players lack the patience in these scenarios, and they try and force it, and they take bad fights up the hill. Vinch is like, no, I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to win this game. And I'm going to take my time now. Sees the trebuchet. We'll snipe the trebuchet. Sees the onager. Gets one of the onagers. And churches and towers are going down. Over here, the tower was also denied. There's a transport ship from ACCM. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Oh, God. Okay, well, villagers can't swim. And the villager... Oh, they survive. I think I would have preferred to drown, to be honest. This is the age-old, would you prefer to drown or be burned alive? You choose. But still a nice find there for Vinchester. In the end, at the end, he just stops the villagers from expanding to the island. So that's all he really wants. That is so many hussars, though. My God. Again, you just run out of pop. I feel like this is the one map where I'd like maybe for it to be a 250 population game. So, fun fact about this map. Actually, type a 1 if it's the first time you've seen it in a tournament. We had it in another tournament recently, but I didn't really cover much of that tournament because it was a LAN event in China. So basically, when it was first made, instead of it being size 2, which is what this is, it was actually size 6. So imagine this map being triple the size and how long the games would go. I think this might actually be size 3 instead of size 2. Sometimes with water maps we do that because you run out of land resources if the map is too small. Oh man, Vinchester has to be careful. Damn, it kind of feels like ACCM's onto something with the onagers, but I don't know. You say that, and then the second they get sniped by hussars, it looks poor again. We have to start island checking now to see where the players are taking resources on the islands. And quite the push here from ACCM, who refuses to quit. We'll find a cannon galleon here, which isn't bad. Has pushed a long way here, but eventually just hits the hill. Just checking. There's just one villager there. Okay, here we have an island potentially being lost by ACCM, depending on what that happens with that tower. And they have to look at the fights as well. Okay, now the onagers are gone. The second the onagers are gone, the Genoese crossbowmen can shred. But nice progress here with this line of towers from ACCM. He's got that island, this island, this island, this island. That's 4 islands. 1, 2 for Vinch. So it's not that great for Vinchester, to be honest. He does have the relic in that transport ship, though. T90, I know I'm that guy, but originally it was made for Blue Carbon Cup before LY Cup used it. Okay, no. It's all right. No, I didn't want to discredit it. I don't even remember the name. I don't have the scripter memorized either, so I can give credit to whoever scripted it. It's a very nice map. But yeah, LY Cup was the first S tier that used it, I guess is the way to say it, so. I'm just looking at the amount of wood in the bank, that's better for Winchester. The Navy bonuses, like having shipwright, that's better for Winchester. Genoese crossbowman, surely that's better for Winchester. Winchester comes over here now, gets more wood. Winchester's taking down towers everywhere. It's all better for Vinch. Just ACCM will not resign. Winchester just refuses, or ACCM refuses to quit because that's just his mentality. I just don't see a way that he can win this. It might take a little bit longer for Vinch, but I think that Winchester's got everything he needs. All those tiny details, nice fortifications. The main thing is he doesn't have stone walls here. These hussars should never be able to get through. That is the only thing I could be critical of. Stone walls on either side, and it's actually more than fine. ACCM loses one island, and he's going to gain another island with these villagers. And it's so nice because you can bring the mule carts. So in theory, you save a lot of wood because you don't have to build new lumber camps and mining camps there, right? And ACCM lost that whole line of towers. There was like 6 towers here. They're all gone now. And now he's slowly losing more. Murder holes from Vinch as well. But, yeah, welcome in, guys. We've got 4 best of 5s today. First game's going to hit an hour, so... we have potentially 20 games today. And the first game has taken almost an hour. So, 24-hour stream incoming. Imagine if every series has this map. With the level we're seeing in the playoffs, this will definitely produce the longest games. And here comes the Hussars again for ACCM. What do you even do here? Do you transport the Hussars to get away from the Genoese? I guess you hope for a big shot and... Ooh, okay. I mean, that was all right. Winchester saw it, though. And now Winchester will send in the Hussars. And we've seen this before. And there's the resources left, guys. Still lots of gold. Still lots of stone. Not actually a lot of wood. So, you get excited about the stone and gold on the islands, but in actuality, you really want the wood. And ACCM is able to take some resources there. In the north, though, ACCM could start to lose some ground. But the towers are just so tough to push. It's such a good civ to camp with the Georgians. So that's the logic. Raid, camp, and hope that anytime military runs forward from the enemy, they just die to the towers. And that's essentially what does happen, right? Like, Winchester can't break this. Look at this ball of towers here. It's insane. There was a game in Gold League that went on for 2.5 hours here. It was Georgians against... I forget the other civ. I think Koreans. But yeah, basically the Georgians player did exactly this. And then eventually they went full Navy and they ended up having more wood. And they had the towers and the churches on the islands. But it's a long route to get there. I mean, this is not bad. If you can kill off an army of Genoese crossbowmen with Hussars, you're not going to complain. See, Winchester's dropping castles. What about a stone wall there? Stone wall here, and then the units never get through. Castles kill the units. Stone walls block the units. I mean, there's got to be castles everywhere, though. Protecting the farming eco. And here comes the big navy from ACCM. First time chatter on Twitch says, I can't hold my pee any longer, ... Dude, just go pee. Just go pee. You're allowed to do that, believe it or not. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Thanks for being here. But yeah, no, you can go take a bathroom break. I think that is completely fine, considering the situation in this game. No one's going to judge you, okay? Also, that person has to pee, and now we have someone named Missing Colon who is now prime subbed. Are we talking like semicolon or... Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Actually, on that topic, good time to thank some of the support here. Snake, I completely missed your gifted subs during the intro, and you subbed for the first time. Appreciate you, Snake. Opiate Blush, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you, Spoondler, Porteous. Thank you so much, guys. We'll probably have some giveaways today if the support continues. It'll be good to give back. ACCM refuses to give up, despite everything in the game saying that his Civ probably is at a disadvantage. But, hey, there's still a chance. And if there's a chance at victory, ACCM is not going to stop. Hussars are going to get into his eco here. Look how good these towers are, though. The towers do pass-through damage for those that missed it. And your fortifications get extra attack. So it's extra attack and then pass-through damage from the watchtowers. But, I mean, I've seen a lot of towers go down. So eventually he should run out of resources to be able to build these towers. Here's another example of it. Towers are going down to cannon galleons. Up here, this tower's almost down as well. McCorlin, welcome in. Thanks for the 23 months. We also had a donation. It didn't trigger text-to-speech. Nylan with the $7. Says, hey, T90, many thanks for TTL. Been a long-time watcher, consuming all the TTL content over the past weeks. Quality and organization is amazing. Thank you, and hype for playoffs. Say thank you. I mean, what better way to start the freaking playoffs than an hour-plus banger between ACCM and Vinchester? Nah, thanks for the love, guys. It's been a lot of work, a lot of energy. Today might be a very long day, but I appreciate you guys. I've been at it long enough. I look back at like certain moments, certain events as just like special, right? And I'll always remember them. And one of those, all the events have their own memories. But one of the things that I look back on is those really long sloggy days, which go on. It seem like they'll never end. And with this being the first game of the day, I'm feeling like this could be another one. But we'll see. We'll see. Give me a time that ACCM will resign here. Because the signs are there now. He's lost so many towers. He's at 144 pop. He's not winning water on either side. He's got 7 on wood. Is it anytime soon? I mean, he's at the stage of buying wood, which when his opponent already has more access to trees, when his opponent is doing so well with the Navy, that's not necessarily a good sign. I think it will actually happen soon. So, the castles from Vinchester, the relics from Vinch. Remember, 2 of those relics came from islands. Like, he was thinking about these islands so long ago. But part of what got him a big lead was utilizing them with the fishing ships in the early game. Vinch is just taking his sweet old time here. ACCM at 113 pop, and hey, he taps out. Honestly, could have fought on for a little bit longer, but he eventually ran dry of res. And that's a huge one for Vinchester. Again, it's not as if this was just some 4th or 5th Civ pick from ACCM. This was his #1 Civ pick, so he clearly felt like he could play the Georgians, clearly play through the towers and the Hussars, and beat big Navy civilizations. But maybe not the Italians, and not Vinchester when he plays so patient in the early game. There was a lot of chaos that ACCM tried to send in Dark Age and Feudal Age, with the laming, also with the scouts and the skirmishers, but Vinch just kind of played chill the whole game. He boomed up. He knew his win conditions. Now, not only did he kill more, but the raising stat is insane. That's 77 raises versus 6. Let's look at the total value destroyed. Value destroyed this game, 82,000 for Vinchester versus the 54,000 from ACCM. That includes the raises, right? So that's like the value and the cost of all the buildings that he ended up taking down. That's a beautiful job, and that's what this map can eventually become. You camp the land, you dominate the water. I think there will be question marks for ACCM on like the draft. Clearly, he felt like he could just beat Vinchester before it got there, but Vinchester takes the first game. Great drafting, great strategy, and now it's on ACCM. He's going to come even more aggressive, probably. So, again, if it's a 3rd or 4th pick loss, I'm like, whatever. It's not that big a deal. But that was your #1 pick there. And he actually picked Georgians when Italians was still available, too. So, doesn't look too good. But ACCM's draft is just very unique. He's not gone for the civs that I would expect. He clearly wants to kind of try and counter style. We'll see if he could do it. Vinchester takes the first game. I'm sure they'll be into the next game right away. And we got Stranded, Reverse Acropolis, Tuluo, and Mudflow as the options. Our base, my admin is freaking out. He says, OMG, I just saw the next map. Okay, so it's Stranded, but why would you be freaking out? Did they spawn close together, maybe? Don't spoil, don't spoil, don't spoil. We got 90 seconds till we're in. We'll get the Twitch ad break out of the way. Fun fact, chat. Fun fact. So before that game, their tournament history between them was 56 to 55 in games. So this was the sets over their freaking 15-year career. This was the wins. So now it is 56 to 56 in their in their tournament history against each other. Literally 50-50. 10 plus years. How wild is that? First tournament set was 2014. Also, this was back when, what is this name? Was he called Vietnam Human in this tournament? Is that a different username for ACCM back then? That's how long ago it was? I don't remember that event. I don't remember any of that. So maybe that's is that like a Liquipedia bug maybe? They tried and set the flag and it said Vietnam Human instead. I don't know. Does it say like country_human behind the scenes on Liquipedia? I don't know. I remember people's names. I don't remember ACCM having that name. I have a video coming out soon where I go through established players' names, established players, and I talk about what their AKAs used to be. Because all these big players used to have different names to different accounts. They don't anymore. I think people really enjoy that. But that video will come out in a couple weeks. All right, guys, welcome in. We've got ACCM playing as the Shoe, and we've got Stranded. I mean, game one was pretty insane. Game one incorporated water. I don't think this game will go on quite as long, but Stranded can produce some of the best high-level AoE that we have if the gameplay is even. It's just so difficult to survive for very long on this map, and one moment can decide it. The previous game is kind of like, it's not one moment decides it. It's a bunch of small moments build up towards the later goal. That is completely different here. And so I think with that in mind, I think ACCM's got good chances. ACCM will likely be aggressive. Now, he's gone for the Shoe against the Woo. Okay, the Woo versus the Shoe versus the Woo. Who could have predicted that? And I honestly have not seen Shoe played a lot, but now that we're in the playoffs and it's no longer just 3 games, it's 5 games, and we have more civs, you do have to go get a little bit more creative with some of your civs. So, bonuses for the Shoe. You get some food income when you chop trees, which is nice. I don't think it's huge right now, but the longer the game goes, it could be very strong. But I think that in conjunction with archer range units being cheaper, or like the technologies being cheaper, and faster moving siege, my feeling more and more has been playing archers and siege through the middle to control the wood lines is the strongest thing here. So I think that that's what ACCM is likely going to try and do. And that's why he picked the Shoe. Obviously, you still have the water. Both players have their dock up. I think things are slightly better for Vinchester's start. First off, Vinchester's TC is a little bit more snug into the woodline. It's just a bit easier to take the trees because there's more trees there. And then also, Vinchester is Woo, so Vinchester gets the food boost from building the early dock. So I really like Vinchester's start with that in mind. But Woo we saw quite a few times throughout the group stage. I think this might be the first time Shoe's been played on this map. Would you guys like it if we went full-on stats guy throughout the playoffs? Do you remember in some of my events before we had a dedicated stats guy and stats guy would like pop up the stats on screen? I don't think we'll have the pop-ups on screen, but we could maybe have a stats guy being like, fun fact, Shoe was drafted X percentage of time, blah, blah, blah. We might just do it. I might just read off the stats. I don't know if stats guy could let me know, but I don't think Shoe was played at all in Platinum League on this map. Maybe it was played in Gold League or Silver League. That's the fun thing, too, is we had the other leagues. Same settings. Now, Rhino gets brought in here from ACCM. Kodiak, thanks for the prime. Thank you, Looney Bob, for the gifted sub. Looney Bob gifted a sub to Vietnam_human. Oh my God, that's such a troll. Thank you. Ram, thank you for the 34 months. Stripey Boy, welcome in. Lotus, thanks for the new sub. Thank you to everyone who's watching live on YouTube. Someone on YouTube asking, are all the playoffs today? No, not all the playoffs. Not all the playoffs. We have 4 sets today, which is already enough. So today is just the round of 12. And then we've got 2 quarterfinals. Tomorrow, 2 quarterfinals after that. Then on Saturday, we got the 2 best-of-7 semis. And then on Sunday, we have the 3rd place match in the final. So yeah. All the playoffs today would actually kill me. I mean, but what a way to go out, you know? What a way to go out. I think I want to live a little bit longer than where I'm at right now. But it'd be pretty cool. It's like, man, T90 died doing what he loves. Casting nonstop tournament games. Actually, on the topic of death and health, I should drink some water here. Water's nice. But part of the reason we do see Wu is because of the infantry opening. And so Vinchester already pretty clearly wanting to do that. Drops the barracks. Yeah, Prince, I'll have people come in and cast with me today. Don't worry. I'm not going to do it all solo. Things are too hyped to do that, but also it's just not good for longevity. But I'm starting to see ACCM wall like he's expecting the infantry to come in. This has become something that most of the high-level players are doing. The first player that I saw do this was our only undefeated player in TTL history, and also this season, and it was Leary. He walls like this to give himself space for a lumber camp, a little bit more room to breathe. But I think what can counter that is the Man-at-Arms opening. If the Man-at-Arms get to the house, you can take down a house very quickly with Arson. So I think the key is you actually do need to be in feudal age pretty quickly if you're ACCM. ACCM's going a long way here, though. ACCM walking out here to get these water buffalo reminds me. He also drafted Huns. And I thought initially that he was going to play Huns here and play Fast Castle Cav Archers. And now I'm seeing him collect even more water buffalo. I'm seeing another rhino get brought in at a time where the food's not really needed if you're going feudal age. This feels Fast Castle. And look at Vinchester. Oh my goodness. This wave of blue is coming forward from Vinchester. Vinchester's going to be the aggressor this game. Yeah, I think this is Fast Castle from ACCM. That's why he wanted the extra food. And that's why he's waited so long to go feudal age. You don't have a scout on this map, right? So it's kind of difficult to know what's happening. There's a tower behind the wood line. There go the militia. Now that's a problem there. You can't have that happen with any other civ. With this civ, though, your infantry does regen, so it's probably worth the risk. T90, we hear the text-to-speech, but it seems like you don't. Yes, it's bugged. Every other day it works for me. I'm so sorry. I spoke over Ding Dong's donation. Ding Dong, thank you for the dono. But yeah, I'm going to read that here in a second. I'm sorry. I've noticed that like every other stream, I can hear it, and I don't know why. There's a lot of gameplay happening right now. Ding Dong said, long day ahead. Have some strong coffees on me. Thanks, man. Hey, thank you. Sorry I didn't hear it. I guess if chat hears it, though, you guys will notify me. I mean, so far, I think this is mission accomplished for Vinchester. You've denied the wood line. You're also going to have some pressure in on this wood line. But you haven't killed any villagers yet. And you haven't killed any fishing ships either. But it's interesting. Vinchester's actually not going for an archer range, which is the typical follow-up. He's just gone for the 3 men-at-arms and arson. And he's adding fishing ships behind. MJ, thank you. No, I did. We're not talking. The person's name was Ding Dong that donated. We're not talking about anything weird here, okay? Zachalak, thanks for the 4 years, though. Appreciate it, Zach. That's a long time. I think the logic from Vinch, because I've seen this a lot, the logic is basically the archer investment with the man-at-arms is always too heavy, and then you're too late to castle age. So here, it's like enough calculated pressure to take down houses and force ACCM away from the middle and then get up to Castle Age yourself. Look at the amount of reactions that ACCM has to go for. This wall is also kind of funny because now ACCM can't send archers this way very easily. He would have to send the archers either towards the tower or around. These walls are kind of genius. And a tower there too. Ooh. Well, guys, look at the resources for Winchester here. If he uses a market, I could see Winchester being on the way to Castle Age pretty quickly. And then we could start talking about John Swordsman, perhaps. At the same time, ACCM's been very patient. ACCM will queue up Castle Age and now drops a tower. Oh, man, I love that. If he reacted right away with his own tower, it's a completely different scenario because Vince just garrisons it and gets value. But now the Vils are over here, and you're basically trading this crappy wood line you didn't want anyways to get your main wood line, which you wanted in the first place, back. So that's really nice. Now, I'm curious, does the archer range stay up for ACCM? Winchester deletes some of his own walls. Range is starting to go down. But yeah, this tower will just get shot down now. There's a stable now from Vinch. Stable's surprising. I don't like that. I really feel like he needs a market right now. Market's the same amount of resources. He could just buy a little bit of food and click up. Archers for ACCM are going to chase down the villagers now. But he's losing his archer range, guys. You cannot lose your archer range. It's actually really bad. I don't know. At the same time, it's really bad to not have any answer to archers moving forward. So maybe that's what Winchester's plan is. Maybe he wants to surprise. There's no spearmen for ACCM. So 2 scouts with armor could, in theory, clear this. It all comes down to if ACCM sees this. Look how fast he moves forward here. Okay, but now you see the stable, and now you're like, wait, hold on a second. That flag changes the game. I think if you see the stable and you don't see a flag, you might still move forward. And, okay, so now ACCM's going to back up. Archer range is down, though. So now he can't make archers unless he makes another range, which he is doing. But keep in mind, we also still have the water. We haven't seen a single boat beyond fishing ships this game, which is unreal. That might change, though. Medium warships upgrade is coming in for ACCM. What ACCM wanted was full send to 2 archer ranges. That's what he set up his eco. But he lost a range. So now he's going to go into water and use a bit more of that wood spend on the water. And I think Winchester's still expecting the full send land play for the reasons we explained earlier. But now these scouts with armor won't accomplish a ton because it's actually crossbows with Bodkin now. And here comes ACCM. Impressive Castle Age time from ACCM. I thought it was honestly a perfect opening from Vinch. We have 0 kills in this game, by the way. That might change. It actually changed as I said that. Nice villager snipe there from Winchester. But Winchester's got problems. And we've just seen this theme on this map. Just crossbow timing. And your base is so freaking exposed. If Winchester loses a villager, will lose the second villager. Also gets pushed off of his gold, potentially. And 30 seconds away from Castle Age sounds like a short period of time. But that feels like a lifetime right now. This is so painful for him. Same time, though, Man-at-Arms get through. They will die to the town center fire, maybe. Nice reaction from ACCM. We've got the Navy moving in. I say Navy, it's just 2 random hulks on either side. But if Vinch doesn't notice this, he will lose fishing ships. Vinch has to be able to multitask here. And it's understandable. He's looking at his man-at-arms. He's looking at his tower go down. He's looking at the crossbows. He's adding the monastery. He did not see that right away. And he lost 1 fishing ship. Oh, man. Anybody else dizzy right now? I'm getting a little dizzy trying to follow all the action here. There's so much happening. Like the micro so far from ACCM. I'm not sure I'm in love with playing He Guang here when you have Jean Swordsman. But I think ACCM's already made some He Guang to help against the Jean Swordsman. So I guess ACCM already had that figured out. And maybe you just need to have your own He Guang here. Winchester clears that up. Can send his fishing ships back to work. Yeah, the hill, guys. The hill is so valuable. That is where you're going to take wood. Both players having some wood issues, but it is way worse for Vinchester. He's essentially overloading on gold and using the market to buy resources at the moment. And ACCM is locked in. ACCM snipes the monk, which is good value. ACCM's crossbows is locked in. And if you see that tower, you're probably like, oh, great. As long as he doesn't have the tower here, as long as he doesn't have the middle of the map. How does Vinchester turn this around right now? Maybe it's on water. He doesn't have the upgraded ships yet. So that's kind of difficult. And ACCM has another Warhawk cut it that way to kill the fish. I think Outpost should be your best friend right now. You shouldn't be surprised by anything on this map. That's what Vinchester wants to try and do and raid. And we'll probably find a villager building the houses there. There, Vinchester reacted, saved his fishing ship. That villager will go down. Here, the crossbows are moving back in with the Haeguang. It is non-stop action. Since this game started, we've had viewers with 17 minutes of idle time. ACCM is in the game with 2 seconds of TC idle time. Insane. And all the pressure that was dished out as well, right? The man-at-arms, the archer range went down. Like, he's just so active on the map. Ooh, but the monks are valuable, and the monk gets sniped. Well played, Vinch. You guys could say, I guess if viewers are watching, they're always idle. Like, am I idle because I'm just talking? I don't know. Just trying to say, impressive job from ACCM so far. And with some players, you lose the first game with your first pick, and you just get annoyed and dejected, and you second guess it, and you say, like, what was I thinking? But with ACCM, you just know he's going to bounce back. This is a dangerous amount of cav right now from Vinch. And crossbows don't have ballistics yet. There's not that many monks here from ACCM. ACCM's got to be careful. Vinchester has +2 armor. There is a monk coming from the other direction. And just passing. Vinchester. I thought we were going to see this massive engagement. He says, just passing. And he'll actually snipe another monk. Not bad. University's on the way up for ACCM for ballistics. I was actually really good for him that he didn't fight. He needs the ballistics upgrade first. Vinchester has since regained his wood line. Vinchester went out to drop a siege workshop in the middle. I mean, he's got a lot of army. There's still the navy to worry about, which I think Vinchester has defended. He's basically just holding the choke points. He's not interested in pushing, so he can focus on land. Vinch built so many houses inside ACCM's base. He always has all this vision here. Town Watch would go super hard here. I actually think Town Watch needs to be researched. Different players would prioritize that just so you get vision on these houses. But you kind of find out because anytime ACCM patrols, he runs right into those houses anyways. I would actually just take out the houses if I'm ACCM, but I'm weird like that. It like kind of bothers me when my opponent has vision. Oh man, that time to get the siege workshop is so nice. Because now ACCM could realistically hesitate, but there's no hesitation. He's just running at it. He's got ballistics. He just got thumb ring. And unlike knights, these Haeguang just don't have the same level of HP and tankiness here. And so with the Haeguang on the front, I think this could be good for ACCM. There will be a Mangonel hopping out here in a second. If the micro's perfect, it's game winning. Oh! That's a decent shot. Can he get another one? No. Man, thumb ring's insane. Do you see how fast these units are firing right now? That's why he picked this shoe. Archer range technologies are cheaper. And it's just been full crossbowman play. Vinchester did not find the answer there. The siege workshop is essentially useless now. And he has to drop another siege workshop. Town center on the hill there for Vinchester, for ACCM. And I think ACCM's about to tie up the series, guys. Yeah, I mean, you can hop out and try one shot, basically. And if you land the shot, it can turn the game. But ACCM should just stay away from it. He should always keep his cav there, and he should just be waiting. Any moment now that Mangonel will have to hop out. He's got the cav fully surrounding it. And he knows he has the lead, so he's just playing it patient. The other Mangonel hops out. There goes the other Mangonel. But ACCM's just too good. Actually runs towards it. Ah, he's just too good. He's just too good. He micros down that one. So 2 Mangonels down for Vinch and the siege workshop. Town center will complete on the hill. I just wonder, when you think about the Wu tech tree, when your opponent's an Archer Civ, do you want to be playing stable units here? I don't think so. I think you want Jean Swordsman. And I think a lot of the early game is what confused him there. I think he felt he had to go for a little bit of army to stop the initial archers, which committed him towards the stable. And since then, it's a little too late. Another Mangonel tries. Another Mangonel will fail, probably. ACCM backs away. Essentially right now... Oh, counterattack from Winchester here. Essentially right now, ACCM is just going to try and play map control. He doesn't need to kill anymore. Actually, take it back. He wants to kill more. And he does dive. He does snipe the Mangonel. And that way he can ram down another Siege Workshop. I mean, Town Center is dishing out so much damage against the Haiguang here. Mangonel will be canceled at like 90% there. And Winchester's just running out of so much map control. Vil counts similar. Eco counts similar. Efficiency not. And Winchester calls out he can't kill the crossbows. 1-1. ACCM responds perfectly. And so it's funny, right? Like, game number 1, he loses. We're critical. Oh, why pick Georgian's first pick? Oh, no, you lost with first pick. We've never seen Shu played in all Platinum League, and it looked pretty damn good. And now you bounce right back in the series. Suddenly, the drafting strategy from ACCM starts to make sense. And yeah, we're reminded of just how good he is in maps where you can do damage early, man. But he didn't open aggressively. He opened passively. But in Castle Age, it was all ACCM. Well done. ACCM with 1.52 KD. The economy was very smooth the whole way through. And realistically, it just never felt like Winchester really had the army he needed. He needed his siege to land shots. How many Mangonels did he make? I think he made 4. I think they all went down. Right? Like, did he kill anything with the Mangonels this game? I don't think so. But that's like, just because ACCM's a master at controlling his units and understanding where Winchester's going to be, where he's going to fire, and just confidence. And someone says, Wu with the nerf John Swordsman is bad. Well, if it is, then big questions on why you pick Wu then, right? Pick them for the regenerating man-at-arms. I still think the John Swordsman has some viability there. I think it's still a better gamble than maybe playing the Haiguang. But maybe you need to play skirms. But if your statement is correct, if John Swordsman is not good, then big question marks on the Wu, maybe. I still think the John Swordsman is viable on that map. You have the food from the fish. You can spam them very quickly. You can get a very big mass. So I still think that it's I think it's good. And then also the Shu Haiguang don't get bloodlines. They only get 60 HP. It's like Shu could be really weak against that unit, in my opinion. But I just think he was really uncomfortable at being late to Castle Age with no map control. So, Ignacio, welcome back. Thank you for the 5 months. He says, what's up, T90? I just came back. I didn't have internet for the past 3 days. Oh, man. Well, welcome back. We've got 4 sets today, so you will be able to recover from your internet shortage very quickly. Thank you, Saint. Thank you for the 5. Mighty Hawk, Arsenikos. Welcome back, everybody. Scores 1-1. The next series will be Hearts against Lewis. After that, we will have Mihai against Barles. And the finale today is Viper against Tato. We have 4 best-of-5s in the playoff bracket. So, right now, this one looks like it's going to go to 5 games. Hopefully, you guys have lots of free time. Maybe you guys are getting paid by the hour. And you're at work right now, and you're like, damn, this is pretty damn good. Typically, I actually have to do work the last 2 hours of my shift. But, today, I can actually just zone out the entire time. Forget paid by the hour, maybe paid salary. I don't know. You just don't work too hard, Don't set the bar too high, guys, because then you can't watch the streams. Of the reasons that people wanted me to stream on something other than Twitch, I think at number 1, it was literally my work has Twitch banned and not YouTube. There's other benefits. Okay, the video player is a bit better, and yeah, you can go back in the video, and maybe they prefer the chat features there. But literally, I think like number one reason someone wants a different platform, it's my job doesn't let me watch there. So I've told this story before. I worked at a call center back in the day, and I didn't. Twitch wasn't a big thing back then. I don't think I was watching Twitch, but I would watch Age of Empires videos on YouTube while at work. So I'm like talking to people, and I'm watching Age of Empires. And my boss always knew, because they always could like see your computers and stuff and know what you were doing. He always knew, but I did my job, and as long as I was a good employee, he didn't care, right? But some other supervisor walked past me one day and saw me doing that and snitched. And so we had I had a meeting with my boss. My boss was like, he's like, all right, here's the deal. He's like, as long as you do your job, I really don't give a crap. He's like, so you can keep doing that. Just don't let other people see it so I don't get in trouble. I was like, deal. And that job sucked. That job was really hard. So I really respected that he understood that, you know? He was a human being about it. He's like, do your job, and I don't care about the rest, you know? So respect to him. I don't know, Peter, I don't know if you're ever going to see this. This is a long time ago, but shout out to Peter. He's a beast. Guys, we are about to see the TTL debut of a DLC Civ that I don't think we have seen the entire season yet. I don't think we're going to see Champies. I think we're going to see something else. ACCM has been in the kitchen. He's been cooking up. And here we go. All right. So as I switch over the colors again, there was a lot of conversation this season, and understandably so, because not only did we have a water balance change midway through the tournament, we also had a DLC added. And initially, all the DLC civs were just like insta-banned because the Champy Warrior was really strong, and everyone was going for these early Champy plays with the early barracks. I think the devs felt really bad about it. I think they saw the feedback from the community, both like high-level players and myself, but also just fans. People hated the Champy, right? And I think they quadruple nerfed the Champy. They made the Champy more expensive, longer to produce, like less attack. Like they really just... I think they overcorrected it because people were upset. I think they'll eventually find a better spot for it. But point is, ever since then, people haven't been banning these civs, and then also no one's been picking them. But I said at the start of stream, I think the Tupi is very, very strong. I think it's strong because of this unit up here, the Blackwood Archer. And I think there is a chance that ACCM will try Fast Castle Blackwood Archer. Unit is very cheap. It is very weak in HP, but it's fast in its range, right? And what do you want? A cheap, mobile, ranged unit. That's like some of the best units you can have in AoE. That's my guess right now. I could be very wrong, but that's what Vinchester's thinking to himself. Vinchester's like, wait a second. Is he going to go Fast Castle? Is he going to go Champy? Like, what is he going to do here? Now, ACCM doesn't go Fast Castle Unique unit a lot. Like, if this was Viper versus Tato, which we'll see later on, Viper's tried the Fast Castle shenanigans. I feel like ACCM might just pick this Civ for Champion to Archers or something, right? The settlement is really nice for your eco, so you could take the berries and take the wood. You could build another settlement here and take wood and gold. I mean, you still can just play a standard game. But because there's the potential of the crazy, we'll keep our eyes peeled. Now, Vinchester's known for his early barracks. Vinchester loves his little 2 militia drush with his eagle civs. And so already I think that's on ACCM's mind. Something that anyone playing the Tupi needs to remember is you can garrison in your settlements. So it's like a Khmer house. So if you get attacked, you can just go boop right into the settlement and out the other side. Yeah, there's a player who you guys won't know. Player went from like 1900 or 1800 up to 2K2, fully going Fast Castle Blackwood Archers. It's on my list of videos to make. The funny thing is, I don't think the player knew that I knew. that he knew about the strat, right? And so I had a game against him randomly. I was like, oh, it's this freaking guy. And I went forward Siege Workshop. And he's like, oh, T90 doesn't know. I'm going to be in a video, blah, 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 blah. And he's building his castle here. And my Siege Workshop is like right here because I killed his scout. It was a very satisfying game, I have to say. Yeah, he almost went 2,400 with it. It's very strong strat. And actually, last night before bed, I decided to play a game, and I was up against Stark, and Stark 2P'd me as well with the Blackwood Archer. I had a 30 vil lead. I was playing crossbows, skirms, and mangonels. I still died to all in Blackwood Archers. But I say all of this, and guess what? He's not going to go Blackwood Archers. So, yay, Blackwood Archers. No, he's not going to do it. He's going to play standard, which kind of felt like based on his build. Doesn't mean he can't go for Blackwood Archers later on. But he will play through the economic flexibility of the 2P. He'll drop off his res, and he will click up. And here comes Winchester now. Also, it's funny. Stark and I have been talking a decent amount. In the game I played against Stark last night, Stark said in Dark Age, he said, you are one of the few human beings who can do their hobby as their job, right? Which is true. I'm very grateful. It's amazing. This community's done so much for me. I love you guys. I responded jokingly. I said, hobby or addiction, because it was midnight and it's my only day off. I had other things I needed to do in my life, and it was just full on playing the game and recording videos. And Stark thought about it. Stark goes, until there's a clinic for people with gaming addiction, he says, we're going to call it a hobby. So I was like, well, it probably won't take too long. In like 10 years, I'm sure there's going to be clinics for that too. So look at this. ACCM fighting this back because he can garrison. He would never fight that back if he couldn't garrison. And now Winchester needs to leave. Guys, Vinch is adapting his whole strategy into a fast castle behind the militia because of the fear of the fast castle from ACCM. But, I mean, I'm not even sure if I'm in love with the opening for ACCM yet or not. We'll see. He makes it to Feudal Age. The plan would be to get Champy Runner to upgrade these from Champy Scouts to Champy Runners. Then you can absolutely kill Vinch's militia. But we've got walls from Winchester. And Winchester could go old school, fast castle behind this. Vinch used to do this a lot. Now, playing in towards crossbows could, in theory, be a little bit questionable. There could be a follow-up from ACCM. We'll see. But for now, Winchester's like, oh, nice. He's not going for the Blackwood Archers. That's good. My army will not get any value. So let's just run away and distract him. So that's fine. Okay, Twitch chat is telling me that there are actually places you can go if you're addicted to video games. I mean, it makes sense. I wasn't trying to be insensitive if anyone actually has a problem, by the way. But hopefully those places don't get to, like, yank people off the streets and take them into their clinics or something. Because, like, you know, I'm a prime target for that. So hopefully it's all voluntary. But I guess if I never leave my house, they can never find me, right? That's good. That's good. Here come the champies now. So I don't know. I'm a little confused at what ACCM's plan was. Because I feel like there's civs that you could play on this map that I've seen work quite well. I think he was hoping for the mind games. He was hoping for Winchester to simply just play fast castle or take a risk here. But, you know, in the end, it's some nice damage output. That house could go down pretty quickly, and Winchester won't have the resources to click up. So, in the end, I think Winchester will obviously be very happy, even though he lost the 3 militia. Actually saves the Eagle, which is nice. And, wow, first Archer's already here from ACCM, and Arson's on the way for ACCM. This is a lot of pressure. So that house will go down. Winchester reacting with double archer range now. There's 3 archers already for ACCM. I think that villager should be pulled back. Vinchester's good enough to always do it on time. And it's all about thinking ahead and pre-planning for what will happen once this house goes down. We've got the houses perfectly behind from Vinch. Vinch falls back. Very well played from Vinch. And there's not really too much you can do now if you're ACCM to push this. You can sit here and you can attack the house, but it's so easy for your opponent to just have double range production. But ACCM should recognize that there's no way Vinchester's on the way to Castle Age. It's a nice defense from Vinch, but Castle Age is no longer an option. And he does need to have some army here to deal with this. D-Freaking says, I'm an addict. I watch T90 official streams too much. Frowny face. No. We're very pro-addiction for that. Everything else in life, take care of yourself. But with that, no. We're on board with that. That's good. That's good. Houses are going down. Made Mayans have cheaper archers, so this should scale very nicely for Vinchester in the Archer War. Which then makes you think, will ACCM stop making archers? Right now, it seems like he has done so. He's going to make skirms. So, on the topic of these settlements, I really like them for the early game, but I find they can actually be kind of awkward to manage the longer the game goes on. Because once the resources are gone, they're blocking a lot of space. I don't know. I find the settlements to be extremely awkward at times. I think the way the civs are balanced, they should be a bit weaker in the later stages. They have a lot of early game bonuses. And nice job here from Vinchester. And how has Vinchester looked so confident here? Looked super smooth. Now, hold on. Champies are kind of like their version of an Eagle Warrior. So Champies should be a bit more problematic than you're thinking here, Vinchester. And, ooh, that turned around real quick. Yeah, Vinch will be happy with that. Yeah. Again, for those that aren't too familiar with this, think of it as an Eagle Warrior / Man-at-Arm. So it's kind of in the middle there. And ACCM will be happy. ACCM's economy is looking pretty solid. Berries are almost gone and we'll need more on food. Vinchester still has the berries and has healthy farm count. And Vinchester's just got to back up. So, I think Vinch is just happy. You have the additional Vill. Your resources last longer as the Mayans. You're not going to complain about that. Fall back behind the walls. Still keep making archers. ACCM left to just knock on the door a little bit again. But ACCM sells off stone. You could tell ACCM really feels like he needs to force the issue here. That this game is not gone as he would have wanted it to go. And I think Vinchester will probably click up to Castle Age with a very healthy eco. But the focus on this map, guys, is wood. You need to have control of wood lines. They're running out of wood here. And all the wood is going to be rangeable as well, right? Like once these trees are gone, all the wood lines can be hit. And then they're going to most likely be going for lots of range units, but it is going to be more champies for ACCM. At T90, what do Mayans do against mass champies? I really think that you can go a combo of like eagles and crossbows just because you can field so much army. I also think Plumed Archer is an amazing choice because the Plumed Archers get the additional bonus damage against infantry. But yeah, in theory, champies could be kind of problematic. I haven't actually seen Champy versus Eagle enough to really have a feel for that. But I think Vinchester is going to try and go double range, double barracks. Have the Eagles as a bit of a meat shield there. But I think Champies should beat Eagles. Still, though, I think with enough crossbowmen behind, then maybe the engagement's a bit different. It's weird, though. I think Vinchester might actually just be going for the Eagles, expecting skirms. But now he sees the additional barracks. Now he knows it's going to be Champies. If he didn't know before. Those Champies there are very weak. It might actually be worth it for Vinchester to turn around and try and kill one. But I guess his Eagle is also weak. Vinchester falling off the wood line for a second. Vinchester's farms have a ton of food on them. Vinchester will have a lot of gold. Vinchester really has the eco for food and gold here. So for Eagles, it's food and gold for the upgrades on the archers, but I don't think we'll have the wood for town centers or for ballistics, for example. Which are things you would typically want. All right, more settlements are up for ACCM. ACCM's in Castle Age a bit faster here. Walks forward. Will drop the Siege Workshop. Look at the scouting here. This woodline's been spotted. I think it's worthwhile for ACCM to eventually look up here as well, just to see if there's a woodline for Vinch. Vinch does know about this, so if he wins fights, he's going to sneak over there for wood. Vinchester getting the upgrades now. And Vinchester, I think, is going to look here and see, like, what are you doing out here, man? This is awfully suspicious. And the best players are going to find that timing and the position of the Siege Workshop, and there it is. Fun fact, ACCM's, as far as I'm aware, according to Wikipedia, ACCM's real name is, like, first name, I think, is Huang. Very, very common name in Vietnam. But we know the player Huang as, like, the all-in forward Siege Workshop guy, so it's a very Huang move to do that. Nice micro from Vinchester. The issue, again, is he is fighting at a disadvantage all the time. But it's only 5 pierce armor for the Champies, and the crossbows do 7 damage. So it's 2 damage a hit, plus the Eagles in front. The Champies only have 55 HP. I honestly feel like a lot of this comes down to how strong the Siege is, not the Champies. Nice house wall there from Vinch. Just gives himself an extra second to think, right? Army comes over. He does still have to ignore the hill, where there will be more Champions and more Siege. And, oh, that Skirmisher's the MVP. The Skirmisher got 1 hit there to stop the Palisade. House wall behind from Vinchester. He only loses 1 villager, but that's really annoying. It's a lot of work and a lot of pressure. I think we're also reaching the stage where ACCM... Oh, as he goes in here as well. And the crossbow goes down, villager goes down, and the Champions are going to run in. Man, these things are so annoying. And if they get in, they can rage you to death big time. And Vinchester left running home now. And this is all falling apart for Vinch. The defense was so good. But finally, ACCM gets through. And I was just going to say as well, I think ACCM can drop town center soon. So he can boom potentially. Man, when you're playing crossbowman and you don't have ballistics, it's so painful. And oh god, the Champions come in over here as well. 7 villager kills for ACCM. This is exactly where ACCM likes to be. The crazy thing, too, is he hasn't even used the Siege yet. It's just been the Champions. He's just gotten through. He's in again. Another villager will go down. These Champions will get killed off. But these Champions can get more villager kills. There's no market for Vinch, so he can't, like, balance his eco out either with all the floating resources. Oh, man. Turns out the Champions are still pretty damn good. Barracks for Vinchester will go down. Subs, we have the Champion emote. It might be the only time we get to use it today, so now would be a great time. I wasn't sure that people were really going to ban these civs coming into today, but then if the one time we see it in the first set, the Champions dominate, I think we could easily see the next couple sets ban out these civs. Now, it's a weird one because Vinchester traded a lot of army kills. So he didn't lose any of his army. But now Vinchester's got to recognize, like, he's really up against it. And he needs to have his best micro here. Ballistics is finally in. Thumbring is going to be in for him as well. Guys, this could be a crazy highlight. Let's see if Vinchester can do it. Look at how much from the enemy is here. There's a flag on the Siege Workshop. There's Champions lurking around that just killed the eco. There's also that random ram, which is probably a distraction. Vinch knows that Mangonel might hop out. He's waiting. There it is. And Vinch runs right back towards it. That's insane. That's insane micro. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but for anyone watching, that would easily be an army of dead crossbows. Unbelievable micro from Vinchester. He's hitting and running with the crossbows. He's only 2-shotting the Champions, though, and there's just so many of them. And with this number of Champions, with Vinchester running further away from his reinforcements, I just don't think Vinchester could really micro his way out of this. There will be more siege as well. The Champion spam for ACCM, it's going to be enough. Vinchester has to double back towards his base. If he does that, he'll see the Siege Workshop has the flag. Champion spam might have just won the game there, and ACCM about to go up 2-1. Big shot with the siege there. Look at this economy, guys. Look at the farms. Unbelievable. 23 farms for him. Champions got through around the left side as well, or sorry, the south. Eagles go to snipe the mango, and they get slaughtered. Damn. I mean, this turned around really quick. But, I mean, I don't know if he predicted Mayans or what, but you can't make knights or anything against this. And there's just so many champions. Again, they're tanky, so they can run underneath town centers without any problems whatsoever. And that's exactly what they will do. Vinchester tried to quick wall, but there's just too many damn champions here, man. Champions are going to be everywhere. Vinchester's eco is completely slaughtered. This is after the champion was nerfed 4 times. And we kind of joked that they over-nerfed them. But this is against the Mayans where Vinchester had a full wall. At ACCM making it work. I think the amazing thing for ACCM is that his eco is fully utilizing the settlements, right? Like being able to farm around your settlements now and essentially use it as a mill is just fantastic. And oh man, the town center on the left side was also going to be spotted. We had outposts around the sides here from ACCM as well. He fully expected that Vinchester was going to expand. And Vinchester taps out. And ACCM up 2-1. So yeah, a couple things here. I think if you know that ACCM is going to play standard, you probably don't play it like Vinchester does. I think he maybe goes for a bit of a faster feudal age, tries to get more army out in feudal, instead of playing towards the walls. But because of the threat of the fast castle with the Blackwood archers, because this is still unknown, I can understand why Vinchester did what he did. And I thought he adapted very nicely. At the end of the day, it's just a map issue. You need to have map control, and you're just out of position because you're running out of wood, and your opponent has the siege workshop. He needed to have this area. I actually think crossbow and eagles is still okay. Losing the 10 villagers was not. And then, yeah, he could never move out from his base because he had to chase the champions. Actually, a very clear situation where Vinchester needed a market. If you look back at his eco, if he has a market here, look at his resources. He needs ballistics badly, but he never really has the res. He's floating so many resources. And then he gets to university, and then it takes a while. He doesn't have the wood because he's getting pressure to the wood. Then he finally gets ballistics. Just took so much time. But honestly, at the same time, he wasn't able to spend his resources really fast enough. I don't look at this stat frequently, but you can look at the floating resources stat to see that Vinchester was floating more res. The biggest thing about high-level AoE is spending your resources as fast as possible. So I agree. I think he could have had a market, and then if he had a market, ballistics comes in a little bit faster. But, like, there was a lot of instances there where he couldn't spend his resources fast enough. Still, though, if you have the market, maybe you can buy the wood, drop a 3rd and 4th barracks, go for more eagles. It's not great with Mayans, but technically you could consider longsword there. I don't really know. Whew. Well, Vinchester's got to turn it around, guys. And to turn it around, he'll go to his home map now. Vinchester's still got some really nice civs remaining. And if we do get to a game 5, that will be on Mudflow. So far, ACCM won his home map. Vinchester lost his home map, but Vinchester took the first game. We'll go to Tuluo next, and then potential Mudflow for game number 5. But the big issue against raiding units when you're playing ranged units, you need to have ballistics so you can actually hit your shots while they're hovering around your base. But you also need to have your walls down. And those overchops and the holes in the walls were hugely problematic there for Vinch. All right. So, obviously switching the colors again. At least they're consistent. We've got game number 4. 1 win away from the quarterfinals for ACCM, though. After the first game, I was a little bit worried about ACCM's approach, you know? There were some question marks on the draft. But he ended up going for some nice Civ picks in the follow-up games. And hold up a second. Vinchester's going for a villager here. He misclicks the 1 vill, though. Doesn't actually get the kill. We've got Regicide mode, guys. But we've got Regicide mode Queen Edition. All right? But still, if you lose your queen, you are defeated. There's a 50-50 chance on if there is a queen or if there is a king in these gens. We've got Portuguese for Vinchester. We've got Bengalis for ACCM. Both civilizations that have strong economies, strong military. It's a bit of a weird map. You've got the fish in the middle, which you can utilize. But you start with Regicide resources, and there's lots of res around, like pre-built farms and boars and deer and stuff. So, realistically, I think Fast Castle is the typical play, and these games tend to go quite long. If the queen gets lost, T90 will give 20 subs. You don't get to volunteer gifted subs on my behalf. Don't try and bait me. I just might. All right. No, I actually think I did say I didn't realize that this would extend to playoffs. That's true. I did say that if a queen or a king is killed, but under the circumstances where it's like a genuine okay, like a genuine snipe, right? Like not someone's already dead and they just send their unit away just because they know I made the bet. Leary told me, he's probably joking, but Leary told me in the interview he wasn't that interested in going 15-0, and then he found out that I made a bet that no one had ever gone undefeated, and I had to give subs. So he was like, a little birdie told me, which means chat, viewers told him, a little birdie told me you didn't think it was possible, and you put some subs on the line. I don't know how many subs I promised, but don't worry, we won't see the queens go down. The queens are going to survive. Players are too smart for that. And, yeah, queen is just going to hold open the gate. She's nice. You know, some queens, they're off in their castle, and they're just living the high life, not helping the people, but not her. Nice job there from Vinchester. If you missed game one, Vinchester, he just did a really nice job winning the late game. He saw his win conditions, and he perfectly used his win conditions in the later stages of the game. And in that game, ACCM tried to force the issue as much as humanly possible, which is what he's trying to do now. He goes feudal age. He's actually adding a fire galley. It's a tough area to micro in, though, because there's also a tower back there. There's a tower firing. The queen is actually watching this. But ACCM ends up getting the snipe on the scout. Now he opens with a fire galley here. Now, I wasn't expecting a fast feudal, but Bengalis get 2 additional villagers when you do get to the next stage. And now you can idle the fishing ships and push the villagers away. I just think it's important for ACCM to save that scout. If you want stone on this map, you need to chop to the outside, by the way. You chop to the outside, then you get the stone, which means that like a super fast castle drop from either civ is kind of difficult to do here. And the trees also have 200 wood on this line, so it takes a long time to get out. Vinchester's just kind of hopped in and out of his dock for now. And 2 fire galleys. I mean, you'll take the dock down. I like the fire edition. People were going Hawks before, but Hawks do no damage against docks, it feels like. And if you know your opponent's not going to add any navy for a little while, just go fires. Like, what would Vinch do now? Vinch would go for a Hulk or 2. And then that would delay Vinch's castle age time because his resources are balanced out for castle. So market, blacksmith there from Vinchester. Resources are about perfect. And we have viewers complaining that we don't have channel points changed. So I don't know if we have any mods that can handle that. If not, guys, you'll just have to deal with no gambling for one game, I suppose. Someone named Jaegerbomb says, T90, will you name your firstborn after me? No. But you asked nicely, so thanks for that, I suppose. Thank you, Rusty Shooter, for the Prime sub. Now, Rusty Shooter, that could be a decent name. Nubinator, thanks for the 17 months. Retap, thanks for the 68. RT, Victor, welcome back, guys. What's up, Brunger? Says, T90, my boss is watching. Tell them this is critical for my productivity. Yeah, here's the deal. Brunger's boss. You think that if they spend all of their time working, that they'll be more productive. But actually, that will mean they will love their job less. And if they love their job less, they'll be less creative, and they will not push the company forward. So what I encourage you to do, let him watch the stream. Enjoy the stream, okay? And also, 25% raise, because he's clearly a very good employee. Let's see if that works. ACCM's Castle Age time. Wow, ACCM's build is sick. Guys, I've seen this before, and then I've never seen the individual reach a Castle Age this fast. This is insane. How is he getting to Castle Age this fast? He also killed that scout. He will add a stable to add more scouts for map control. Well played from ACCM. Seriously. Typically, the balance is way off. He didn't even use the market for that. So this is supposed to be Vinchester's home map. Vinchester's advantage is supposed to be that he can get the town centers up faster. It's not really that much faster. And ACCM has the fish. And ACCM gets the additional villas as Bengalis. So, yeah, I'm really happy with the performance from ACCM. Also, a big factor on this map is collecting these water buffaloes so you can delay your farms. So now the scout comes out immediately after chopping the tree and can start to send the water buffalo back home. We could also see the scouts around the outside just to snipe any bills. But isn't it telling? Like, Vinch isn't through. Like, Vinch didn't pre-click the trees, most likely. He just kind of let these villagers chop here randomly. ACCM focused down a tree. Otherwise, there's no way he would be through this fast. And now he can build that town center in that position. ACCM also going with the siege workshop. Now, that's interesting because you know the tower's on the front, and that's hard to push. You know the gold's on the side, so maybe he wants to, like, pressure these houses because he thinks there will be a town center there. Yeah, I think that the tiny details that you need to have on this map, ACCM has just played perfectly. Winning the water, cutting to the outside, the water buffaloes, which I know for viewers, you're like, how much do these random buffaloes matter? T90's just saying this to be interesting. No, it's actually huge. It's 300 food walking back. And so it can delay the farms. And then if you delay the farms, you have the wood for other things. Like a siege workshop. Wow, armored elephant, though. All right. I'm still really confused with Vinch. I mean, okay, he'll get a relic. But to not be immediate 3 TC in this position is very surprising to me. I guess his eco upgrades are really good. Maybe it's intentionally 2 town centers, though. Maybe he plays 2 town center fast imp. Or maybe I'm right and he's just late on the timings. He probably will see the stone, then buy stone, and then build a town center. Man, if he builds a town center there, and the siege can see this, though. Like, imagine if he goes mangonels over the wood line. Vinchester sees that vill. Vinchester's a little confused right now. He's like, why does he have a villager here? He will wall up the outside, probably expecting scouts. The scouts are actually in the middle. And ACCM can see all of that. Wouldn't it be so funny if he snipes the cows? Watch him kill the cows. That's such an ACCM play. Attack ground the cow. Nope, he sees the monk. Monk is more important than the cow. This army's about to be in. Vinch doesn't have anything to stop this. I mean, I guess that's not true. He's still got the monk and the spearman. House is about to be down. Vinch is not able to go to stone, which is what he wanted to do. 3rd town center from ACCM. My God. I mean, what a push. Vinchester's going to be in such an awkward spot now. None of this was part of the plan. This is all an adaptation. I think, if anything, he just has to run. And yeah, there he goes. He's going to leave. He's getting the pikeman upgrade. Villagers are going to leave. ACCM will hope to chase them down. I'm sure we'll see a light cav or something come back this way. All the red dots there are just the water buffalo he's collected. But ACCM's also focusing on his economy. So he doesn't need this to actually kill too much. What he needs is he just needs to delay Vinchester's decisions here. Poison say, do we have a siege ram and T90 emote? We have the ram emote, yeah. I don't know if it's a siege ram or just a normal ram. So impressed with the opening from ACCM. He is trapped now. Oh, but that's a nice attack rounds. And now the light cav will go back for the monk. In the end, I think he's going to end up losing his mangonel. But he knows that Vinchester doesn't have the town centers, and he could just run away. Nice clear up from Vinchester in the end, though. And finally, Vinchester gets a kill in this game. And now it can be Monks and Mangonels from ACCM continually pressuring here. Vinchester just feels stuck. Like, he feels like he can't go this way because ACCM will probably send some pressure this way. And there's outposts from ACCM already, so he's going to make his way there. Ooh, nice job from Vinch, though. Vinch gets the conversion. And we actually have a pause. But yeah, you kind of feel like you can't do anything this way. You can't take this stone because there could be siege. So then you got to go over this way. And that takes time. Chat, is my stream dead? Or was that a stream thing? Did something stream-oriented happen? Or... Okay, you know, I think that's not the players dropping. I think my my game lost connection. I've been having these weird blips with my game, or I thought was my game. I don't know what that was, but I got to rejoin the game. I'm sorry. It's like whatever's feed. I don't know if my game PC loses internet for like half a second, and then I can't catch up to the game. We got to speed up now. I'm sorry. But there was a freeze, right? Sorry, guys. I have no clue what that is. It happens every once in a while, and it's really annoying. If there was a freeze, it's not the game's fault. That just probably means I lost connection for half a second. So we got to catch back up. I have no choice, unfortunately. But right now, the way this game is trending, ACCM's just got full control. It's typically so hard on these boomy maps to take control because there's walls and towers and all these different factors, but he's just done a masterful job at that. Blue Pill says YouTube was fine. Wait, so YouTube, did you have any of those issues with the freeze on stream? Because that would be weird if it's different. I'll wait to see what YouTube says. It's odd. Either way, we'll be back. We'll be back very quickly. It froze the image, but not the audio. Okay, so they're saying they had the same... Some people are saying they had the same issue. Yeah, it probably was for both. We don't have to start platform wars, guys. All right, it's not a battle. It doesn't have to be YouTube smells, Twitch smells. Okay, so now we're back to where we were. I'm gonna go 2 times speed now because I don't want to miss any big things here. But we are catching up to live time after my drop. Significant control lead for ACCM because he's been able to attack his opponent and harass his opponent, and now he's got the monks. And he should get some conversions anyways on the pikes. And he clears up the pikes. He also converted the monk from Vinchester. Unbelievable engagement there. He's on the way. Vinch is on the way to the Imperial Age, but he's about to lose his market. And that is his Imperial Age TC. Also, Vinchester, do not lose your freaking queen, dude. Please do not lose your queen. ACCM is locked in right now. Again, his economy behind this is unbelievable. He's actually pushing towards this town center because he has a hill to push it, and he knows that tower would force him away. Vinchester's going imp, but for what? Imp for what? He won't have any army. And ACCM's just full send mode. He's got 4 town centers churning out villagers behind this. He's got great upgrades. I mean, the inefficiencies for Vinchester are insane. Vinchester will have crossbowmen. Vinchester will play... Well, clearly he's going to play ranged units there. Embracer's on the way. But he's 30 villagers behind. Behind this, ACCM is starting to stack castles up. And will think about Imperial Age himself. I can't be critical of Vinchester going imp. I actually think Vinchester going imp on 2 TCs is an amazing play. But it's just masterclass from ACCM to get this big of a lead. And Vinchester will micro this down. Look at the vision from ACCM, guys. He can see everything. Outposts and houses on the left side. Elephant and light cav around the north. Vision through the middle. Like, he is so completely locked in. And I think we are at live time now. Sorry again about the drop and the speed up. Okay, the only chance for Vinch, he needs to kill as quickly as possible, right? Here, the light cav's getting some raids. That will be annoying. But yeah, he needs to push as quickly as possible. Now, there's a castle here, which is bad for him. But he is about to complete chemistry, so he can play crossbow and bombard cannon. That can work here. The issue is still going to be the sides where ACCM can raid him. ACCM could always raid this way as well. ACCM is massing skirmishers behind this, and he's just waiting that 60 seconds until he's an imp as well. And once he is skirms, doesn't give you an answer to the bombard cannons per se, but it is going to be really good against the crossbowmen here. The crossbowmen just can't do a lot. The fishing ships never really mattered to ACCM. There is a demo in the dock just in case. But I cannot say enough good about ACCM's play. Realistically, though, the water buffaloes, man. I want to know. It feels like he ate most of them. Like, look how late he is to some of these farms. He's also been building the mills on the food on the outside. Like, all that stuff are important little details. All right, he's in the Imperial Age. Bracer's on the way. He has 20 skirms. Castle's under pressure already. Vinchester's micro is some of the best in the game, and he's got his back up against the wall. He knows he needs to kill fast. The queen is inside of that tower. Maybe there's a slight chance that Vinchester will want to snipe that, but he moves this way. There's a castle there. But ballistics isn't in for ACCM, so the university's the one thing that he's missed. He will back up with the Treb. Treb will sit in the perfect range just to range those cannons and hope to get some kills. And chemistry's on the way in. No stone to repair the castle right now for ACCM. He just switched some villagers to stone, but he needs to buy stone for now. The castle's starting to go down. He's going to abandon the position. Nervous times. This game has been all ACCM, but Vinchester's got an army that dominates games because you can't just go skirmishers against it because the cannons are there. You can't just go monks because the arbs are there. It's a very difficult army to engage into. And Bengalis don't get bombard cannon. Also, all the production is on the front as well. ACCM cannot afford to lose his production buildings. It's not like he has thousands and thousands of wood. He does have the monks back there. He is getting redemption. Sorry, I think he has redemption. Did he get redemption? He didn't get redemption yet. And that's costly. Oh, man. Also, I'd love to see Vinchester consider... Oh, big shots, big shots, big shots! I'd love to see Vinchester consider Praetoria at some point here. Man, I mean, I thought Vinchester was completely dead. But look at how much damage he's doing. Also, his economy's not half bad for someone who was so far behind in villagers. Looking at the balance of it, he's got everything he wants. He's got 8 freaking bombard cannons. ACCM probably can't believe it. He had the dream start. Guys, the queen is in there. The queen is right there. If she dies, it's game over, and I have to gift subs. Okay, queen just moved. Where is she? Where is she? Okay, she's running. She's running. She's a smart queen. Redemption's in, but, like, you need to convert multiple cannons here. That's so many bombard cannons from Vinch. Okay, 1, 2 locked in. 2 locked in. 2 conversions. Okay, 2 conversions is a start. Another conversion coming. ACCM's holding. Vinchester is aware now. Vinchester backs away. On the side, we've got some Wrath and we've got some monks hoping to harass. I think having vision on this gold is important. Queen is out in the open. Get to safety. Get to safety. But she's fine. She's probably safe back there. Vinch still no stone being mined. He has stone available. Hasn't gone out for it. ACCM has held. ACCM's eco is still very, very strong. It is stronger, especially with the relics. Almost feels like Vinchester is waiting until he gets a tech switch in or something. He's repositioning maybe to push the front of the base. So many bombard cannons. Holy. I mean, you're killing the Bengali monks with the attack rounds if that happens. That's such good play from Vinch. He knows the monk will walk forward a little bit, and he lands the attack rounds. Demo raft. That's kind of funny. Dock will go down. Vinchester sees this. Vinchester is exposed over here. ACCM's like, fine, you're not going to kill me? I'm just going to run to your exposed base then, where I could still see everything from before. And now Vinch has a decision to make. Vinch knows if he chases, he's dead, because he won't have any control and he's going to go push, which is probably the correct play. His eco will take losses, but it's the correct move, I think. He needs to move. Now, the decision is Elephant Archers for ACCM, which is a very strong option, but it's really costly, and his eco's not at the point to get the full upgrades there yet. He does have pikes in, but he doesn't have elite Elephant Archer yet. And here comes the Skirm Raid. And I don't think he's expecting Vinchester to be able to afford Cavalier. I don't think Vinchester's expecting the elephants either. Oh man, bit of a base trade. Monks are going to be important on both sides. The monks for ACCM are still going to add lots of value, both on the front and defensively. I don't think this is that good for the elephants. There's only one monk to convert. Over here, the Cavalier will go in. Will ACCM convert the Cavalier? Vinch needs to go for the monks. He's trying. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. This isn't bad. ACCM is holding. ACCM's pushing it back. The elephants are so tanky. And over here, he might end up losing his army. But I think that's okay. As long as he pushes this back, that's all he really needs. He can reclaim the relics that just got pushed out. These elephants were the key. And he can get the relics. He can come take these golds again in the middle of the map as well. And that's the main issue for Vinchester, is he can barely take gold. He's taking gold here. He doesn't have any other map control. He doesn't have any castles. And these elephants just can't be stopped, bro. Oh, man. GG. ACCM to the quarterfinals. You can't lose that many bombard cannons with this economy and have that be okay. Oh, man, that's huge value. It's not the amount of kills. It's the type of kills he just got there. That's insane. Over here, skirmishers will come. Look, he has an outpost right here, dude. He sees all the map still from the early game. So he'll just go over there. Go to raid the golds. Over here, he's got vision. Guess what? There's a stone there. He's going to castle that. Queen needs to go to safety, and he's realizing the only way I lose this game now is probably if I lose her, so we'll send her into the castle. And Vinch is getting better Cavalier upgrades now, but now it's Elite Elephant Archer, and Elite Elephant Archer is a whole different world of pain. The Elephant's art would have been enough to kill the Cavalier before. It's going to be even better now. Wow, such a great job from ACCM. And you know what's cool, guys? Is every single win and loss, he always did something different than his opponent. Game 1, obviously, we questioned it a little bit in terms of, like, the Civ choice. But, like, the Shu Wu game, he always made sure the shoe was on the other foot, you know? Here, here he goes for the fast feudal approach into the boom. He's a bit off meta compared to the other players. And he certainly has had to bring the strats today. Gold for Vinchester is an issue. Vinch might actually be looking for the queen, honestly. Like, if you killed the tower, you might think there's a chance the queen is around somewhere. But no, she's back inside the tower. Vinch has to fight. It's a best of 5. He would be eliminated in the round of 12 if he loses this game. Obviously does not want to tap out, nor should he. But I don't see how he's going to really surprise ACCM. ACCM sees the whole map. He's playing in God mode. Like, he sees the world. He sees it all. He sees the whole universe. Like, these castles are just insane. The confidence to place those castles. Knowing about those 2 Cavalier camping on the gold. Just so much vision. And eco upgrades he didn't have before, he's going to get now. And he could just... Bengalis even get better from here. You can get Mahayana. So your villagers and monks take up less population space, which gives you even more room for military. We could see Battle Elephant. We could see Halb. So I'm just going to put this out there. I consider Vinchester to be dead. So if, in the event that Vinchester were to, I don't know, lose his queen right now, I am not sure that it is a snipe that changes the game. Okay, we can debate on it if it were to happen. His population is very high. He is Portuguese. He can make Feitoриas. But he has very little access to gold. That is going to be the worry for him. And his situation is not changing at the moment that much. Again, the queen is still there. There are a lot of skirmishers there from Vinchester. But it's now elite battle elephant from ACCM. Do you know how expensive this is? Like, I don't think I've ever seen elite battle elephant and elite elephant archer in the same game in a tournament before. It's usually one or the other. Well, he'll lose the monastery on the side. That's fine. But yeah, he's going to come with the elite. The double elite chonker here. At Vinchester, I think the second he even sees elite, he might tap out. Castle in the north, raid in the north from ACCM. My God. Yeah, there he is. That castle will obviously get deleted. But yeah, it's the double elite finish for the series for ACCM. Still has access to all the gold in the map. Still could see all the golds on the map, obviously. Here, maybe a little ambitious. That castle might get denied. But whatever. If he loses villagers, that's just more population space for elephants at this point. Vinch can never win this fight. The army value is 10k for ACCM. That's how expensive his army is. And 50% of that is gold. He is a wealthy, wealthy man. ACCM, 3-1s Vinchester. Now, after the first game, with Vinchester's patience there, I was a little concerned that ACCM's trickery and his aggression wasn't going to be enough today. But ACCM, 3 straight games where he was able to, again, just do something a little bit different. But this was cool because we didn't see a lot of Tuluo matches in the group stage, especially from ACCM. And this was Vinchester's home map, so you would expect that there's a chance that ACCM could not be prepared for this because there's 15 maps in the pool. But guess what? ACCM is prepared for everything. He is one of the most serious tournament players we have, and he'll move on to the quarterfinals. We'll look at the bracket here, see who he faces, but whoever has to face ACCM is not going to be happy to see how prepared he was. That was beautiful. More wood, more food, more gold, more stone, more of everything, really, except for APM. But it's just the strategy, dude. The strategy is so good. The ability to, like, see the whole map, control the game like that, control the map. The defense got a little bit awkward there, but then to be able to hold and stabilize against the bomber cannons and arbalest, it's just not easy to do. There's a reason people don't play like him, because everything has to go right. To play like ACCM, you take some risks. You count on getting some damage. Other people just play more defensive because you're not going to be able to get enough value. ACCM wins. All right, so we have more sets coming up today. All right. More sets coming up today. The next set is going to be Hearts against Lewis. Now, initially, I was hoping to have interviews of the players who win their series, but I do need to touch base with my admins on the situation there. We might, because we have 4 sets today, need to skip the ACCM interview and move on. Let me just wait for some word there. Okay, our base says we said no interviews today. Oh, yeah, we did say that because we have 4 sets. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we're on a tight schedule. We've got to move it to the next set. Hart and Lewis are drafting right now. I'm still going to take my break because we've got 4 sets here today. So I'm going to move over to the drafting scene, switch over the draft, switch over the scoreboard, guys, and then we'll be into it. But thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Again, we've got 3 more best of 5s. Just toss up the civs real quick. And then switch over the scoreboard. And yeah, we'll be in. What's up, Keeper of Souls? Thank you. So happy for ACCM. He seems so prepared. I think the one thing in group stage that was maybe a shock in the 5 sets was when he got 3-0'd by Sebastian. Beyond that, though, it was basically the perfect group stage for him. So, Knocker says, sub chat just got here. Was this the first set of the day? The one we just finished, the scoreboard at the top is the first set of the day. That's over now. Just fixing the drafts for this series. We'll take a short break. They're going to do the civs here in a second. Yeah, you guys want Choppa for the break? I can do that. When ACCM plays AoE too, it's so cool, dude. I don't know. There's just something about his games that are so special. There's the maps for the next series. Let me switch the scoreboard. We got heart on the left. I think I added one extra T in Heart's name. I'm going to fix that later. And then we got, we'll have Lewis on the right. One moment. There we go. Cool. All right. Civs are going to be flying in here, guys. I got to step away, get some water, all right? But yeah, see you in a bit.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper.
Hunter. Halsa. 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 Hunter. Halsa.
Wood, please.
Halsa. Good job. You now have enough wood. Halsa. Good job. You now have enough wood. Halsa. Good job. You now have enough wood. Halsa. Good job. Good job. Halsa.
We have captured all of Nisus's lumber.
Halsa.
We have captured all lumber.
Halsa.
We have captured all of Nisus's lumber.
Halsa. Good job.
Wood, please. Wood, please.
Halsa. Good job. You now have enough wood. Halsa. Good job. You now have enough wood. Halsa. Good job. You now have enough wood. Halsa. Good job. Good job. Halsa.
We have captured all of Nisus's lumber.
Halsa.
We have captured all lumber.
Halsa.
We have captured all of Nisus's lumber.
Halsa.
Wood, please.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting, guys. 3 more sets to go. Let's go. Man, first set was really fun. Thank you, everyone, for being here. If you missed it, it's worth rewatching, but, you know, maybe later because we have potentially 15 more games. Hello, though. Hello, Huggy. What's up, team? What's up, Green Bay Burger? Hello, Spinosaurus. Hello, Link. What's up, Meta? Fear the Dark Age. Thank you for the 28 months. Keeper of Souls. Thank you for the 2 years. Let's go. 26 months from Carol. 3 months from Lecter. Thank you, Ramalki. I don't know where we're at. Let me switch off the draft real quick. We're getting there. We're a little over 200 subs away from the next giveaway where I'll give away TTL mug, t-shirt. The rest of the goals are up there. Thank you so much, everybody. I would have felt, it would have been tough to track, but it would have felt weird to put any goals up for the last, 3 months. I guess there's nothing wrong with that because I've been going at it for a long time now. But I felt doing it the last couple weeks was best. So it has helped, and thanks everyone for contributing. Showing up every day, watching, supporting, having fun, I hope. So once the Civ draft concludes, I need to show you something. But I'll only show you guys if you promise not to laugh. Because it's an issue. Okay, zoom out, idiot says I promise. If half of chat promises not to laugh, then I'll show you. Because I know some of you guys are just too honest. You will never make that promise. Okay, all right. Half, maybe, sort of. All right. All right, that's at least half, maybe. Let's wait till these civs finish. We have Toopy picked from Lewis, though. What? That could make things interesting. Again, we've got 6 bands now. We increased the number of bands midway through the tournament. And we still didn't have Toopy banned. All right. Let's just wait for these final 2 picks. Very different map pool here. The only map that's repeated is Mudflow, and that was the one map we didn't see from the first set. So we'll have very different games. Okay, Cuman's final pick for Lewis. Wow. And then Roman's for Hart. All right, so we'll get to that. So here's the deal. Guys, we had hundreds and hundreds of entries for the prediction contest, for the group stage, all right? Which is super cool. Thank you, everyone who contributed. And we also had 1,300 fantasy teams submitted as well, just for a bit of fun, to make things more enjoyable throughout the season. The entire way through, pretty much the entire way through, I was top 10 on the predictions. I've been this close to first place the entire way up until the last week. And as of this morning, all the results are in, and it's updated. And I went to check the leaderboard. And I'm tied for 53rd, and T90 feet picks, whoever this person is, remember this from 6 weeks ago, freaking beat me. Came in last week and passed me. I was top 10 the whole time. I end in 53rd, and T90 feet picks is ahead of me. So thanks to whoever that was. Congratulations to Lyard, who was honestly first place the last 3 weeks, and ended up just winning it. Congratulations on that. But man, dude, to go from top 10 to 53rd and then be behind T90 feet picks is painful. Also, my fantasy team, I'm tied for second. So close. Congratulations to Antonio69, your fantasy team, which had Leary, Barles, ACCM, Lewis, Sato, and Mihai. Won. And what was mine? Mine was... Wait. Isn't it the same? Oh, I didn't have Sato. I had Sebastian. Ah. Makes sense, because I think Sato got one more win. Damn. So yeah, well played, everybody. It was a fun season with that. But I can't believe that freaking feed picks passed me there, man. Painful. It's Dr. Chaos says, is it updated completely? If you scroll down the right side, the last 2 results don't have points. Yeah, the 2 results that don't have points is because there are 2 sets that were not played due to Nikov pulling out for medical reasons. So, all right, guys. Next series is about to begin. I'm going to give Ornlu a call. Ornlu's going to cast the next 2 sets with me because he is a boss. And I've been enjoying my cast with Ornlu. And I'll have T West joining for the finale of the day, Viper Tato. Let me give him a call and speculate a little bit on the draft here before they begin. But yeah, 2 sets after this. And hello, Orlu. Good morning. Ish. I guess it's not morning.
It feels like morning, to be fair. Although that last set was very fun and exciting.
It was. I was just saying how cool it was that ACCM he finds a way to play a bit off meta and tries to strategically beat his opponent. And I mean, the 3 wins he had were just masterful.
Yeah, it's like the first game, it felt like ACCM was just never going anywhere.
Yeah.
And then ACCM's like, wait a minute. I will just make every single correct decision, even if it's not the most obvious thing to do. And then it looks like Vinchester has no chance. So good stuff.
And now, I mean, he looks that dominant. And also on all the maps, too. I thought it was really telling that on Vinch's home map, he looked like he was playing on his home map. Tato is going to be a little worried, maybe, right? Like, he got first place in his group, but now you have to play ACCM. I think that's a very 50-50 series. I might even favor ACCM. Just recency bias. I think
especially once you get to like the deeper stages of the tournament, we really have to look at the players who are so well-rounded. And I think that is, ACCM in a nutshell, is that he can just do anything on any map, and he doesn't have to rely on a specific game state to be successful.
On that note, now we're in the round of 12. Hart's been here a lot more than Lewis has. What do you think is going to be the key for Lewis today in order to beat Hart?
Well, it's interesting, right? Because I think both of these players are quite similar. I mean, the word hamster was thrown around several times in my chat, but they're both very execution-oriented players, but Hart has that more experience.
Yeah.
And Hart is going to be more familiar with these atypical game states. And yes, a lot of the maps tend to be the more aggressive execution-oriented ones. And yet Lewis went with Zimbabwe and Mudflow, which I think is really telling that he doesn't want to play like the super standard aggressive hybrid maps that Hart went with.
I'm wondering what Hart's memory is like and what his preparation is going to be like, because I think that if I were anyone playing against Hart, I would not want to play the same style as him, right? And so a map like Mudflow, you have to think, how can you find a way to do something different? Well, Lewis, week 1, I believe, went Japanese on Mudflow, and he was the one who started the fish trap trend there. And he did it with Japanese, and he's got Japanese as his first Civ pick. So I feel like he'll do that. Zimbabwe as well is like not a map that Hart did too well on in group stage. I think he played it once and lost. And then game 1, which we'll start off here in a moment, is Slopes. Maybe Lewis feels like he can compete with the meta, but then there's also the option to maybe play Cumans or something there. So I don't know. I'm looking at Lewis's draft, and it feels like at least 3 out of these 5 games, he has a strategy designed where he's not doing the same thing as Hart. And that's how you beat Hart. But also at the same time, it's like, Hart's so good, you can expect what he's going to do, and he would just beat you anyways. So.
But also, that's like, I think why Hart struggles in the very latest stages of tournaments, because if Hart isn't going to be able to win just by playing straight up, I think he has a much tougher time.
Yeah.
Which is why I think that's also similar to Jordan, even though they're kind of different players back when Jordan was more active, where it's like you run into the very tippy top players and you just can't play the sort of standard controlled meta game, and then it looks a lot more difficult. But still, this is where Hart should be in that advantageous position in this round of 12. So we'll have to see how far he can go in this tournament, because he's playing very well overall.
Yeah, the other thing about this season is we've got a LAN event for 8 players a week after. And that is, not only is that maybe on some players' minds, but then also just qualifying was a lot of time and energy into the game. Hart has had, pretty obvious history of like he can face some burnout, right? And he just hasn't been as active around AoE2 this season. Obviously, he's done well to get here, but I do wonder like how much practicing and prep is he putting in? Whereas Lewis isn't going to Red Bull. That's not on his mind anymore. Lewis is super young, he hasn't been around as long, and he has a lot to prove. So I really feel like motivation-wise, it's very high for Lewis. potential is very high for Lewis. So with all that in mind, I could see him winning it. And as a final,
well, if you looked at his own predictions, Lewis has taken the whole tournament.
yeah,
Easy
did
peasy.
true. He did predict that he's going to win the whole tournament. That was his prediction with his paint scribbled numbers into the bracket. But yeah, it's just funny to think about it, right? Because I bring up like, okay, Red Bull's coming up, so maybe the top 8 players might not be as prepared, might not take it as this season quite as seriously. But then you have ACCM; he's going to be there.
To be honest, I have no idea who's going to Red Bull. Is Hart going?
Yeah, so it'll be ACCM, Hart, Hera, Leary, MBL, Sebastian, Vinchester, Yo.
All right, you're prepared, man.
So, well, I pulled it up to verify it, but like,
oh, okay.
So Yo, you could say, okay, hey, maybe had a little bit of an off season. Maybe Vinchester was prepared for Red Bull. You go down the list of names; those are 2 players at least. MBL too, like they haven't done phenomenally well. But then like ACCM's he's just always so prepared for everything he plays. So it is.
But ACCM's always the exception as opposed to the rule. I mean,
you
just put ACCM in any situation and he looks like he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll be into it here soon. Game 1. And it will be, oh man, it is going to be the freaking Tupi. Of course it is. 90 seconds till we find out what Lewis wants to do with this. But many players were very outspoken about this new DLC. They didn't like it. The champions have since been nerfed. We've got 6 bans on the draft. Because of the nerfs, I think people don't want to ban the champy civs because they don't feel that they're as strong. But the Tupi made it through, and Lewis is going to open it up with something unique. You have to assume here. So,
but is it going to be anything other than aggressive chompy play? Because that's still very good. I mean, ACCM just showed that, but ACCM also did a good job of leveraging the timing that you get with the cheaper upgrades for the Tupi. So it looked very well prepared. Lewis, I'm sure, also is going to be well versed in whatever he has in store. But you are going to be running into Romans, and chompies already lose to Men-at-Arms, but Roman Men-at-Arms, that's something else.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's the conversation we just had. The conversation of you're going to do something different, right? So I think Hart really doesn't like to be in a situation where he doesn't know what his opponent is going to bring his way. If he doesn't have that intel, that's a problem for him. So I'm curious to see if he maybe changes his own strategy. Maybe tries to play a little too off of his own game. But it'll be fun. Thanks for joining up, by the way. Official prediction, scoreline before we do the intro.
Hart 3-1.
Okay. I like that prediction. Like I said, I think Lewis has a lot of potential, and I think that for him, it's already an amazing storyline for him. I cannot find his flag. But I think for him, he might need a little bit more experience, and if things don't go well to start, I could expect someone like Hart to gain a lot of confidence from that. So we'll see. 2 players that know each other very well. They, according to Leary, have been doing a lot of training. Leary said the other day that Hart is basically Lewis's mentor. So and the winner here will actually face Leary. And Leary said that he's looking forward to that. Leary, of course, undefeated this season. So we got Lewis in the blue playing as the Tupi. We've got Hart playing as the Romans. If it's champions from Lewis, the Romans have the tools for it, Orlu, don't they?
Yeah, their Men-at-Arms are going to be able to handle the Tupi chompies pretty darn comfortably. And yes, chat, it is pronounced chompy. Don't need chat going after my pronunciations again. It comes from the Inca word for mace, or the Quechua word to be specific.
Oh, thank you. We even get the background on where it came from. I like that. That's good. Can we give us some context on the Blackwood Archer?
So the Blackwood Archer is actually references the type of wood used by the Tupi archers, and they're big, heavy bows, which, funnily enough, was translated to be like the super cheap, weak archer, but they're basically big, heavy bows that the Tupi fired arrows with, and of course the poison darts using the poison dart frog poison, I guess, was
yeah.
very common.
So I guess it's unrealistic how mobile these Blackwood archers are, because realistically, if they were big, heavy bows, it wouldn't be running around like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Gotcha.
But I think it fits in well with the 2P and AoE too. And yes, it is 2P technically, but we have to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Hart already prepping, because you just don't know, right? I think the one thing that we saw, the only thing that we saw when this DLC was introduced is the Tupi and the Muisca and the Mapuche. They were going to spam the Champies, the Chompies. Wait, Champy or Chomp, right? Chomp?
It's like, oh, I call him to do this. It's the Chompy, not the Champy.
The Chompy. The Chompy. Sounds very bougie. Okay. Anyways, so that's what people were doing, is going for the early rush. And so Hart already has the preemptive Palisades placed just in case. But that is not what Lewis is choosing to do. And I think it is at the point where the other benefits of the Tupi should be what you should lean towards. The settlement, of course, which can act as an economic building for both the berries and the wood there. And then also the settlement will go over to the hill, which in theory could be for the stone as well. But it's probably just for the food. So Lewis taking the risk, and Hart's going to do the same, which is actually surprising to me because I think both of them I consider to be low-risk players for the most part.
Yeah. But I like with the 2P in particular is because you can garrison the villagers in the settlement. So if you're under attack, you can just hop right into it like a Khmer house. And unlike a Khmer house, they're pretty tanky, right? It's no negative melee armor like the house has, 1,000 HP. It's not really as viable for a bunch of militia to run in and snipe it. So I think that it works out pretty well for the 2P in this situation.
Yeah, the issue for the Civ really is going to be the lack of options, right? You do have the Chompy, you do have the Archer follow-up, but you don't get a stable like the Romans do. So Romans could play infantry, they can play Archer, they can play Skirmisher, they can also play stable. So usually these Civs are balanced around doing very well at what they do. And still wondering what Lewis is going to do. And so I think we have our answer. He is going to go to stone. He is going to try Fast Castle Blackwood Archer here.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if this is good, but it's cool.
I can tell you, I died to it last night. It's insane. It's insanely strong.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's insanely strong.
This is exciting.
I mean, think about what a lot of these risky fast castles entail. Typically, you have a very cheap unit with range, right? So that's what the Blackwood Archer is. And yes, the weakness of the Blackwood Archer is you only have 20 HP, but in the hands of a pro player, you can get a lot of value from it. So I don't know, though. I've never seen it on slopes. So you obviously need the food. On Arabia, you could push in 4 deer. Here, you kind of have to commit to the settlement. But let's look at Hart's scouting right now. Hart is just opening for what looks to be a scout rush. He doesn't see a stone. He actually sees what I would consider to be normal eco with the villagers on wood and the villagers on the berries. So he does not know what's coming yet.
He doesn't know, but he does not see the barracks. And, I mean, I guess he could be thinking, okay, I just didn't happen to scout the barracks, but it is still something that's worth considering, is that, okay, there should be at least some alarm bells going off. The Chompy here for Lewis will indeed see the stable coming in, so he knows it's just a very normal-looking scout opening for the Romans player, but you're going to need to do something a little bit more than normal when it comes to being able to apply pressure to this incoming castle drop.
Lewis is really good at Vil fighting. And obviously, there comes a point where you do need to wall. Now Hart sees the stone, but the fact that you could hop in and out of the settlements allows good Vil fighters to just kind of fight back any early army and then just go in and out of the settlements. I actually think the series later today, Viper Tato, Viper is going to want the 2P. I think it's perfect for Viper's little quick walls, like little nerdy micro. And Viper's also been doing a lot of fast castles recently. But can Lewis get the timing right? He's going no army. Can he get to Castle Age without taking significant losses? That's the question here.
Yeah, because if you get to Castle Age, Roman Scorpions should be literally one of the best things possible against the Blackwood Archers. It's really where that low HP of the Blackwood Archers can be a big issue, at least in my experience, is dealing with Scorpions. And here comes the forward tower, and it's going to be annoying, but because you have food in other areas of the map, it isn't as painful as this would be on Arabia.
Yeah, but what I like about this for Hart is he's idling a lot of eco. You have to show some patience. You know the villagers can hop in and out, but you have to keep your army alive. And Hart still has the 5% greater efficiency of the Romans behind this, and he's got the shorefish locked down. But so far, no villager kills. Tower goes up. Lewis is on the way up. Lewis still has the stone. And now he loses his first villager.
And indeed, going down there, not going to be ideal for Lewis, but the most important thing is that he clicked up to Castle Age.
Yep.
So as long as you're making it to Castle Age with this Phosphoru-esque build, that's really going to be... Okay, that's goal number 1. Everything else is going to be bonus on top of that. Again, you need to make sure you have enough stone for your castle. You are almost there as Lewis. But not yet, and the vills are going to be coming in here at the back, but no stone income until right now for Hart, means that tower is going to be slightly delayed.
If Hart had an experience going towers and scouts, he's on stone earlier, and he has enough for the tower right now. That could be a big difference maker in this game. But Lewis is going to drop his own tower, and he's just repairing. And Hart still has never checked the other villagers in the north. He still does not know. That would be... I know they can save themselves inside of the settlement, but that's essentially 3 free kills, I would say. So risky for Lewis. Hart's still adding the scouts. Hart's still actively patrolling around. Obviously, Hart's eco should be a lot more efficient here, though the res collected still somehow very even. And Lewis just doesn't have enough stone. He does not have enough stone to build that castle right away, which is what he needs.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're looking to do for Hart. And I mean, to credit Lewis, this is the exact sort of build strategy, whatever you want to call it, that you want to do against Hart in general.
Yeah.
You're forcing Hart to go out of his comfort zone. Hart is not a guy, even in the tower rush meta, didn't love going for the tower rush. But with the power of the market, all things are possible. And right now, that castle is coming in for those Blackwood archers.
Yep, and if Hart goes to attack there, whoop, right inside of the settlement, and then right back out. Without that, I think this is completely dead. Like, I think all the vills are dead, but just being able to hop in and out, that change, as well as some of the other small flexibility options, has made the difference. And, I mean, the market's still up, which is critical to balance out your res. He could afford a settlement, which puts you onto wood and to gold. And the thing about the Blackwood archers is when you pay for 1, you get 2. So pretty soon, he could be up to 2, 4, 6, 8 range units, and Hart is still in feudal age here.
It is going to be tough, but the Blackwood archers are not that cheap. They're, what, 35 wood, 45 gold, I think, or something like that. So it's not like they're the cheapest unit in the world to mass when your eco is so thinly stretched as it is right now. But having that 5 range is just so critical here because it means that you can poke and prod with your quick movement speed and then do exactly what Lewis is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, 5 base range, and then you just sit there. If Hart ever gets in close, he could run into the castle. So Hart's trying to do damage, but this archer is very good, and Lewis still has food income, so he could get fletching, he could produce some vills. He still has the market to buy and sell, and trust me, I played against this last night. I was just saying, Stark beat me with this last night. You're just, on the other side of this, you keep convincing yourself their eco should be crap, and they're not going to be able to field the units. Typically, you're wrong, man. And it is a... very uncomfortable feeling when we're 17 minutes into the game and there's 10 military units running towards you already.
It's not great, and I'm kind of surprised that Hart is continuing to invest so heavily into the scouts. Now, remember, of course, guys, the Blackwood archers only have 4 base attack, so it's the same as a regular archer in that sense. I just don't know if this is going to be enough. I mean, we're in uncharted territory here as the players, as the casters, as the viewers, and I think we're all going to be learning something here.
Well, we are, and it's really cool, but if over the last week, you're keeping an eye out, there's a player from 1800 who's gone up to 2400 with this strategy. You know, Huang,
oh, really?
People who are known doing this strategy, right? This is a thing. So I wonder if Hart recognized this was going to be potential. There's the downside of the archers, though. They're super weak. So if the scouts can get in close, the scouts can kill them, and at least half the army's dead there.
Yeah, that's not how you want to utilize the resources you get back from fallen soldiers. A lot of those Blackwood Archers went down. It's a unit that you want to be in as large number as possible. Bodkin Arrow is in, which is huge for our 2P player Lewis. But I think maybe some forward siege workshops are going to need to come in because those defensive towers are absolutely doing the job they need to at the moment and keeping Heart's very strong eco safe and looking to intercept some more units.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on this. Remember, there's that refund. 15% of all of your fallen units with this Civ, it comes back, which I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but no other Civ has any refund when they lose units, so that is pretty significant. I mean, Hart's still telling himself he's got the greater efficiency, he has the bigger Vil lead, but it's in this never-ending cycle now where you can't go Castle Age, because if you do, you die, and you have to stay in Feudal and continue to produce the scouts.
Yeah, and Hart just seems very uncomfortable with dealing with this. I mean, the scouts are kind of an interesting way of going about it, but it feels like skirmishers and being able to click up to Castle Age with towers would probably be the safer all-around approach.
Yeah.
Because it just feels like he has to spend so much food just not dying that you're still eventually probably going to be overwhelmed by the opponent that can just continuously spam these two units all at once indefinitely.
Look how many he has. Look how many Blackwood Archers there are. It's unreal. And you've got 6 attack, you've got 7 range. Like, the range is really the biggest thing. Like, there's just army everywhere. It's so fast with the production, and of course, still pretty cheap. Hart's got better upgrades than he did before. He didn't have bloodlines in the early engagements. Now he'll try. Loses 1 scout. We'll lose 2 scouts. We'll lose 3 scouts.
Yeah, I think that you're now getting into the position where the Blackwood Archers are... Well, okay, they die real fast. I mean, look how quickly that engagement turns on its head.
Yep.
Not having +1 defense actually matters a lot here because you're going to be taking another hit to go down, essentially, with your Blackwood Archers.
If I were to be thinking dream scenario for a tournament series against Hart, I would say game 1, you go for something he's never faced up against. Go for something that's going to make him regret not banning it and have that affect his mentals a little bit, right? Because Hart's never been one to really experiment with the new things, right? He's one who likes to play standard play, scouts, archers. He doesn't play unique units much at all. And this is just perfect from Lewis, at least with that in mind. I also love how he's still being resourceful and using the other area of the food income on this map. He's really utilized the map well. And now Siege Workshop in the middle. I mean, Hart is still in Feudal. He's got the worker lead, but he's just loses his scouts so quickly. Feels like he's never going to make it to Castle Age this game.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where technically Hart is both ahead in resources destroyed and in resources collected, but his opponent's units are so cheap, and you're getting a little bit of a refund from them, that you're just stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the more towers are coming in, and that's nice, but it's like, where do you actually go in this game as our red player? And with the Mangonels coming out too, I feel like it's just really tough for Hart.
I will say, I don't really like adding Siege against Stables here. Like, you probably should know that Hart is in this all-in state where he's going to spam Cav forever. Maybe Lewis doesn't know. But Scouts could pretty easily snipe the Siege. But I guess when you're behind an eco, you do want to pressure. Micro is good from Lewis, though. He saves the Mangonel, and now he's sitting underneath the 1 tower and killing villagers. So
that is so huge.
Yeah, nice find.
I actually like the Mangonel from Lewis just because you need something to kill buildings. I
yeah,
think that
yeah.
You're still all in. You still need to end the game very, very quickly. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think that this is sort of a necessary move. But I like how he utilized it, where he sent a group of those Blackwood Archers in at a different angle, killed several villagers, and now Hart is just in full-blown panic mode.
Yeah, and Hart's own buildings are blocking the pathing there, too, as he goes in with the scouts and has to delete his buildings. He will end up losing these scouts as well. There's still going to be an archer remaining. His stone on the front has been denied as well. The siege is going to come in, and Hart's sitting here like, are you kidding me? Like, what is this guy doing to me here? Blackwood Archer, what is this unit? And, well, only what it is it's a new reason for people to say the DLC is pay to win. It's no longer the Chompies.
Exactly. Despite the non-tuple nerf of the Chompies that just came in. Oh my goodness. It's But it's tough, right? If you're not familiar with how you should deal with something, it's generally speaking going to be easier to execute than it is to defend against. And Lewis has clearly practiced this and knows what he needs to do.
Yep.
And Hart has just not simply been in this situation before.
Yep. No, absolutely. I don't think they're... And also, oftentimes with Hart, you think, who does he practice with? Well, apparently he's been practicing with Lewis. I doubt Lewis would have shown him this. But also, he practices with Leary. Leary never does this stuff, right? Leary bans this. Leary actually said, after he went 15-0, he didn't even buy the DLC. Like, legit, doesn't even own the civs. So, yeah, it's the perfect type of strategy against Hart. And Lewis has since fixed his economy. He's on 2 town centers now. So we're in a standard situation where one player is just able to boom and adapt to the late game. Will Hart even make it to Castle Age right now? He's got no army. So he had to choose between more scouts or Castle Age. Scouts weren't working, so he tries Castle Age, but... Oh, it's got to be painful being Hart at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been in this situation before where you're just caught off guard by this push. You're not exactly sure what you need to do. And it's so obvious what your opponent does. And it's just make more army, attack your opponent. Now, if you're wondering when the extra TCs from Lewis should come down, it came in as soon as he got those 6 or 7 villager kills all at once on the gold mine. And that, guys, is a really good rule of thumb if you're going for this sort of Phosphorou-esque build, is you can add eco as soon as you really do some damage to your opponent.
Yeah, it was perfect. Honestly, you lose 1 vill against all-in scouts and towers. You get a castle down on your wood and your gold, and you're constantly pressuring. Genuinely just perfect. And let's not forget, Lewis got promoted up to Platinum League this season. This is the first time he's ever been in Platinum League. Hart's, I would say, in most people's top 10. And that would be deserved. And Lewis is looking like he belongs here, man. He's played so well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the degree of preparation that you would expect to see from somebody who makes a deep run in a tournament.
Yeah.
And that is indeed what we're seeing. Bodkin coming from Hart feels a little bit weird. Doesn't do anything for the Watchtowers against the Mangonels. He's still trying to repair his starting TC, but he's already behind by 8 villagers. Those Knights aren't going to do anything here. They're just taking too much damage to those Blackwood Archers. And behind this, Lewis is just comfortably chilling, building up his economy, and he is making all the right moves.
Yeah. I mean, I think Hart's just still like, okay, the score's kind of close. It's the first game. Let's get the nerves out of our system. Maybe his eco's complete crap, and I'm still ahead by like 10 vills. So you get to Castle Age. Really, what you need is Mangonels, because the Blackwood Archers are so low HP that you can flatten them with 1 shot. He hasn't gotten there yet, but I think he could still do that. And the plan is to go counterattack with the Knights. But interesting from Lewis, he's actually built a long line of outposts on the right side so he can see if Hart ever escapes. And Hart now sees the second TC. That's where Hart's like, what? He's got farming eco? And he's got 2 TCs? What on earth is that, man?
Yeah, Lewis is ahead, or not ahead in terms of resources, but he's at least still very competitive. And the lead for Hart is in so many things that have already been destroyed or killed. A lot of the wood that Hart's collected that could have gone into siege beforehand was spent repairing that town center.
Yeah.
And now he needs to just get some absolutely insane Mangonel hits if he wants any chance in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, this is a strategy for any viewers out there that are like, I'm gonna go do this to somebody, you know, and they want to go make someone else's life hell.
That's what your viewers sound like to you?
I mean, there's at least one guy who does, who's got the evil laugh.
Yeah, that's true.
To anyone who wants to do that, fair warning, this unit has 20 HP. So it is really tough for the devs to balance, I feel, because obviously at the highest level, this could be insanely strong, but you make one mistake and you might be regretting it. But yeah, if you're gonna counter this unit, Siege should be very strong against it. Unfortunately for Hart, he wants the siege engagements, and Lewis is just being super patient. He's just taking down the buildings from the hill with his own siege. And look at his vision right now, Ornlu. Like, it's just actually nuts. He can see the whole map.
and he will know exactly when and where his opponent is expanding. The eco is a complete mess at this point. Skirms as well are also extremely effective against those Blackwood Archers just because they die in a few hits. But, I mean, if you're not winning the Mangonel Wars at this point, like, what do you even have going for you as Hart? And right now, he is just as stuck as can be.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis gets the Mangonel engagement on top of already having the Archers. 3 town centers are up for him. And Hart's just still sitting here. I mean, Hart has just never been able to play the game that we know he is the best at, which is standard openings and adapt from there. He likes to control the game through military, expect what his opponent is sending his way, and just outplay. But there's been no opportunities here. And it's because Lewis has consistently controlled the game himself, but also shown patience here. Like, that's what separates the best players for me. Just to understand if you try and do more aggression right now, you're likely to make a mistake and to just back up.
Yeah, and you don't need to win the game right now. You know your opponent is in a terrible position, so just don't throw, because your army is still extremely fragile, right? The last thing you want is to lose all of your Blackwood Archers in a Twitch clip-worthy moment!
Yup!
I'm sorry.
And
I'm so sorry, Lewis. That's on me.
That's, for the first time, we get to see what the weakness of this unit is. If it gets hit, your units are going to die very quickly, but, yeah, I mean, he's still being patient. He lands a nice shot there. Hart's got some harassment to deal with on the other side. And I think Lewis could probably lose all of his Blackwood Archers now and still have no problems. He's got such a nice position. Beautiful micro from Hart. Hart's got some Knights running through the middle. But what can Knights even do? Like, if Blackwood Archers patrol in, there's just nothing those Knights can do at this stage.
Nah, I mean, there is a Scorpion out, and again, this is the sort of thing you want against the Blackwood Archers. Even attacking uphill, the Scorpions are doing a ton of work.
Yep. And Lewis lost a bunch of army on the other side as well.
Yeah.
He's losing a lot of them. Let's say that the Vil count's even, and you can't make Blackwood Archers anymore. Like, you lose all your Blackwoods. What would the Tupi switch to? Are there other options to consider here? Because this is... And there's been a couple big shots from Hart.
Well, I think this is where you kind of run into a bit of an issue as the 2P, where your units are generally quite cheap and weak, but you don't really match up very well against Roman Scorpions. You need to use your Chompy Warriors to try and take those out and micro around with them. I think the Ibirapemo Warriors are still probably going to be pretty good against most of the melee things that Romans make, but again, it's those Scorpions, I think, that are just a real issue for this Civ.
Okay. Well, I mean, if there's some question marks over the late game, you probably want to win the game now. Lewis will move forward. He has lost a lot of his siege, but that's still a castle that if he can complete it, is in a very nice position. He actually gets worried now, and he backs up. Does convert a knight. I still think if you just get Bracer on the Blackwood Archers, you're killing the siege so much faster. I would expect that Hart
why Elite Blackwood Archer is the worst elite upgrade in all of AoE 2. Just the regular upgrades that you get in Imperial Age scale so well, because it's always a whole number that upgrades give you in AoE 2 and not like a percentage. So just one more attack is ridiculous.
What's the HP increase from standard Blackwood Archer to Elite? Just 5?
Yeah, and there's no other bonus conveyed whatsoever. No faster train time, no nothing.
+5, that's so funny. I mean, it sounds like it's bad, but we could see that they at least recognize that the unit's already strong in the early game. And the thing about it is you can mass them very quickly. There's another castle from Lewis. Lewis's imp. Hart's probably like, oh man, I spent this whole game trying to stabilize. And Hart taps out. So, Lewis prepped some different strategies here. I still think that's going to be a theme of this series, just based on the draft as well. And player who has the talent to win, but doesn't have the pedigree, it doesn't have the experience, comes in as the underdog, takes the first game, looking like the favorite there. That was insane from Lewis.
A 14% more efficient economy is almost unheard of in a game that is this long. 41 minutes, and it was just Lewis doing such a beautiful job of applying pressure. And I mean, I think that is the weakness of Hart, is that if this were ACCM or Vinchester, the two players we saw earlier today, I think both of them would have reacted a little bit better.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. And so Hart's got to turn it around. Hart's got to go back to his strategies and try and find some civs and some maps that click for him and his skill set. But I got to say, man, Lewis looks extremely prepared. I said I think he's hungry. I think there's a lot of meaning to this. And recently he's been doing some training with his teammates and all that too. I mean, Lewis has been around how long a high-level AoE? A couple years, maybe? Realistically, maybe a year and a half, 2 years. And he looked like someone who's been around for 6 or 7 right there.
Yeah, really, really impressive. And we're going to be getting right into game number 2. And I think Hart just wants to go right to the most standard tournament map possible because we're going to go right to High Tides.
100%. 100%. That's what Hart needs. So of the meta maps here, the maps that Hart's going to know the potential openings, you probably got High Tides, African River on his side. I think Mudflow, Hart will understand very well, but there's just that tiny little potential that Lewis goes Japanese and goes for the fishing ship thing we talked about. But still, we're at week 6 now. Hart should know that's going to happen. That should not be a surprise. Zimbabwe, also, I think Hart should understand. He's got Malay. He's got Turks. He's got civs that can play well there. But Hart can be a little bit of a... I find when I watch Hart, he either gets destroyed or he destroys himself. Very rarely am I seeing like a 3-2 set with Hart for whatever reason. Maybe that's just because he beats everyone, but like Leary or Hera or something in recent times. But I think he needs to... I seriously think even against Lewis, the series can unravel against him if he doesn't immediately have control over this one.
Yeah, I mean, Hart is just going to be doing everything he can to get to that game state he's most comfortable with. Because if you look at what makes Hera and Leary so successful, is that their games never look like that because somehow, some way, they just sort of defend with as few units as possible, and then boom, suddenly we're in a very standard passive game, and they have like 1,000 more resources, and that's what Hart is also going to want to try and emulate.
The positive for Hart, by the way, Romans was his last pick. So Romans have been played a lot on that map, so I thought maybe it would be better priority with the draft. That was his least important civilization, and he will feel a lot better about that. So game number 2, a Hart will want the meta. This map's been interesting, right? I feel like after 6 weeks, if you see a map this much, usually there could be some groaning from the viewers, right? Like, oh, not this again. I don't know about you, but even though we see infantry openings a lot, and we see docks a lot, and we see hawks a lot, and we see archers, and we see skirms, and we see towers a lot, every game still has its own flavor, you know, because it's so difficult to manage. So I'm excited for it. A Hart will have the Malay, and Lewis has the Vikings.
Yeah, in the interest of respecting you as the tournament host and the guy who's bringing me on to cast, I will agree with you and say that I love High Tides. I love aggressive hybrid maps. Thank you, T90.
Hey, no, listen. The one thing I ask for anyone that I come in here is that you be completely honest with your feelings on everything. You don't need to sugarcoat. Unless you feel really negative emotions towards me, then that would be really awkward. We should probably talk about that later. But I like it. You getting kind of tired of it or what? It's been a long season.
I think it's less about High Tides specifically, and I've just never been a fan of the aggressive hybrid maps because I think they're too snowbally.
Okay.
And I feel like we just see the same civs over and over again. So
well,
we have seen very good games on High Tides though, so I will give it that.
Okay. All right, that's fair. I mean, on the topic of the snowball, do you think the water changes has helped there with the snowballiness, right? Because now you can garrison. Now there's some counterplay if you fall behind on water. How do you feel about that change?
It's interesting, right? Because, you know, we hear a lot of what the pro players are not happy about that because they feel like it makes it too defensive and you don't have the ability to punish your opponent, which I totally get. But it does make it a little less all or nothing where, I mean, you know, pre-water rework, we're seeing 2 to 3 docks all right next to each other and just fire ships and demo ships, and then I smash my face into the keyboard.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
we don't really see that as much, and we have a little bit more of that land plus water dynamic.
Yeah, I really like the change. The fishing ship garrison change I actually really like. If I had my say, I would like to see the arrows do a bit less damage than they do right now. It is insane amount of damage output, so we'll see. But there can be weird scenarios on this map because players always want to dock this island because they can wall in their vill. And sometimes you will see the docks so close together that the fishing ships can actually range the opponent's fishing ships and also range the dock villagers. So let's see where Hart goes. If he goes to the very middle... never mind. He's going to go to the left side. I think there's enough distance there.
Yeah, but speaking to the dock arrows, and I do generally agree with you that they do too much damage, but what did you think of what ACCM did in the last series on Tuluo, where you went with the fire ships because they're so much more resistant to arrow fire, and like when you know you're faster up, that they're better at killing the docks and tanking arrows from the docks, which I think was really interesting.
No, I thought it was sick. Yeah, I was losing my mind. Everyone else just went Hawks all season. But he added fires because A, he didn't expect resistance from Vinch, which he was correct. Because obviously if Vinchester's also in feudal, Vinchester could add Hawks. But also B, I don't even think it's the resistance from the arrows. I think it's the amount of damage you do against a dock. Like he took down the dock so fast. So yeah,
I'm good that, we're all AoE nerds here at heart, and we get excited to see somebody make Unit B instead of Unit A. But it was really cool.
Well, no, it is cool. I feel, I don't know what it's like for viewers, but I find that the tiny details is really what makes me lose my mind in this game, right? The big fights...
Oh, for sure.
The big fights, like, oh, okay, we saw some Blackwood archers die. That's cool. It's like, whoa, that's the more obvious thing. What really gets me excited, I'm like, whoa, wait a second. He had the same feudal age time, but he had one less on wood and one more on gold, so he could afford that next thing slightly faster. That's where my brain is at. Like, oh, man, what a play. That might be a little bit too specific for some of the viewers out there, but Barracks for Heart's about to complete. The scouting is going to need to be on point for both to see, will it be 2 docks or 1 dock, or will it be infantry, scouts, or archer opening?
Yeah, there is at least a fair bit of variety at this point. Notably, though, Lewis was a little bit faster, and I will say, T90, it's nice to see Vikings again. You know, it's like they were a civ that is like the prototypical aggressive water civ, but they were only useful on islands and migration.
Mm-hmm.
But with the water changes, Vikings actually feel like they're good on the maps that they're supposed to be good on.
I agree. I was very anti-Vikings getting fires because, you know, for years they didn't. But I agree. I've been happy with them. With their play rate, with their pick rate, it feels right to me. So, and I think for Lewis, to circle back to just the strategy side, he's going for something other than his opponent again, which means he might get punished, but I think he's, again, on point with trying something different than Hart. He sees the militia, he knows it's going to be man-at-arms, and he is playing in towards archer defense to counter this with his 5th fishing ship on the water.
Indeed, the 5th Sing ship is on its way. So he's got exactly enough to garrison inside the dock as needed. We'll have to see if he wants to add in another one. But yeah, I mean, just good reactionary approach. I like the 2 back wood lines here for Lewis. So he seems pretty well set up to defend himself.
I mean, to know it's man-at-arms and still not go for all the pre-walls, still track this in the whole way. Everything's very well calculated at a time where you don't have a lot of resources. Will he get the walls down in time here, though? Obviously, if he clicks it a couple times... Yeah, that house right there. Like, that can so often be the difference between if an opening works or not. Well played there, and he will now attempt with more walls behind. And so far, it doesn't feel like Hart is going to be getting through here with his militia. In fact, the one actually paths in towards the TC. Yeah.
This is where you're like, oh no, I'm going to lose the militia. And then like, your opponent doesn't notice either. And it's like, okay, that never happened. Don't worry.
I mean, on water, it's still 1 dock for both.
Start whacking away at the walls.
And we'll have Hawks for both players. Bill count's going to end up being even. Scout is weak for Hart because earlier in the game he did run into the town center. Which is a detail that I think everyone here will recognize probably is avoidable here. It's a fixed TC start. You know, roughly speaking, where your opponent's town center is. But Hart behind this, archer range, this is kind of what he wants, right? He forces a reaction from his opponent. And now he gets to set up the next attack.
But the onus is still on Hart to actually make something happen. He did decide to invest into that Men-at-Arms upgrade after not being able to get in, so that's a very conscious choice there from our red player. And he is still going to be behind by a couple fishing ships, so Hart knows he needs to make something happen, and he is looking to try and do that.
Interesting from Lewis, he actually canceled his Hulk, and now he's queuing galleys inside of his dock. Now, he'd have to garrison now. You'd easily lose your fishing ships if you don't garrison. And the multitasking means he still has to look elsewhere. So that's 2 fishing ships down, which is great for Hart. But in theory, you get to like 3 or 4 galleys here. You just win water yourself. And there's not an awful lot that Hart can do about it. But it's just so hard to micro on hybrid maps.
It really is, especially with galleys. I mean, galleys are a unit you need to babysit. The Holtz and Fires, much less so. And yet, well, to be fair, you do need to pay attention to them at least a little bit.
This is smart. It's smart, though. You put the galleys there and just sit them. Your dock protects your galleys, and your galleys protects your dock. It's really interesting. Hart will go...
It's another utilization of the new interactions that we have on the water maps. Galleys coming on out, and the low Pierce armor of the Hulk means that they will be shot down relatively quickly. Lewis is getting himself much better walled at home, and yet Hart still under no pressure. So Hart's own eco with Malay, very much capable of challenging the Viking economy, and it's not that bad.
That's a really nice moment there for Lewis. Obviously, he gets pressured off the berries, which doesn't feel great, and he still doesn't have any kills. But the fact that he completes the mill means he can at least farm, which will be important now. I feel like while the water is important, in these games where both players are kind of 50-50, it just comes down to what the execution looks like on land. Because at the end of the day, economically, there's only 3 fishing ships for both there, and they're now at 32 villagers. So someone's going to need to win this one with their transitions, and typically that would be Hart. Hart already has farms up. Lewis does not. Hart's been on his berries. Lewis does not. And Lewis, he hasn't killed this army yet. He needs to actually deal with Hart's pressure.
Or, you know, he could procrastinate and just say, you know what? That problem is for later, Lewis.
Yeah.
Right now, let's cross the map and go do some counterattack damage, and to his credit, Hart isn't walled yet.
Yep. I mean, will Hart be able to defend from it, though? Does Hart sense this? Because Hart doesn't see an army right now. There's nothing attacking his military, and so he should sense that he's exposed at home. He'll drop the gate there. There still is another hole in the back. I think there's actually a hole between the house and the blacksmith, too. And Lewis's army is going to go another direction now. He's looking around with his scout, which is very telling. And there's still more walls from Hart. So far, so good for Hart. Lewis will use the market big time and aim to click up to Castle Age. So he's taking some risks, and the water is going his direction now.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, it's really awkward. You gotta love the interface, guys, where you now have 6 out of 5 garrisoned on the dock because the devs really wanted to streamline the dock and make sure that there was no confusing UI aspects to it. So
it is super confusing. It's also what's also confusing for Hart right now is where is Lewis's army? He didn't know Lewis's army was looping around. We saw it, but that army gets to the wood line now, so that's some nice harassment. But Lewis is still just playing ignore the army mode. This is like some chatters out there ignoring their responsibilities. Eventually, you're gonna have to do it. But Lewis is like, no.
This is like Ornlu, who should be doing job applications constantly, and instead spends hours and hours a day casting TTL.
That's the way to do it. I'm very for that. I'm very pro ignoring responsibilities. So for TTL, anyways.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, Lewis has the market. He could balance out his res that way. He is on his berries. He didn't take any losses there. He will be in Castle Age significantly faster than the Malay. The KD is 9-9. I mean, I honestly, I think it's a position that I would have not been able to explain how you could even get to had you told me, right? Like, how are you supposed to beat the Malay to Castle Age, win the water, and still take very little damage on land? It's impressive.
I mean, honestly, Lewis, for all the fun cockiness, is playing really solid, really prepared, And there's a lot of intentionality to everything that he's doing, which you really appreciate, as it just shows that, okay, this is not a guy who's just sort of rolling into the tournament and hoping for the best. This is a guy who is like, I have a way that I know I'm going to beat Hart, and I'm going to just execute it, and I think I can do it.
He's prepared, and he's hungry. You can just tell with the way that he's played the tournament. He is very hungry and motivated, and he feels like he actually has the talent to be able to get the job done here. And in his predictions, he predicted he would go to the finals. Now, a lot of that could have just been for the content, right, and the memes, but I think it's a mix as well. Like, I think he honestly, like, I used to make this joke about Lewis like a year ago. Lewis would be extremely confident with what I considered to be very wrong moves.
Yes.
Right? I'm like, I'd never seen someone be so confident with moves that I disagreed with so heavily. But now it's like, obviously you got some big risks here and everything. But I really like the decision-making so far in the series. He's on 2 town centers. He's got an army running forward to Hart's base. And Hart has been struggling to get the damage here.
And yet, Lewis doesn't really have any food income right now, which is not ideal when you're trying to expand your economy, although he was still able to afford those critical crossbowmen and bodkin upgrades. So I guess that is still going to be going well for Hart, and he is going to catch right back up to Castle Age.
Yeah, I honestly, as I was saying all of that, I was just expecting, because last I looked on water, Lewis had that locked down, and he doesn't now. I thought he would have a free fish boom soon. So great job from Hart. Hart will be in Castle Age after losing a couple villagers here. But Hart back on Lewis's golds, and Lewis has had a lot of that. Moving off of resources. But the beauty of handcart is your villagers are so fast, you're very rarely going to have any issues with that. And that's just beyond the basic efficiency.
Yeah, it's always been just such a ubiquitously useful bonus for the Vikings at this stage of the game. Still, you want more than 37 on wood and 6 on food. That is not an ideal eco balance. And neither is running your units right into the enemy skirmishers, so Hart able to take a better fight than he really should have been able to right there, even before the upgrades come in.
Yeah, Lewis does what he can because he's gone too far, and he takes what fights he can, but yeah, well played to Hart. Very even game. Hart will drop the Siege Workshop. Hart really needs a market of his own to maybe get to the second town center. But this is where Hart thrives. Multiple armies. He's got skirmishers in the south. He's got the skirms and man-at-arms in the north. But it is a lot to manage. And he actually gets hit on both of them. Both of those armies, as we say it.
Well, Hart is a very fast player, it's worth mentioning. It's not just that he has high APM, but he actually is one of the best multitaskers out there.
Yeah.
So, in general, that is certainly why he is a great player in these multi-army situations. Of course, again, as I say that, he takes another big Mangonel hit, but it at least makes sense why he would choose to play that style.
Lots on stone for Lewis right now. I wonder if his game plan is going to be Berserks here. Because the more I think about it, in this matchup, it might be one of the rare times where Berserks are actually fantastic. Mangonel from Lewis fires on the skirms and Hart sees it, ducks underneath it. But Hart doesn't really have the numbers to consider sticking around that engagement. And Lewis, 59 eco, 52 for Hart. Hart on 2 town centers. Both players still kind of fighting in the water, but I think we're actually reaching the stage where Lewis will have water locked down as well.
Yeah, that is the only dock for Hart, and it will go down relatively soon, open up a bit of a fish boom potential here for Lewis. He can, honestly, already should start to add in some more fishing ships. 3rd TC here at the front. And yeah, this is certainly a matchup where Berserks kill basically everything that Malay does except for Arbalests. So if you can get to like that Berserk skirm composition, nice Mangonel hit there from Hart.
Oh, that was huge.
Actually got forced to cancel the TC.
Yeah, that was huge. If that is a 50-50 trade, that town center's up for Lewis and he's completely fine. He's kind of expanding the wrong way here because he's ignored that army in the back for so long. Probably, maybe a good thing in the long run for Lewis that he just ends up backing up because there's going to be siege, but I prefer that town center on the gold. That's been Lewis's main concern, is he's just been ignoring his golds.
And indeed, he is going to try and place that town center to the northeast of his base, where there is still that 3 men-at-arms from Feudal Age hanging around. But it does mean the front of his base is a little bit exposed. The Siege Workshop, at least, is in a great spot to sort of prevent Hart from taking that real estate right in front of his base, so that's at least quite helpful. But, I mean, eventually you just got to get rid of all the stuff in your base, right?
Yeah. I think he wants Berserks for it, honestly. It feels like Lewis doesn't want to make any range units anymore, and he's just saving for a castle. And I honestly, I think it could end up paying off. It just comes down to if Hart senses it and if Hart can deny it. Again, the last resource the Hart is ever thinking about in a game is stone, because he doesn't go to stone at the times that Lewis has this series. And that stone is like wide open on the front. If he sent an elephant there with some army, like that's denied. But Hart just doesn't know what's on Lewis's mind. And Lewis, weirdly enough, getting cav upgrades. Wait, hold on. What? Lewis is completely...
If this man goes for knights instead of berserks, I will not be happy.
What? That's what he's going to do. He's canceling his game plan. He's paranoid about his stone. He's going to drop a tower instead, and he's going to completely pivot into knights. That's disappointing, but maybe it could still surprise Hart.
I mean, that's when we just have to break out the hamster wheel of shame right there. You need to play to your strengths, man, especially when your opponent hasn't shown any indication that he's threatening your stone. And even if he was just the defensive watchtower,
buy it.
And then just mine a little bit more stone, you have a market, you can buy 100 stone, and you want the castle anyway.
Well, but here's the thing. We were expecting, like, because Lewis is playing, like, super confident almost, right? Like, I can get away with this style. It's a lot of pressure, right? And he has to respect Hart's military control. Hart is pushing the front of his base right now, and so he does need something quickly. Now, the problem is, it's now reached a state where Hart realizes he's literally got nothing, siege-wise or skirmisher-wise. So the only thing he's going to add is some form of infantry or knights, and Hart is already pre-making archers to go crossbowmen, and also has the monastery. So pretty soon, I mean, the knights are going to have to show up, otherwise Lewis's town center is dead. He will, again, just run to the north randomly, but maybe for Lewis, as the knights come in here, he needs to drop the castle immediately after clearing up the siege. If he does that, knights are a big play.
Yes. And I do think that it is a mistake from Hart to have literally nothing there. Like, it's one thing to apply pressure with mangonels, and it's another thing that, like, you could literally have made one knight, and that exact same situation happens. You didn't need any upgrades.
With
you
no
didn't need the
upgrades,
double stable, but just like literally one knight clears that. And look at this.
What? I mean, we wanted Lewis to make berserks. Lewis is going for the position, and Hart, he doesn't have enough army. He can actually see the villagers running forward. His leftover army here, he wants a castle on the very same hill that Lewis has already picked. I think that castle's going up.
Oh my goodness. That is quite the bold move, but a successful one.
Yeah.
And credit to Lewis, that castle is going down, and now he is going to be in a pretty nice spot to try and apply pressure to his opponent's base, although you do have to keep in mind that the Malay player is still probably going to be faster to imp than you.
Oh, Lewis with the delete there. Then he kills the monk and can back away. Not bad. If Lewis spots this castle, that castle's not going up. Like, that castle is only being built with 5 villagers. There's a knight right there. And Lewis does see it. And Lewis will start to attack it. He might not be able to deny it after all, because it's just, he's not going to produce anything more. But he's already on the way to imp. And so is Hart!
Yeah, and of course that is where the Malay are going to just be rocketing up to the next stage. And it is going to be difficult to actually try and win a Treb War. So if you're in a situation where, okay, it's going to be difficult to win the Treb War, that's where you need any other army, right? You need something that would support the trebuchets and actually be able to apply pressure even if Trebs can't. And I guess that is still the Knights.
Honestly, I know that Hart didn't have the military with his mangonels, but it takes a lot of work to come back against the Viking eco when they have the fish boom. And it takes a lot of work to be in a position where this is still a very competitive game. Like, that Imperial Age time is unreal. He knows the Knights are around. The Knights do not scale long term, so he should be able to kill them. But honestly, he needs the crossbow upgrade. Like, where's the crossbow upgrade?
Well, he's researching it. Listening to you through time and space right there, but even the feudal age archers being the Viking Knights.
Yeah,
not on my bingo card today, T90.
Lewis won't care about that because those Knights are no longer on his mind now. But man, I thought Lewis was going to go berserks, then he's not going berserks. Now he's going to go range units, which of course makes sense against the crossbows. But he does need to get ballistics. He does need to get the buildings up. And he has no defensive castles because he's gone for the forward castle, and the Trebs are already going to be out for Hart. We've seen this.
Going to be out for Hart.
Sorry, I'm just too excited. We've
No,
seen this
it's fine.
situation
It's,
a lot, right? The Vikings eventually drop off a little bit in Imp because they lack Bombard Cannon and they don't get Thumb Ring on their Arbalest. So we're slowly approaching that stage.
Yeah, and you know, we joke about the skirm meta all the time, but this is actually the exact time that you want to be in a skirm v skirm battle, right? You have the better eco. You should be pretty confident that you have the better eco, especially with your fish boom and the fact that you're Vikings. And it's not like Malay are really going to do anything with their own ranged options unless they also go for skirmishers. But going for skirms with the worst eco is almost always a bad idea.
You know that quote, that like random quote, which I think was from Reddit, where the single-mindedness avoidance of skirms quote, where that one guy called that pros.
Oh, is it Mayan skirms?
Mayan skirms, yeah, the single-minded avoidance, whatever that quote is. I'm sure viewers will know. I think that also there are sometimes instances where people just completely forget champions are available. I think with Lewis having 4 relics at the moment, I wouldn't hate him planning, because you can't go berserks now because you're going to lose your castle. I wouldn't hate him planning a long-run game and playing champions with skirms. I think that could be really good here. It's cost efficient, and it's probably the only things that you can do against the Malay. We had a pause, sorry.
Looks like we are all good. The castle will go down, as you're saying. And I actually totally agree. I think that Champion Skirmisher is actually really underrated as an army composition if you have a good food eco.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the tricky spot these days when you look at when players exactly are clicking up to the Imperial Age and the like 80 to 95-ish Vil, I guess, benchmark that we see most of the time. But Lewis has way more than that. He has the food eco. He can switch over into the swordsman line, which with Vikings is just insane.
Yeah, Hart, castling the south, so he'll be the first to the race to the stone and gold down there, but he doesn't have any relics, and Lewis has the dock coverage to control the gold in the north. This is very rare. Usually, the player that has the relics probably also has the stone and gold in the south, or maybe the person who has the south maybe has the north. Very even. I still think it's better for Lewis because Hart doesn't have any control over the middle of the map right now.
He doesn't, but the one thing you lack as both of these Sibs at this point is mobility. Now, of course, I guess if you just waddle your skirmishers into the opponent's base and they have nothing to stop it, sure, why not? But
yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
I mean, in general, though, controlling the middle of the map isn't going to be quite as useful because you still just have to run your units all the way across.
Confidence from Lewis is amazing. For a player who's been playing so little, I mean, he's played more games than anyone the last couple of years, it feels like, but, you know, years-wise, he's invested less time. He doesn't have as many tournaments. He doesn't have as much experience as an established player like Hart. And just the thought process after losing your forward castle to just run in there and raid. How often do we see the player power play its role where nobody takes the risks? No one thinks there's going to be damage when there really is. I mean, that's a good raid right there. Hart gets completely pulled apart. He will drop a castle now, and he will still stabilize, but I love that from Lewis.
Oh, yeah, like, you should never just assume that your opponent is going to make the perfect play.
Yeah.
You need to force them to do it, no matter who it is. I mean, even if it's Hera we're talking about, make them make the play to defend against it, because it's probably going to be more APM that they spend doing that than they would otherwise want to on something else. That said, Hart is stabilizing. The Metadarm upgrade is on its way, but Hart could still relatively easily switch into archers again.
Yeah, 5% greater efficiency for Lewis over the last few moments because of that raid. But Hart's kind of got a setup now. He's got the castle in the south. He's got the castles along the front of his main base. I would expect that 19 on food to go up to something like 30 to 40 over time. But to be honest, he doesn't actually have a lot of wood, right? You expect it, but you also need wood for bombard cannons and wood for trebs. So he can't get up to the 50 on food that Lewis has, or had, at least, that easily. And Lewis has Cannon Galleon in the north, which will come out soon and is already starting to disrupt the wood line. And he's got his trebs ready, and he's tech switching to champion. I mean, he's got a moment. And Hart needs to cancel that castle.
Oh, like you raised your voice right there. I'm like, oh, what's so exciting? And I'm like looking everywhere on the map except the castle.
Except
that is
there.
not happening.
Well, same with Hart, because Hart is pushing in the south. Hart is probably also realizing that Lewis got that outpost denied down there too. But here come the Trebs. The bombard cannons are not there for Hart. His bombard cannons and skirms are pushing Lewis. But the funny thing is they're both getting kills. So they're both having problems.
Oh, this is such a bizarre situation because now the question is whose army is more likely to get cleaned up?
Yeah.
And I guess at the moment that's Lewis's army that's easier to clean up, but he's still making that swordsman switch, which is going to need to happen.
The Trebs killed the bombard cannon. Lewis focused down the bombard cannon with the Trebs, then takes down the siege workshop, which had a bombard cannon queued. Now we'll go for the castle and definitely take the castle. Yeah, if he is champion now, Hart will lose his skirms and his bombard cannons, but the champion upgrade's just not in yet for Lewis, and he still needs some time.
Yeah, it takes a little bit more time to get that going, but it's still 51 on food to 22. Hart's eco is so balanced towards wood income, which is not what you want at this stage of the game. You want food and gold with only a few lumberjacks. Yes, you have control over the south, which is nice, but he hasn't actually saturated it with many villagers at all. There's only 10 down here. So that switch into arbs is going to be a lot more difficult than I think he really wants.
Look at the barracks in the back from Lewis. Who is this player? Sneaky barracks to raid in the back. Outposts freaking everywhere. I mean, the confidence, man. The confidence with these Trebs to move forward and to have the timing be perfect. The micro on it all as well. And now he's got the two-handed swordsman upgrade at least with armor, which means he can take the bombard cannons, take the Trebs, take all of Hart's army. Hart is at 190 pop, and it seems like he has no answers.
It is so difficult to be in Hart's situation right now. You have to micro all over the place. Your eco efficiency is garbage. The Trebs are bombarding you at the front. You're getting cleaned up on the other side, and it's like, how do you get a good enough army? And you just can't, and that is GG. And Lewis is one game away from sweeping Hart.
Dude, I mean, Lewis has just played insane, man. He played insane. Again, both games, just clear examples of someone who is so completely prepared for A, what you typically do on the map, right? And then B, how you can counter it, how you can find ways of playing otherwise. If I were to describe game number one, what do? You go scouts and adapt, right? Obviously, he smashed that with the Tupi. Here, we don't see many games where people don't just open man-at-arms themselves, right? But it's not. He didn't go man-at-arms. He went double lumber camp. He played defensive. He also had this weird situation, and it did get him into trouble, but he was counter-attacking Hart instead of reacting to Hart's army. Like, Hart had that army in his base nonstop, and he just, like, kind of ran away from it. He just dropped TCs. I mean, Viking Knights played a big role in this game. Viking Knights.
Yep.
He lost his forward castle. He ended up winning with freaking champion. He didn't need a single bombard cannon. Masterpiece so far from Lewis. And yeah, one win away from going to the quarterfinals.
I really do think that losing those mangonels to the Knights was such a huge turning point because it was just so easy for Lewis to do that. It shouldn't have been that easy. Again, he ended up investing into like a decent amount of Knights and upgrades, thinking that there would be more resistance, but there really wasn't. Like, literally one Knight completely stopped that entire push, and I think that if Hart was maybe a little less shaken, then that wouldn't have been an issue.
Yeah, I mean, maybe game one plays its role. Maybe Hart's not at 100%. Maybe Hart is at 100%, but just because Lewis is playing such a unique style, he can't make the right decisions. Typically, when you're watching Hart, though, yeah, I would agree. We were trash talking the Knight decision right before it worked, and we were doing so because we're expecting there to be monks here, and we're expecting there to be army here. But in all fairness, we saw it. Hart never did. He never saw those stables. And so, and maybe Hart in his mind is thinking, it's Vikings have trash Knights, so he would never do it. But yeah, well played, man. I mean, for Hart, I'm wondering, where does it go wrong here? You've now had a game where you've been able to play your meta style, and that hasn't worked. You have to just build some confidence. Some people would make arguments for going to the opponent's home maps right now, just to, get the hard games out of the way. But if I'm Hart, just go to your home map. At least start to get a feel for the series again.
Yeah, just get some points on the board, or at least a point on the board. Then you can start to deal with any craziness from Zimbabwe or Mudflow. But you still have African River. It's a map that, like if you just look at it, it's like, oh man, this is a crazy map. But it's actually so like so many tournament maps, like this aggressive hybrid map where it's all about the early multitasking, having units on both water and land, that Heart's going to feel very comfortable there.
Yep. I'm being told by Hardy that I've been recording the entire day and I haven't stopped recording anything. And Hardy's trying to edit. Sorry, Hardy, my bad. I'll get it sorted for you.
I hope you don't have to manually transfer those files over because that's going to be a big file.
No, it should be auto transferring the entire time. Also, Orlo, I'm sorry to be unprofessional, but there's this dude named after a butt who has added me like 10 times because I did not thank someone for gifting subs earlier. I'm aware. We appreciate the support.
Congratulate the gifted subs.
Yup. And every time, Mr. Buttstruction, every time you've added me, I've also seen it. We're very busy at the moment. I apologize. But wow, I see this. I see the civs. Oh, sorry, they're in the game fast. I see the civs. So storyline is Lewis is doing something different. Lewis doesn't want to play meta. He's going Khmer here.
Interesting. I think that it could work out really well because what do we mostly see on this map? Some form of Drush and Men-at-Arm rush.
Yeah.
Khmer, fast uptime, double archery range, or even a single archery range if you have good walls. Just defend against it.
Yep.
I think it could totally work.
Now, here's where, like, in theory, right? You could be in Heart's position. You could say, okay, you're just going to go double range opening against me to counter my Man-at-Arms. I'm just not going to go barracks, and I'm going to play, like, water and skirmishers and archers, right? Like, there should be something there. But then because Dravidians are so good, because you pick this Civ first, you have a strategy, you then... you don't want to adapt your own opening because you think your opponent's got a weird counter, and then lose the game and then feel like, what was I doing? I wasted my Civ. So, I don't know.
What I think at the very least is you could not be like a super fast rush, but if it's a regular Men-at-Arm rush and you have good scouting, I think then you could recognize, okay, maybe when your opponent clicks up, see if they're going over to that mining camp early, and then you can either choose to, continue to go like super aggressive, go forward archery range, add in the skirmishers, or you can say, okay, you're going to try and hard counter my Men-at-Arm opening, so let's just sit back and play a bit more defensive.
Is Fast Castle an option here? You have the fish next to the TC. You have the Rhino. You have plenty of Ostrich to push in. You have the ability to fish. Is it too risky? Is it viable? What are your thoughts? Because I think Lewis, he already went FC game 1.
I have never seen the FC on this map this season. I haven't seen as many games as you, but... have you ever seen an FC on this map? I feel like it's way too risky.
I haven't, but I saw only one other Fast Castle attempt on slopes before. So
that's true. Very true. But slopes at least has a pretty long rush distance.
Yeah. I think the short rush distance is a problem. Also, if your opponent goes for Man-at-Arms and has cheap arson and they can just melt all your buildings, it's probably really awkward. But I was thinking maybe Scorpions, right? Like, if you get Scorpions at 14 minutes, there's nothing in Feudal Age that could really deal with that. Especially if the opponent has very weak scouts, which is the case for the Dravidians.
And not just weak scouts, with a weak food income on this map in particular, as you're usually, with a few fishing ships, but not as many farms, as it's a bit difficult to actually secure that good food eco that you would on a map like Slopes, where you could have more space to plop down farms.
Yeah, draft-wise, I'm actually going to hop over to it and just look. Lewis, he prioritized Khmer very late. He still has Japanese and Burgundians as his first pick. So he's got, in theory, his best 2 civs remaining at the moment. Like, if Hart wins this game, he will have played with most of his top picks. So Lewis, he could lose this game, still be very comfortable with his game plans. It's an amazing spot to be in.
That's true. Although Hart would, I guess, have Turks for Zimbabwe and Portuguese for Mudflow, which still feels pretty darn good to me, or maybe Mayans.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I don't think, like, objectively it's a bad set of civs for Hart, but I do think that he, in terms of what he personally has prioritized, he's used more of his ammunition there.
Yeah, that's fair. What do you think? It's so tough when someone as good as Hart is down 2 games. Hard to know why, and I think Lewis has played at 110%. Like, this is some of the best prepped Age of Empires we've seen this season. But do we also think that Hart is playing at 100% right now, or do you think he's a slight step below what we grow to expect from him.
I mean, game number 1 was basically him slipping on a banana peel, so it's kind of hard to say one way or the other. Game number 2, especially in mid-game, I think that a 100% Heart does much better at keeping the pressure up, having the macro behind, and not losing, 3-4 mangonels to what could have been one night.
Yeah. No, I agree. I feel like game number 1, you could just say, okay, strategy win for Lewis, right? And of course, plenty of execution there, yes, but the strategy. Game 2, that's execution, right? They're both doing similar things. They're both like adapting through the game. And so that's where it's got to feel amazing to Lewis, because you win the first game, even Lewis might say, okay, I cheesed him or something, right? But then you win the second game and you're like, oh, shoot, okay, Malay are very good. Malay are one of the best AoE 2 civs. I was able to beat that. So, yeah, interesting. I agree. Hart, I think he just, like we said the previous game, he wants to control the game with military. He needs to be aggressive. Lewis was very reactive the previous game, deleting his town center at one point, like bailing out of the early Berserk play to go for knights. Even though he won, there were signs that he almost cracked under the aggression. And here comes Hart with 2 villagers, militia, and he's going to go for a tower behind the wood line.
And, of course, we're wrong completely in terms of what Lewis is doing, and he's just going scouts.
Yeah.
So, I'm very interested in this, because this feels like the exact not opening you want against somebody who's likely to Men-at-Arm and forward you. So, am I missing something, T90? I probably am.
Well, scouts are good with Khmer, and it's something that Hart probably hasn't seen in any of the games that he played the entire season. So I don't know if it's going to work, but from that logic alone, I really like it, especially because you're up 2 games as well. It's like you lose the game, whatever. But, what it does do is it does mean that Hart is going to have to defend himself a whole lot faster. Like, typically, you're going to have some time to add a little bit of army at home, but the scouts could get there almost immediately. And so far, Lewis defends with his own tower. Hart bails on his tower. Hart actually bails on his tower at 66% as well. So if Hart deletes that, he won't have enough stone for a tower at home. And the Man-at-Arms have done nothing. Like, absolutely nothing.
And to be fair, one of the advantages of opening scouts, which, again, is something we just don't really see often on this map, is that you're not on gold. So the amount of area that you need to defend is significantly less. Lewis is up to 6 fishing ships at this point, so again, this is clearly a prepared build where Lewis is not at all autopiloting into what we typically see for this map, and thus far, it's looking great for him.
Yeah. Again, we've seen dozens of games, dozens at this point, on every single map across all the leagues. I cannot remember a single scout opening. Everyone just went for exactly what Hart did. They went for the Man-at-Arms. They went for the mix of water and archers. We'll see if it works. Hart does have the spearmen out. Man-at-Arms looking for some value. They're going to go over to the gold there. It's a little close to the tower, but it's not close enough to the tower where he can't delay the gold for now. And Lewis is I think, going to try and run home with his scouts at the moment.
Yeah, and this is, what we were saying, where you didn't have as much that you needed to defend before you went on to gold, but now Lewis says it's time to go gather some gold, but this is where the scouts come in, and Hart simply not able to have all of his army together. He's able to pounce before the rest of his units show up, and that is a beautiful cleanup there from Lewis.
Also, I want to point out Lewis on 8 fishing ships. He's done that a lot this season. He really goes for the high fishing ship count. 8 fishing ships. He didn't have a single defensive ship. He will probably do that now. That's why him being on gold is important. But Hart forces some of those fishing ships to garrison. Lewis will flee with the other 2 to the north. So he's actually on 2 docks. And Hart still needs to balance where he can attack. It's so tough when Lewis has that one tower which defends the woodline and the gold's so close. It's tough to feel like you can get value. But the berries are still exposed. The gold can still technically be ranged. And Hart's got fletching now.
He does, and the scouts need to be super careful. 2 of them went down just to kill a single spearman. Obviously, not super ideal. Scout's gonna try and go for the villagers, but that is unsuccessful. And Hart himself is adding in a stable, which I find kind of interesting because I feel like other players would have had like 2 bills on stone and gone for a tower on the berries, but Hart just wants to play with those more normal units.
Yeah, he goes for a stable with a civ that is notorious for how weak their stable is. They can still make scouts though, and if the opponent is on skirm, I guess it's okay. Honestly, I really like the defense from Lewis though. The skirmishers were there in time. The villagers are onto the berries now. Can always snipe these spearmen as well, and it just feels like Hart, he's doing all the things that he would typically do in an Arabia game, but it is a hybrid map where you have to factor in the fish, and there's still 8 fishing ships for Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, Hart himself still has 4, so it's not like it's a complete disaster, but it certainly is less good than you would want at this point. The skirmishers have done an excellent job of defending. Very few players can get a 13-5 KD early on against Hart on any situation, so Lewis's unit positioning and his micro have both been on point. That said, the eco balance, less so. He's got a lot of gold. Okay, there he goes. Sends the bills to wood.
Yeah, both players have their eco worries, though. At the moment, for Hart, his food income is villagers walking to shorefish pretty long distances, and, random zebra there, 1 farm. For Lewis, he's got 5 farms, and he's got his berries, and I imagine he's going to have a whole lot more here soon. So, the food count was higher for Hart there, but if he spends the food on the stable, which he hasn't done yet, then he won't have the food there. And then, oh man, scouts actually get through, but that's good for Hart. Hart's fine with that.
Oh, that was a no, yes moment, because now the scouts are separated from the skirmishers. They both immediately died to the archers and spearmen, so, well,
Hart's like calculated,
I guess.
Yeah, Hart's like calculated. I tried that. No problem. I mean, I do wonder what the military is going to scale into in the long run here. Obviously, for Lewis, it's probably going to be skirms. For Hart, he wants this to be archers. Skirmishers, though, getting close. The skirmishers will snipe 2 of the archers and even snipe a 3rd archer before the archers get into the TC. It's not bad for Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, anything you can do to keep the number of enemy archers low. I mean, just the classic case of archers, you want to scale them, their numbers as much as possible. Lewis, faster up to the castle age. Now, he doesn't have a market or any stone income, so no extra TCs are going to be on the cards just yet. But it is still something he could consider, and militarily, that timing advantage is going to be great, no matter what he chooses to go for.
Man, Hart just... every game, his opponent has brought something new. And every game, he just seems ever so slightly behind with momentum. It's close here. He can balance out his res and click up. But Lewis will defend from any of the attacks that come in, most likely. He can't make spears, but that's the thing. You already have your own stable. You can just add your own scouts. And then with your own scouts, you could just trade against your opponent's scouts, no problem. So from there, I'm wondering what Lewis's decisions are, though, right? He's making some boats. Could upgrade the navy. Lewis also in the previous game just dropped town centers, and he can't do that here because he doesn't have the stone. So, couple decisions for Lewis. Also, siege would feel very strong with how close the town centers are.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it feels like Hart would want to go for the siege push. Dravidians have that really nice discount on their siege weapons. Lewis, I mean, I guess he's just going to be going for cavalry. He's got the double stable, which, to be fair, is also something we don't see very often these days.
Yeah.
Usually, you go for ranged units in the mid-game. So it's going to be that more cavalry-centric approach, and, it's another situation where Lewis could catch Hart out of position here when his army is not all together like right now.
Hart did force a lot of idle time, but still Lewis hasn't taken any eco losses this game. And Hart will make it to the dock. The dock will garrison, shoot down a scout. And there we go. Lewis is up. So Lewis is in Castle Age. Again, ignoring Hart's army. He will let this army go into his wood line instead of actually going over to react to it. There's not a house that close, so he could lose villagers there. But if he does damage at Hart's base, I suppose it's fine. Calculated from Lewis, he loses the 2 vills, but now he's at Hart's base where Hart needs stone walls.
But the stone walls will come in just in time. Preparation, or the reaction time, super good for Hart. He's 14 seconds away from Castle Age. The scouts have gone down. And the concern right now for Hart is, like, what is this transition going to be? The scouts are just running through the TC, and everything feels really messy.
Yeah, it's such a messy map. It's not a map you want to play when you're 2 games down, I'll tell you that much. Even though it's his home map, it's just so awkward. And Lewis has just made it so difficult for Hart to have any structure here, which is what the map's about. Knight's going to loop around to the other side where Hart just ejected his army so he can go pressure. The Knight will make it into the wood line there. Hart is running forward, but where Hart is running, he will see the Knights, the Siege Workshop, and there's a tower. But Lewis has to notice that as well.
Yeah, and I mean, to address the elephant in the room, T90, the elephant in the room was able to clean up all of the units, although the Light Cav are trying to loop back around.
It's funny, this is where Arabia players say Dravidians suck, because you need Knights, and you've only got these elephants, but at least the lack of speed isn't an issue, as Lewis gets the sweep, and Hart taps out. He was losing villagers nonstop, and it just felt like the entire series, Lewis had such crazy preparation. 3 games in a row where Lewis did something different, something off meta, something Hart had never seen in the group stage. And Lewis moves into the quarterfinals. That was sick.
That felt very early from Hart. I mean, he still had archers. He was still in a good spot to apply pressure.
I mean, he just had 2 games prior to this where he couldn't get any momentum, and he's about to get raided. He sees a tower, and I think Hart probably reached the point where he just lost the will to fight, honestly. I think he's in big trouble.
Yeah, for sure. But
yeah.
There's a difference between being in big trouble and your tournament life is on the line and you still have at least, a 15-20% chance of winning.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, I think Hart just felt the quality on the other side, and Lewis is probably going to trend to win this game, and he just decides, let's get out of here, man, and let's focus on the next event. Well played from Lewis. As a host, you obviously host the event to first off give people the opportunity to rise up through the ranks, but then you want to be able to see that growth, and you want people to take the opportunity serious and prepare. Lewis was promoted from Gold League to Platinum League with what he did last season. He's now made it to Platinum League. He gets into the playoff, and he beats someone like Hart 3-0. I actually think he could be... I know Leary's undefeated. I actually think Lewis's playstyle could be a problem for Leary because it can be very similar. If Leary loses, it's when his opponent does something that's different than him. And that's how Lewis played today.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting, right? Because normally you'd think somebody like Lewis is really going to struggle against somebody who can play meta better than them. But,
yeah,
I mean, when it comes to this level of preparation, I mean, I don't know how much Leary's preparing for this relative to the Red Bull tournament. So,
well, Leary, also,
yeah,
you have, if you're someone who prepares, you have 15 games of data. How often do you have that in any tournament? To be able to go to the drawing board, look at all those drafts and say, this is what my opponent likes to do. These are the maps they like to play. This is how they play every map. They probably played at least 10 of them. So if Lewis uses that information, man, I mean, he did here. Hell of a game plan. You love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's not going to be a walkover for Leary, I don't think. Not with how sharp Lewis is playing and how well he's prepared. So I think that should be a very good quarterfinal.
Yeah, agreed. So we're actually halfway through our day. We have 2 more best of 5s upcoming. We'll take a short break. I don't know exactly where we're at on the schedule, but soon should be Mihai against Barles. Viewers, this is going to spoil what happened the first 2 sets. I understand people just got in here, but we have a long day today. I just want to talk through it all real quick. This is what the bracket looks like at the moment. With Lewis's result, Lewis will be up against Leary in the quarterfinal. We have Mihai versus Barles coming up next. Winner there will face Sebastian. And then the big one, final set of the day, will be Tato versus Viper. Winner of Tato Viper goes up against Hera in the quarters. Oren Lou, I think we're casting the next set together. I'm just going to take a short break, and I'll let you know when the next series starts. Sound good?
All right. Sounds good, man.
Thanks, man. All right. Damn. What a day so far, guys. What a day. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, Spud, for the resub. Nice to see you, Spud. Hello. I see some Davers. What's up, Davers? Welcome in. Again, 2 more sets. I'll stick around and answer any questions you guys might have about TTL. There shouldn't be much left, though. For the next 5 to 6 days, we go full-on TTL action. You'll find every single set here, so hopefully you guys plan to stick around. People are saying, is it coming home? It might be coming home. It might be coming home. I have to find out. I think the next set was scheduled to happen, well, now. I wasn't sure if we were on schedule or off of schedule today because today's been so busy. And they're drafting. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Awesome. That answers my question there. I'll switch the scoreboard over. And we'll switch in the civs. I could get a little snack break, and then we'll be back at it. I've got some subs to thank, man. I wasn't trying to be rude to Buttstruction, by the way. Buttstruction, if you're out there. I was just casting with Ornlu, so hopefully Lodrog got it. I saluted when he gifted the subs. It was not my intention to be rude. I just didn't have time because we had to break down the game. So thanks for the gifted subs, my friend. Thank you. Wellbletch says, is this live, question mark? No, this actually happened last year, but we've got a backlog of tournament games. We're acting as if it's live. It's a big community conspiracy. And we actually have paid actors doing the draft live on screen right now. So I don't want to ruin your immersion, chat, but that's actually what the Age of Empires competitive scene is. Meanwhile, I am making bank because I know who wins every single tournament. Betting all my salmon on the channel points here. So, yes, series is live. Series is live. Okay, we got Mihai on the left. Sorry, got a little sassy there. We got Barles on the right. Casually Sam will send his resume for next year's draft reenactor. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Please do. We're going to need a new one now because the cat's out of the bag, so... Rum Pirate, thanks for the 54. Damn. Thank you, Rabbit, for the 10. He says, I was laughing at Lewis's prediction at first, but wow. Yeah, what was his full prediction, though? Did he predict that he was going to 3-0 hard? I thought he said maybe 3-1. Might be time to pull that one up, man. Let me look. Let me show Lewis's official prediction here. So, according to Lewis, he was going to 3-0 today. Damn. So far, his other predictions are wrong. But he predicted he was going to 3-0, and then he's going to 3-1 Leary, and then he's going to 4-2 Sebastian, and then he's going to 4-2 Hera in the finals. Imagine if he does it, guys. Can you imagine how unreal that would be? I mean, he's 1/4 of the way there. The thing is, it's like, I think it's a mix of cockiness and a mix of humor, right? But I do believe that belief is there, right? It's not like he's just saying that for the lulz. Like, I think he truly believes himself. You could tell he's extremely well prepared. So far, the winners of these sets have looked so well prepped. And I'm guessing we'll say the same thing over the next 2 sets as well. Actually, here's a question. Here's a spicy question. So we have 2 more round of 12s. We have Mihai Barles, and then we have Viper Tato. Which group of players do you think is the most prepared? Mihai Barles or Viper Tato? Because, like, based on what I saw in the season, Viper kind of turned it up late and barely squeaked into playoffs. Tato's typically very prepared, so, you know, there's that. And Mihai Barles looked locked and loaded from week 1. So I think Mihai Barles, they're going to be... I think they're going to have the strats here, so, yeah. Seems like some people in chat agree. Dave says, Viper, since the boot camp and the others there looked good. Well, Vinchester lost earlier. I think he was out-strategized in 3 of those games. But, I don't know. I agree with you that Viper looked really good at the tail end of the series there. Lewis looked very good. So, clearly the preparation is paying off. All right, guys. I'm going to take a short break so I can get a snack, all right? I'll play a tune as you guys watch the civs fly in here. Prediction that Tupi is going to be banned, by the way. If Tupi is not banned, I will... Well, I'll do nothing because I gifted too many subs already. But that's my prediction. I'll be right back.
Almost there. Just a little bit more. But wait. What is this that approaches? To arms! The English are making a sneak attack.
La here wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack. We are tired of licking British boots. Here they come! Fire!
La here wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk! I need a monk!
Yes.
Food, please.
No.
You have a market.
Wood, please.
You have a market.
Gold, please.
You made a trade.
Stone, please.
No.
You have a market.
Yes. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
La here wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
Okay. I'm back. No Tupi, huh? Well, I didn't look at the maps. So Costa Rica, oh my god, Costa Rica, High Tides, Bypass Quarry, and Seychelles. Whew, that's a fun one. We've got some really fun maps. Very strategic, very boomy maps. So maybe that's why I know Tupi, because we didn't have the situation we had first series, or second series with the Fast Castle on a standard land map. But yeah, mix of water, mix of lands, but also lots of walls. So Ornlu is going to be a very big fan of these maps. TSC Don, welcome. He says he's been watching High Level AoE for the last couple weeks. Welcome in. Thanks for following TTL. I saw your question. He asked, can you ban units? No, you cannot ban units. If you are scared of certain units, you would have to ban the civs. Hart probably wishes he could ban units right now, but I know that's not possible, unfortunately. But with 6 bans on either side, there's lots of good civs out there. Usually it's a fair mix. It's like majority of the civs are just really strong overall civs you don't want your opponent to have. But also there's a couple civs that can be really problematic that are very hit or miss you just don't want to deal with, such as Cumans. It's like Cumans either look incredible or they look awful, depending. You just don't even want to factor that into your game plan. So T90, what if it was possible though to ban units? New tournament idea, question mark? I mean, go for it, man. We have so many tournaments, so many different settings. Somebody go for it. How would that work? Oh, there's Tupi picked at the end. What do you do? Would you like, how would you enforce that? Is it different every set? Ban villagers. What? You get 3 vills. We'll call it the 3 vill cup. You start with your starting 3 vills, and then you can't make any more. I guess Mayans and Chinese would be broken. Because they start with the extra vills. Here's a genuine fun idea for a tournament, okay? Hear me out. Because this is based on a community game map. So we had a community game map where you start with 200 vills, and you can never produce more vills. So you have to delete villagers, but you have to be very cautious on how many you delete, because you can never make any more. So we could do that for a tournament, right? I don't think you start with 200. Maybe you start with like 40 or something. And then I don't know. Starting with 200 was nice because to actually make military, you would have to. But I feel like everyone would just go monks. That's all people would do, is just go full monks, because you can convert the vills and convert the army. So, but it's kind of a fun idea. If somebody else hosts that, maybe I'll make a video on it or something. Yo, Goldfish, thanks for the 4 months. He says Viper washed ... his hands after using the bathroom. Well, Viper, people were saying he was washed and then he made his way into the playoffs right in the last second. I'm curious to see what version of Viper we see today. And Tato as well, right? Like Tato typically very prepared. Viper looked really sharp in his last set, but he's been really inconsistent this season. So it's going to be a tough matchup for both of them. That'll be our final set. So that would be after this, guys. And then Mihai Barles is about to start. Thank you, Wayward Knight, for the 27 months. He says, to the VOD. Thanks for the tourney. Yeah, dude, no problem. Enjoy the VOD. Catch you in like 4 hours, maybe. Because you're probably speeding through the first 2 sets if you missed them. So, hello, YouTube. Thank you for the £2 dono from Ultian. He says, can you make a spell so that Mihai wins? I don't think Mihai needs any of my voodoo magic. Not that I have any. I think Mihai's good enough. I think his season was very sharp up until that final round. That final round's getting 3-0'd by Viper hurt. But he seems really well prepped. He seems really motivated. I don't think he's going to need my help. But Barles on the other side is a pretty big beast. So I'm inclined to lean towards the experience here with Barles. But maybe that's the thing about this season, is maybe the experience isn't cutting it anymore. Lewis beating Hearts. Mihai beating Barles could be a storyline. Sebastian was first place in the group. Sato was first place in the group. Like some of these younger players who've been working hard for years and been really motivated have stepped it up. Thank you, well, everybody for the support. Again, if we hit the next sub goals, we'll do the giveaways on stream right after. It looks like we're a little bit away, which is completely fine. The support's been amazing. But yeah, if you've been enjoying TTL, the many, many months of TTL, subbing to the stream is a huge motivator for me. I'm not going to show you and sell out the merch. You guys can see the merch on the site. I've talked about it enough. Thank you to anyone people who've purchased that as well. Strode, thanks for the 99 months, man. He says, T90, what does a Romanian Age of Empires 2 pro player that speaks poor English say when he meets you? Me, hi, and then T90 dad. Yeah, that was a minus 7K right there, Strode. But I actually appreciate it. Thank you for the 99. All right, let's talk to Ornlu. Ornlu, How pumped are you about the maps in this series, dude?
I see a lot of clown maps, so I'm happy.
Dude, it's really fun. I'm pumped for this one. Coast Arena Game 1, Bypass and Quarry, which could also lead to late games, and then Seychelles as well. I think if the Civ matchup is 50-50 there, that map can go on for 2 hours. And then, High Tides is like the one really clear aggressive map we have in the series.
Yeah, I think it should be a lot of fun. I think we're owed a super long back and forth series after Lewis's performance in the last one. So
yep,
I am ready to go, man.
Yeah, me too. They'll load into it soon. The dashboard isn't showing they're in a game for me. Is that the same for you?
Indeed it is.
Okay. Yeah, and then we'll end the day with Mihai, with Viper and Tato. What do you think about that series? I know we won't be casting it together, but we saw Viper 3-0 Mihai to get into playoffs. He looked insane. That was easily the best version of Viper we saw. But he didn't bring that all the other rounds, So I just don't know what version of Viper we're going to see.
Well, when it comes to Viper and Tato to a degree as well, is like they're so consistent that the level they're playing at is very close to their top level. Neither are very consistent at all anymore. They both have the flashes where they're certainly as good as they have been in the past, but I mean, it just feels like, okay, what is this going to be like today? And the series could go any number of ways, just depending on how that one turns out.
If you were to look at the 12 players in the playoffs, and then you had to pick 2 that were maybe the least consistent, it might be Viper and Tato as the bottom 2 in terms of consistency.
Which is so strange, for us that have been around a while, where, again, they're usually pretty much the pictures of consistency, always making it into the deep rounds of tournaments. But, I mean, again, one of them is still going to be top 8, but we'll have to see who it is. But they just launched game number 1.
Perfect, yeah. And, of course, with the Viper Tato series, the winner there will be up against Hera, who is super consistent and will be seen as the favorite there. But here, Sebastian's waiting to see who wins this one. And I am going to lean towards experience here. I know Mihai's not like new, and he's been on the up and come for a long time now, a couple years at least. But Barles, feel he's underrated. I feel it is a solid group stage. And I also really like Barles on some of these maps. We've got quite a few maps that suit him. His home maps, Bypass and Quarry, but also Coast Arena. So actually... I have so much I want to say. I think Mihai is going to do a strategy that he did week 1 here, and he's going to go transport ship because he did it with Italians before. He's given Barles Spanish. I'm wondering if Barles will know about that set. That was like 5 weeks ago now.
Yeah, I remember that game. There was somebody that went transport with Italians and then went with towers, and I guess that was Mihai, and then somebody who went forward with Muisca when the Chompies were busted.
Muisca.
And that was like...
Was that like Gold League?
Was that Gold League? I don't know.
I think that was a gold or silver set. I don't remember that one, so it must have been. But yeah it's kind of risky, but we've seen it work out. If Barles knows it's coming, we will be able to tell by his Dark Age. I'm excited to get into it.
I mean, Coast Arena is a really fun map. Even it's been picked a fair amount more than I thought it would be. But we still have a pretty wide array of strategies with which players will try and execute.
Yeah, I think if you were to ask everyone who's here in the playoffs how to play this map, and they would give you the answer privately, I think they would all come out with slightly different answers right now. So I think for Mihai, this is more of a style thing, though. There's going to be a lot of it today. I don't think he wants to play Barles on closed maps. I don't think he wants to straight boom. I think he's the player who prefers to be the aggressor here. But we should be in, assuming Capture Age loads up for me, and we are indeed in. So welcome in. We've got our 3rd round of 12 set. The winner here is going to be up against Sebastian in the next round. We've got Mihai in the yellow, Mihai playing as the Malians. We've got Barles playing as the Spanish. Typically, I change the colors, but yellow is one I'm comfortable with and we're used to with Viper. I'm kind of okay with keeping Barles at color 6 for this set. What do you think about that, Ornlu? Is that an issue for you?
Not at all. I mean, I'm usually somebody who just keeps whatever the colors they pick are. So
All right, cool,
yellow and
cool.
purple is perfectly fine for me.
Yeah, I think it's the one color combo which shouldn't give people too many problems. Barles likes this color. Mihai likes this color. But yeah, we've got Costa Arena. So stone walls along the front, some water walls on the backside, and then you've got the water aspect. And a lot of maps that incorporate land and water, we typically see that balance. That balance of water and land, and Malians should be very good there with their building discount. But the Spanish, while they do have bonuses which are balanced, they're usually about their extremes. So they're monks or they're conquistadors. So that's the number one thing I'd be thinking of right now if I'm Barles, is how do I get to conquistadors?
It's funny. I think that's a great way of putting it, because in so many ways, Spanish are a very versatile, very sort of middle of the road balance civ, but that's not why you pick any AoE civ except like Byzantines. It's you pick them because they're very good at doing something specific, and in this case, it is of course going to be monks/missionaries, and then the conquistadors, both of which obviously castle age units. And we have to imagine that Mihai, with Malian's really strong aggressive civ, he's going to be the one who is throwing out the first punch here.
Yeah, so back week 1 of group stage, Mihai, he went for Italians. He went for a dock, added a couple fishing ships, but he went transport ship, and he went man-at-armed archers along the backside of the opponent's base. I forget what the opponent's civ was, but basically the opponent was trying to get to a castle, and instead of tower rushing through the middle, which there's already stone walls, he transported around. I feel like that's very transparently what he's going to do here, because otherwise I really don't like the Malians. I'm not sure what you think, but they don't get bracer, which is usually great. Their unique unit doesn't feel great, at least against the Spanish. So that's my read right now, but I obviously have no clue.
Yeah, I mean, Malians themselves are also super flexible, but in a very different way than Spanish. They have 2 front-loaded eco bonuses, better gold miners, and cheaper buildings, so you can really do any number of strategies with the civ, but it's that early Imperial Age transition where Spanish are typically very good, because you're usually going for a lot of monks or conquistadors, which you don't need to make that many of. But with Malians, if you're not like getting a big win early, you got a huge eco, right? You wanted to spam a bunch of like champions or cavalry units and that sort of thing. So it's really a super aggressive or high eco civ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm wondering what the homework is like, because realistically, you should probably watch your opponent's games, but do you go back and do you watch the first week? It's also kind of a pain because you have to backdate your patch. We had a patch midway through, and I can sometimes be really critical. I'll watch players and be like, how do you not know this is a thing? But then I have to check myself. This has literally been my life, like every single day for months. And for the players, they just have to do one play all 3 a week. So yes, there's a certain expectation that they know things, but we'll know if Barles knows if he goes for the little wall behind. There's 2 houses there. Tells me he's already thinking about it. And basically, in the games that I've seen, when people know this is coming, they wall the back of their base. They still take the gold on the front, instead of walling the front of your base and then taking the gold on the oysters, which is an option next to the docks.
Yeah, the housing placement from Barles, I think, really tells a lot that, okay, you see Malians, you know there's something aggressive happening. I mean, basically, ever since Malians were added to the game, whenever you see them on a hybrid map or a water map, you're like, okay, there's some sort of shenaniganry happening, and they're probably going to be doing something forward and aggressive. And it's not clear exactly what that aggressive thing is, and that's where the flexibility of Malians comes in.
Yeah.
But you know there has to be something.
But then there's the double mind game of it, right? It's like, if you pick the Malians, you must be doing X, Y, and Z, and then you expect your opponent's probably prepared and probably watched what you did, so then they expect it. And then it's like, because they expect something, can you do something else? And I say that because it seems like Mihai is not going for a transport ship, and instead he's going for a lot more fishing ships. He's going up to 6. He's about to drop dock number 2. I think he's about to click up to Feudal Age, and if he just gets the food, he does. So, yeah, mind games at play, and that's why we like these closed maps, because there's a little bit of guessing, and you can't always be informed on what the opponent's going to do.
And there's usually at least a decent amount of strategic diversity. You typically don't see players do the exact same thing into each other. That said, Barles splits up just a little bit later with one more villager. And, I mean, 29 population on this map in particular, I still think you can afford to go for a fast castle. You've got the mill coming in. Mihai, is it going to be for a fast castle, though? Okay, no, now he's building a mill.
So, I saw a build. I think you covered it as well. It was Gold League early. It was Dogao against, like... I think it was Dogao against Uzi. And it was on this map. Now, he was Malay. And he went a couple boats with the fast feudal. And then he expected a forward castle from his opponent. And he went for, like, 3 archers in the middle. Just to deny the forward castle. Yeah, I think
that was cool.
I think that might be what Mihai is opting for here. We don't know yet, but it would make a lot of sense to try and basically do damage wherever you can. You're never going to win if you go full water. You're never going to win if you go full land, so it's a mix of both.
And if you are comfortable playing a bit of a more passive game, especially, I guess as Malians here, because you think your eco is better, but this later uptime, but still making Navy, is usually one of the safest ways you can go about playing a map that is as difficult to play as something like Coast Arena, right? You get the military out to defend if you need it. They can apply pressure if your opponent isn't doing anything more aggressive than you, but you're also going to have something here on the land, and Mihai is going to be sending a bunch of vills over to Stone.
Yeah, I completely misread it. I thought he was going to make galleys or hulks or something, delay the market and the blacksmith. But yeah, he goes market blacksmith. He goes to stone. Now, the stone position is fixed on the front, as is the gold. There was a little scout scuffle earlier where Barles has that extra hit. And Barles will see a villager there. Yeah, Barles paying attention, and Mihai just wanted that additional hit. But now Barles is like, wait, why do you have a villager there? And the scouts are so important here, and Mihai loses his scout. Mihai loses his scout, which is now so uncomfortable.
I mean, if you were thinking about going forward, that is basically out the window right now. Barles easily sees, I think, he sees the Bills.
Yeah, he sees it. He sees it, yeah.
But I have to ask you, Nani, do you regularly call it a scout scuffle? Because I call it that all the time. And I was wondering is there another weird soul out there who says that?
To be honest, I have no clue, but I tend to be a little bit of a caster chameleon at times, where I will sometimes adapt based on my caster who's with me. So
that's fair.
So like with Dave, I'll occasionally let out an A. That seems pretty good A. With Dave, or I'll say sorry a bunch of extra times when I'm casting with Dave because he's Canadian. In your case, it's like I must pronounce everything as perfect as possible, or else, or scuffle, or I break down the history. I'm like, well, historically, the Malians and the Spanish, they engaged in 1231, and I do that, but unfortunately, I don't think the Malians and the Spanish had a great deal of conflict at that time, but you'd have to tell me.
Well, the Malian Empire was just sort of beginning during that time, and the Spanish were still trying to fight the Reconquista. So, unfortunately, the Spanish-West African connection would have to wait until the 1500s.
See, that's what I thought. I was thinking, like, late 1400s, but it's actually the 1500s. Damn, I had it so close. Castle v. Castle.
1492 was when Spain collected itself.
I mean, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I respect the energy from Mihai, but castle dropping the Spanish was not on my list of strategies at all. But he's doing it, and the castles are both going to go up. They're going to range each other. Now, what this castle does do for Mihai is it does deny the stone for Barles, but it doesn't deny the gold, and they both, for now, have a little bit of fishing eco. So I say for now because Mihai has gone with some hulks. So far, so good for Barles, though he garrisons his ships. But, I mean, Conquistadors cost food. Gabetto costs food. They're both range units that could be very strong here.
Yeah, both are excellent raiding units. Gabettos, I always think are even slightly underrated I feel like they're still so good. That said, Conks are the king of early Castle Age for a reason. And right now, it's if you can match the opponent's numbers pound for pound, which both players can do because their entire economies are sort of pointed in this direction, that I think is going to be tough for the Malians.
Ooh! You said the Conquistadors are king of early Castle Age? The monk disagrees. That was a 50-50 there. Barles really wanted that kill, and he doesn't get it. He loses the conch, and then he loses the other conch as well. That is That is a swing that only the monks can provide at this time. And Mihai is sniping the fish at the same time. So not bad.
Oh man, this is getting pretty scary. And the missionary also gets sniped by the converted conquistador. Oh my goodness, this is getting very awkward very quickly here for Barles. Basically everything went wrong with there for a second or so. But now the converted traitorous conquistador will meet its demise. And Barles is right back out on the map here.
I would just go full monks now if I'm Mihai. Like, Gebettos are nice, but I would... And I say I would. I actually wouldn't because I suck with monks. But I really feel like this is still going to trend the conquistador's way. And that you might need to have more monks prepared. But for now, 2 relics, just 1 monastery for him. And he's going to try and use this combo of Gebetto and monks.
Yeah, and if you think of, you know, many other sorts of closed maps, whether it be Arena, Fortress, even BF, where, okay, you both go for a castle drop, and you think that, okay, it's going to be a battle of the unique units, but generally speaking, monks are good against unique units, so it often becomes a matter of, okay, who actually monks harder?
Yeah.
And at this point, it looks like, I guess that's going to be Mihai, who's still queuing up more.
I've been really impressed. The micro with the Gebetto is nice considering the disadvantages they have, but now you see you focus on anything else, the conks just start to shred you. That's why you pick the Spanish. Those kills were not bad. But I like it from Mihai because he's kind of like boxing the conquistadors away from getting to the middle now. He's separating these conquistadors from the areas they really want to get to. He's going to build 3 town centers here? Mihai? That's crazy.
I mean, it is crazy, don't get me wrong, but, I mean, kind of like I said in the beginning, it feels like Malians are the Civ that want to play that more high eco style.
Yeah.
Just spam a ton of different units, you have all the eco bonuses to help you out there, so, I mean, I guess that's what he's going to be doing, but you have to be really careful because the conquistador numbers, despite your early success, are still fundamentally going to be climbing.
Oh, Barles just noticed that those Gebetto could have run into his eco. He is attacking the monastery. That is the weak point of the wall now. The monastery. And Barles, he did a nice job stabilizing. The thing about Barles that you don't see here, really nice farming transition. Also has a transport around the outside with conquistadors, which will take a long time to pay off. But if he gets through, I don't think Mihai's going to be prepared for that at all.
Hey man, in the late 1400s, early 1500s, it took the Spanish conquistadors a long time to cross the ocean, but it worked out pretty well for Spain.
Bro, Mihai has 2 stuck hawks behind oysters. The oysters are going to go down in a second. If those are put on patrol, they can find that transport.
Can't you just sail over the oysters, or am I insane?
I don't know. I'm assuming they're stuck, but isn't it crazy that he actually has the tools to kill the transport, and he just isn't noticing? I don't know. Like, did he forget about them? It feels like he did. Does he have a reason to look back there? Not really. Okay, they're just sitting there still. And here comes the transport. And then there's still the conks on the front.
I mean, this is still going to be super scary to deal with. Unlike Barles, Mihai didn't really wall the back of his base whatsoever. And to be fair, you're not really anticipating Spanish to do anything aggressive in Feudal Age like that. But it's just 2 conquistadors coming in at a very atypical time, but oh, well, hold on. Conks are doing a ton of damage here at the front. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the conks are underneath the castle, which he might regret because the Gebetto can then get close. Conversions happen. The conks are still sitting there in the transport ship. There's so much micro happening right now. The eco is better for Mihai, ever so slightly, but now the conquistadors make it, and the hawks were too late, and now Mihai's got conquistadors from another angle. What a nightmare.
This is where the power of Tigui comes in, T90. Just get that tech. You're already trying to expand your eco and just have the TCs fire a bunch of arrows for free.
Maybe. Maybe.
Low key, that would help you defend a ton.
Well, it doesn't add range, though, right? And I think
no, that's the Lithuanian tech.
resources are kind of at the limit, so I'm not entirely sure on that. Monks will come home to deal with those conks. Now, these conks can't really realistically get away now unless their transport comes back. And then we have conks underneath the castle again from Barles.
Beautiful position there from Barles.
Barles has killed all the 4 vills. And you can tell Mihai was looking at the conquistadors, which he's converted 1. Crazy game.
Oh, man, but the monks are there trying to pursue as best they can. Barles going to try and run around the edge of the middle clearing. Devotion's going to be a huge upgrade, and that is a petard. What do you think of going for the petards right now, T90, as opposed to, like, when the castle immediately finished?
Well, before he felt like he needed Gebettos, but now I think he's realized I just need monks. Monks is my core military, and I have Gebettos. So I actually really like it. And Barles isn't going to want to stop making conquistadors at any point. But Barles is already on rams. The weird interaction, though, the weird interaction is that the Gebetto can actually destroy rams, and petards are actually pretty good at that as well if you happen to be queuing them up. And so down goes one ram, and Mihai out the back of the castle, and down goes another ram.
Yeah, there are times to go for rams in the castle war when your opponent has a ranged melee unique unit. Yeah, that's not the time, because remember, guys, Gebettos, they deal melee damage like an infantry, and so you just kill those rams super fast. That said, the castle is still much lower in HP, to be fair.
It's all about the monks right now. If the monks get conversions, Barles is dead. Barles did get devotion, so he could resist the conversions. Sometimes people would go for their own monks in this position and try and get atonement. But great job from Mihai. I mean, he's just brought the pressure to Barles here in a way that I don't think he was expecting. He's been able to get 3 relics, but still, he has to be so careful because his castle could end up going down. And his town center, 80%.
Oh.
It'll be denied.
Beautiful splitting up of the conquistador damage right there. I mean, Cogs have a pretty long reload time, so he was just splitting the shots up as much as possible. That was so perfectly done by Barles.
Also, the castle fire will eventually be enough to just take the castle down now as well if you're Barles. So a fletching upgrade ended up being really valuable for him. Still, Mihai will be on 3 TCs in a moment. He'll be primarily on monks, though, because he won't be able to make any more Gebetto after the castle falls. And there go the monks again. Barles is back.
Oh.
Devotion. Oh, my goodness, dude.
Remember when they added devotion because people thought monks were too OP?
The complaints from people who are anti-devotion were because of the conquistador. They were like, at least don't give Spanish devotion, because if conquistadors can't be converted, what are you supposed to do against this unit?
It is a tough one. There is another castle coming in for Mihai, which is going to be quite helpful. Still maintains control of the middle of the map. Cog numbers are not super impressive, but it is just a tough unit to micro against. And right there, still gets a couple more Gebettos. What I think is so cool about this game, T90, is that neither player is going for fast imp.
Yeah, neither player is going fast imp. Both players stuck in Castle Age, which we really have never seen. I feel like, well, this is a map where you have to take some risks. And after the first castle from Mihai, I would have loved to see this castle be in range of that gold. But maybe after losing all of his monks, he just didn't feel like he could justify it. That castle's like, it kind of protects your eco, and then it kind of disrupts the gold, but it doesn't do either one directly.
I think the main concern for Mihai was actually his own gold income, because other than the gold that's in his base right now that he's strip mining like crazy, he doesn't have any safe access to gold. So I think that if you don't have gold right now as Malians, you are completely dead in the water. So at least I also would have liked the castle a little bit more forward, but I at least understand why he did that.
Okay, well, I want a forward castle. Barles knows what's up. Here he comes. Barles wants to apply some pressure. Honestly, there's still a lot of Gebetto, and there's still some monks that can come in. And Gebetto will kill the conks if they connect. Conks have the range, and Spanish have the building speed bonus, so this castle could go up. Mihai doesn't seem to be making a move right away to deny this. He's waiting for his monks. This is some nice patience. He's going for the vills, and he's got the conversions coming in, too.
This is so beautifully done from both players. Villagers being pulled at the exact right time. Monks being able to come in at the right time. That is just so beautifully done, T90. Oh, my goodness.
It's so hard to be patient there, right? You're under pressure. It's game one. The nerves, the moment is so important. And it's conquistadors, which we've already seen wreck you. To have the confidence to just kind of dodge back and forth and wait is insane. And now, like, pretty soon, it will be Barles without gold. If he completes that castle, he can take all the gold in the middle. But his main golds could be an issue soon if the Gebetto run in. And he doesn't have the relics that Mihai has.
Wow, this is so close of a game, number one. Very back and forth, and very unlike the previous series, which is always fun as a caster, just getting these very different experiences with the different pro players and maps. But right now, Barles is going to need to figure out something, because this is where you really wish you actually had that Imperial Age option.
I'm just shocked. I mean, I know the KD doesn't really imply that the Gebetto are very strong, but The Gebettos seem good enough in these engagements when combined with a couple monks that I really like the unit here now. And Mihai clearly trusted it from the start.
I've been saying that this is like one of the most underrated units in the game. It's so freaking strong. They got like a buff here and there for like 3 years in a row, and now the unit is just so crazy good. It literally does night damage from range, but this is still the Conquistadors, and you should not underestimate them.
Oh, man. I mean, but the Gebetto are close here, so I think they trade kills evenly from here. No, I'm wrong.
Are much cheaper than Conquistadors, remember, guys.
Yeah, the Conks are destroying. I was wrong. The monks and the missionaries have gone down. Barles comes back to build the castle. Again, Mihai sees it. But there's still a lot of Conks, and there are a lot of villagers there. And I think the castle actually goes up now.
Wow. I mean, that takes some confidence from Barles this time, where you're like, you know what? We're just going to send everything forward, and this time the castle's going to go up. He didn't panic. He didn't try to send the whole village over and, turn it into a doubt castle. Yeah, he lost some vills, but he's still doing just fine.
I'm laughing because I don't know where this game goes from here. Right? Like, everything happens, and I'm expecting there to be an obvious result, but I really just don't know. Like, Barles is making rams, so maybe he makes a play against the castle, but I have no clue if that will even work. Barles just reclaims gold, but now there's a castle from Mihai, which is going to push him off of that gold and over to another one. Imp is not even close to realistic for either player. I still like Mihai's Vill counts, but, I mean, Mihai's Vills are far from efficient if you look at the middle of the map right now, so what a game.
They're far from efficient, and he's losing far more resources than Barles is. So the good eco is keeping him in the game, and that obviously we have no idea where this one's going to go. But I don't think that we can say that Mihai has a huge lead if we just look at the populations. And look at this T90.
Oh, man.
Barles just going to slap another castle on the table.
Yeah, okay. I take back what I said 5 minutes ago. I'm not a fan of the Gebetto here. I take it back. I think it's officially reached the point where Conquistadors are just insane. The Gebetto are too fragile. The monastery holds the door open. Like, or rather, when the monastery's down, there's a hole in the wall, and then Barles can also get the relics. And now here comes Barles with the rams. But I don't think he'll actually ram the middle castle. I think he's going to go through the gates and ram the castle inside Mihai's base.
Yeah, I also think that where the Gebettos are falling off is a production issue, where you lost one of your castles, and you kind of need to be able to spam the Gebettos a bit more constantly than the Conquistadors.
Yeah.
And this second castle only just now coming in, I think, was a big issue there. Also, because it was asked several times in chat, ballistics does not affect Gebettos.
No.
It's an easy one to not understand.
Yeah, also the castle position for Mihai, it doesn't allow him to group up his units very easily, so he's hoping to produce Gebetto and somehow get them where he needs them. That's a rather difficult task. But Barles sees the Gebetto have come into the base, so he would just go for the monastery now. I also really like that Barles goes for Bodcanero here. Your castles are ranging a lot of important area, and buildings in this case. So Bodcanero is a choice that both players should consider.
It's definitely something that is worth considering. Mihai can afford another castle, though. He could place it next to
inside Barles' base.
Or he could do that.
Inside Barles' base is the only option, because you're dying otherwise. You gotta send it. It's this type of game. There he goes. Barles sees the villagers. Barles knows what that means. He's bringing his conks and his rams to the middle in a panic now. And he's losing some conquistadors to conversions. The Gebetto are coming. The castle for Mihai is being built with like 30 villagers. And it's going to go up. That castle's going to complete. Barles has no clue what to do.
That was so beautiful from Mihai, and Barles totally panicked right there.
Yeah.
He just sent his army into the meat grinder.
Yep.
He tried to rush up a tower. The Rams did nothing. The Gebettos with the Conquistadors running into them just, lost a ton of HP. And honestly, T90, this castle doesn't do anything in the immediate. He loses, what, 2-3 farms?
But hold on. Mihai's got to go. He feels he has to go in with his Gebetto, but he actually needs his Gebetto at home because the Conks are still back there. And now the Rams could go push the main base. This game is complete chaos. It could still go either way. I have no clue, but I'm still leaning towards the villagers. At least you've got 30 more villagers if you're Mihai.
You sure do. And I mean, this is a real treat of a game number one. And if this is any indication, this set is going to be very close because Gebetto's still going to punch through the house pretty quickly. Barl's not really going to have any food income. And once again, guys, nobody's close to Imp. That said, Barl's army is better overall right now.
Yeah, and they both have defense issues, but Conquistadors and Rams destroy a whole lot faster than just Gebetto. So if the plan for Barl's is to go for the town center, he has the tools to do it. The Gebetto are still raiding, but he's so far avoiding them. Okay, he's going for the castle now, I think is the plan. And we have someone who's new to the scene wondering, like, why do these pros not research murder holes? Honestly, you gotta research murder holes here.
Yeah.
Yeah, murder holes.
Your Malians, it researches super fast.
I mean, I don't think he has the university.
No,
I don't think he has enough army. His Gebettos haven't done enough, and his castle just disappears.
Oh my goodness, beautiful move there from Barls. If the Conquistadors weren't on the other side of the castle at the time, then the repairs come in, you're dancing back and forth, and then you run the risk of losing everything.
Yep.
So Barls actually had to have the conks on the other side of the castle right there, which is not easy to set up, and that was just very well done, and now Barls is going to start absconding with the relics of Mihai.
Yeah, you know it's a good game if Ornlu gets to bring in the abscond word, right? He could say abscond, and it's over, guys. It's over. Another castle here for Mihai, which should complete because he has a lot of vills, but then again, there's 20 conks. And the castle will complete, but there's a resource issue for him right now, and the resource is gold. He'll shift over to one of the final golds in the game to the left side. But, like, I mean, Barls will have all 5 relics, or at least he'll have 3 relics for now, and there's a lot more gold collected over to the area where Barls has his eco.
What I love that Barls has done this game is he's just unafraid to go for the Rams. He's repairing them, he's producing a ton of them, and that building destruction capability is really, I think, what's separating the capabilities from both of these players at this point, where Mihai, yeah, you can run in and get villager kills, but you can't really destroy your opponent's infrastructure in the same way that Barls can, and that's why Mihai is down 2 castles.
I also think Barls has used his castles as a weapon more effectively. Barls has 37 kills in his castles because he got ballistics and he got Bod Canero. And part of that is, of course, taking down the first castle from Mihai. And also the guts as we see him dive here. And oh man, I think he needs to back up. But the guts to place that other castle forward on the wall, right? Like, it wasn't a passive castle. It was a really important position on an otherwise really small map.
Yeah, and herbal medicine coming in, going to be able to heal up those Conquistadors very quickly, which you need to do because they ate a pretty big mangonel shot right there. And Mihai with another very passive castle location. I mean, I think I'm with you, T90. I think you need to try and start winning the game because there are 10 Rams, 11.
I mean, in Mihai's defense, he did place a very aggressive castle a minute ago. Unfortunately, it is now gone.
Yeah,
but that was aggressive. But Barls is going to build one himself. And with his 23 conks that are healing up with herbal medicine inside the castles, he is going to make a play for the main base of Mihai. I mean, any direction he goes, there's a castle or a town center. One of the town centers is the Imp TC, which feels important to find.
As it happens, it's the one that's in the middle of the map, which is not the one I would have picked, but what do I know?
I think the, like, logic just goes out the window, and they just simply think about, it's all, like, reactions and what your instincts tell you in the moment. Right now, Barls, his instinct tells him that he can't go towards the main base of Mihai, because Mihai has the Gebetto there, and now he's going to ram the castle and the town center that is taking Mihai to Imperial Age.
Oh my goodness, guys. Vills are going to attempt to repair, but the Gebettos were simply out of position to deal with all of these Rams. How often do we see
11 Rams?
Rams?
Yeah. I mean, it's risky, right? But if you take down the buildings, you win the game. His Conquistadors are just committing. We know the Conquistadors are good enough to kill the Gebetto, and the Rams are going to be good enough to take down the town center and the castle. Unfortunate for Mihai, but his Imperial Age has been denied. And he will go imp in another TC, but I think he knows it's too late. He simply lost everything. Amazing start to the series. And just the adaptations from Barls were fantastic here. I thought Mihai played well, but Barls, even though he was behind in villagers most of the game, was able to take the better positions and the better engagements.
Absolutely. I mean, Eco was very stretched, but it could have been much worse, right? He still added those extra TCs. And
Yeah.
if you are as good positionally and with your on-the-fly decision-making as Barles was, it's okay to be a little bit behind in economy because he made the absolute most out of all of his units, and that was such a treat of a game number one.
Yeah, I mean, there was the one moment of panic, which was amazing, where he ran like into the town center in the castle when Mihai went forward. But beyond that, I think he was patient under a lot of pressure. Because Mihai lost, I do still have to sit here and think, do you really want to be in a position where you're playing these compositions against conquistadors? Like, are there better options for you to go forward castle? I feel like the answer is yes. But if he didn't draft Malians very high on the draft and it was like very late pick, which it was here, I'd consider it acceptable, right? Like, he almost won the game. Malians is not one of his best civs. It was worth a shot.
I mean, it gave us a very entertaining game, so I mean, I'm not complaining. But it's certainly one that if either player looks back, there are certainly some things that both would do differently.
Yeah.
But that's what makes these maps fun, right? Because you, as a viewer, you want to see players not in situations where they're super comfortable all the time. I mean, sometimes you want that, but that's where we have the variety in the maps and matchups.
That was an amazing game. I hope we have more of that. Rather surprising. So Mihai loses the first game, right? Obviously, you want the momentum swing. Mihai then chooses to go game 2 on Bypass, which is the home map of Barles. So some confidence, and maybe it's a matchup thing. He's got Turks. Barles will have his number 1 pick, Bohemians. So they're really going to come out swinging for the closed maps.
Oh, this is going to be fun, I think, I gotta say. This is really gonna, I think, be like the closed map, full-blown Imperial Age cannons everywhere. And if you're looking at, okay, which civs are the best post-imp civs, I would say it's probably these two.
Yeah, which civs are best with gunpowder, maybe these two.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I just want to say, viewers, and I know I speak for Ornlu as well on this, it is so cool that we can sit here and be so excited about like these games and the player matchups and the civ strengths and weaknesses and have other people be there who also enjoy it. Ornlu and I have been around a really long time. There was a time where maybe we could find like a dozen people, to be super involved and interested in this. So thank you, everyone, not only for supporting TTL, but just like your interest in the game, interest in the scene. It's awesome. We've got game 2. We have Turks versus Bohemians, which I've seen a bunch on Arena, but I don't think I've seen that much on Bypass, just because Bypass is a bit of a newer map.
Yeah, and of course, couldn't agree more. I mean, this is just, it's so fun. And I think, I don't know about you, but like some of my greatest joy I get as a caster is just sharing the excitement and like learning about AoE and the decisions that people make and why they make them, and just sharing it with the community and seeing other people get as hyped as you are.
Yeah, man. I still remember when I was playing AoE 2 HD in 2013. So I'm like in college at that time, and I want to game with some friends, and everyone was just like, why are you playing that game? It doesn't make any sense. The game is old. The list of reasons as to why you shouldn't play AoE 2 for the average gamer, even back then, was quite long. And my response was always like, I don't understand how you can't play this game. Like, how you can't understand. Like, once you get it, dude. Right? It's just that special. So, same boat, dude. Same boat. So, I got to bring up the history again, because game 1, I tried to sound super smart, call out that Mihai went transport ship in week 1, and then, of course, he didn't freaking do it at all, right? But Mihai went against Vivi in the group stage. He went Turks, and he went kind of like fastish feudal into a mini boom with farms with horse collar, and then he went fast imp into hand cannons and bombard cannons, which is kind of old school Turk style. So I'm wondering if Barles will A, know that, and then B, expect it, and then C, what's he going to do about it?
Yeah, actually, I'd completely forgotten about that game until you just brought it up. Yeah, that was a really interesting style, but one that felt tailor-made to the assumption that Vivi went aggressive with towers, which
True.
is what he did.
True.
And I think that you see the Civ matchup here, you know Barles is very comfortable on closed maps, one of the best out there, actually. I don't think we're going to be seeing that, so I think Mihai would probably do well to take a different approach here.
No, I 100% agree. I think Mihai read Vivi like a book. He knew Vivi was a player who likes to play open, aggressive maps, and that Vivi would likely go towers and archers. And, I mean, Barles had his option in the previous map, while it was different to go Feudal Age Navy, which he never did. He's obviously going to go for a boom. Okay, so saying all that, we don't expect Feudal Age from either player. What do you do then, right? I suppose for the Bohemians, because of the cheaper blacksmith, it's much easier for you to reach Castle Age, and then with that, maybe you drop second TC. For the Turks, you could play, you could boom, you could go light cav for map control, which could add value on the sides of the map, or you could still go for the castle drop, which obviously could be very terrifying to deal with.
I mean, it's very interesting because there are so many different ways you can approach things. Neither of these civs are sort of the obvious boom civs. They can both play one TC very effectively, but they don't have to.
Yeah.
Especially in a matchup where neither is going to sort of be at a booming disadvantage because neither are like super strong eco civs. So it really feels like this is going to be a stylistic choice. That, okay, both these players drafted these civs pretty high. Yeah, pick number 2 versus pick number 1. So whatever strategy they feel most comfortable with and prep with, I think should feel pretty good here.
Yeah, I think for Mihai though, he's not the favorite in the set. I think the slight favorite is Barles. And this is now, you're taking a risk. You're going to his map to try and get a win. You lose this, I think you start to have some doubt creep into your mind. But at the same time, if you win, it's 1-1, and you still have both of your home maps remaining. So that could be a really good spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, because you lost game number 1, you need to take one of your opponent's home maps. So if you can sneak the win here, then you can at least have some confidence knowing that, okay, all I need to do is win my own home maps, and then I'm in the round of 8.
Yeah.
And I don't know, has Mihai gotten round of 8 in an S tier before?
That's something for viewers to give us info on.
Yeah, because it's either close to or his best result ever, which would be great for him.
Yeah. Mihai's in a weird spot in TTL. Everyone put him into the category of player like Sebastian, who everyone just assumed that he was going to rise up and be consistently top 16. And then I think there was a season in gold. Everyone thought, oh, he's going to get promoted. And I think he didn't. So he was in gold for an extra year versus what people expected. Obviously then got promoted for this season, and he will be platinum again. But
I think he ran into Hart or Jordan or something. Like he had the absolute worst possible qualifying match, if I remember correctly.
who was it? It wasn't Hart, because Hart didn't get promoted. Hart's always been platinum. I'm trying to remember. You're definitely right. He played up against somebody in a playoff, I think, because he didn't win his group. And then that playoff was a brutal name. Kingston, maybe? I think it was Kingston once. No, that was...
Ooh.
The Kingston set was a qualifier for the Garrison, actually, where Kingston won. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Hart was relegated. Because wasn't Hart... He was away from the game, and he had to promote his way up. Because he wasn't active in the first and second season. So I think you're right. It might have been running into Hart.
Well, then, it's the broken clock right twice a day, because usually my memory for these things is not very good. But
I don't know. I'm just speculating. And of course I'm like, hey, viewers, help me out. And someone says Huang, and then somebody says T90 lazy, and then somebody says, no, do your job, T90. So it's our job to know these things. We need to be better, apparently.
I'm sorry, chat. We will endeavor to be better casters in the future.
Yeah, sorry we didn't remember the specific set from 2.5 years ago. So, Blacksmith and Stable for Mihai. And this will be one of the many options we mentioned. This is more of the map control choice. He will go for Scouts. A free light cav upgrade, of course, makes that very solid against Monks. And Barles, he's actually shown his strategy as well, because he's gone Market and Blacksmith. Or at least not his strategy, but his build. Barles is up much faster, and I'm assuming we're going to see him just drop town centers here.
Yeah, this feels like a very safe approach from Barles. He's got the house wall at the front of his base, just not taking any unnecessary risks. And, okay, he's getting his eco upgrades. 4 villagers on gold as Bohemians really says to me, okay, I want a monastery. I want to be able to at least pick up some relics and make sure I'm not completely stuck at home, but I'm really still looking to add in those TCs.
You know what it was? It was Vinchester's fault. Yeah, so remember, Season 1, Vinchester wins TTL. He wins his first S tier. Season 2, Vinchester gets relegated. So he goes down to gold. Season 3, he's in Mihai's group. And, or sorry, not in Mihai's. No, he was in Mihai's group. And Vinchester and Capoch were first and second. And then Mihai was third. And then, yes, Mihai went in and played a best of 5 against Hart and then lost. So that's kind of Mihai's story. Then he's back at gold in Season 4. He gets promoted. Not in first place, by the way. He was actually in second place in his group because of Rapard winning that group, which is crazy. And now, now we're here, and we know Mihai will be platinum again next season. But yeah, nice little storyline. But it's clear that, like, if one really big player, one really big name underperforms, it affects everything. Right?
Yeah, it really does.
So,
and I know you've spoken out why you don't have like the up and down matches where it's like the losers of platinum and the winners versus gold, and I think that's reasonable, but like that's what happens, right? Is because you're guaranteed to get these top players who are just knocked down because that happens every season, and then you just have somebody who might crush it through gold, and it's very interesting.
Well, it's like Tato before our next series. Tato's thinking like, I got second place in my group behind Leary, who went undefeated. That's a pretty good group stage. What's my reward in the playoffs? Oh, congratulations, you get Viper now. because Viper was a little bit off. So I think regardless of what you do, if you have a player underperform or even overperform, it's going to shake things up in any tournament. But we've got
I think that makes it interesting, because if it's like the obvious player winning every single set, and then it's like, okay, why are we even watching the tournament until like the last few stages? But
yeah, agreed.
There's a lot of variance here that make it exciting.
Well, the value as well for like the players who are always going to lose a lot of their sets, but if they can snag one win, that set actually has meaning is really important. So we've seen that in a lot of these sets in TTL.
But I mean, the only reason VV's not in the playoffs is because he lost one game to Dark. When
Dark's already out.
Him.
Yep,
when Dark's yep.
Also, Dark ruined Dragonstar's chances of survival. I think it wouldn't have mattered in the end. But Dark was like, I'm going down, and I'm screwing you guys up on the way down. So it's 3 TC from Barles. He's just going straight eco approach. Mihai is going the mix, and the mix can be very strong. But in these moments, I always think about, this is an arena. This isn't hideout. There is a wide open gap between the player bases in the middle. So if Barles can like just push that area with anything, Mihai's wide open. So Mihai has to respect that. Now, Mihai hasn't built any of his town centers or buildings in that area. So if he gets pushed, it doesn't hurt him. And he is going to get the town center up on the outside, which Barles can't do anything about. So it's just the beauty of the map is you have so many different options.
Yeah, and like obviously this map isn't arena, but if you sort of take the logic of you want to invest the bare minimum more than your opponent on map control, so that you can then have all of your other resources spent on economy, but still have that advantage when it comes to fighting for map control. Mihai still made 4 scouts. Now, of course, the free light cav upgrade is great for the Turks, but you probably could have gotten away with literally making just 1 or 2 extra scouts, and even then he's not tracking his opponent as well as he needs to, because the scout just ran in and got that free monk snipe.
That's so... I cannot stress it to people who watch but do not play. The feeling of elation that Barles just felt is like winning the lottery, right? Your opponent goes light cav, your opponent's whole build is to kill monks. They don't kill any, and you use your starting scout to kill the monk. Like, oh, that is chef's kiss right there. That is so satisfying. And Barles...
I mean, usually that level of excitement is reserved for researching Fortified Wall, but, this is up there as well.
Everyone's got their different excitement level. I personally don't get excited for that, but now And I'm just getting really excited already. We don't know how it's going to play out, but I just think Barles has played this perfectly. He's basically sacrificed map control, and he's gone for economy. I also like the nice touch of building the TC out here, because he's like, I can. What are you going to do about it? And now he's going to try and take the map control back. I assume anyways. He's got the university up already. He's got double archery range. This feels like chemistry for me and not imp.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, right? Because this map, it has so much more of that late Castle Age aggressive potential that you don't have on Arena or even Hideout because of the rush distance. You can just go right down the middle, and there we go. Chemistry's coming in. Bohemian, Castle Age, hand cannoneers can be very tough to stop. But what is Mihai doing? He's already walling behind this, except for the one tile that he forgot about.
I
but
think
in theory, it's good.
Yeah, I think the villagers started to get converted. And because the villagers started to get converted, he backed up, and that's why he did the next layer of wall. But yeah, the positives for Mihai is he's done a couple critical things. He's in a situation where he could actually evacuate if he gets pushed, because he hasn't built his town centers or buildings there. He also has an outpost, so the second he sees anything, he has a lot of time to make informed decisions. And then also part of this is he sees the university, but I think he's going to be confused, because if you see this castle, you're not expecting fast chemistry and hand cannon push. You're thinking, like, Barles is playing defensive and Barles is going imp. So maybe a little bit of confusion here incoming for Mihai.
Early treadmill train coming in once again. We really do see players prioritize that upgrade a lot more, but you'll see the flaming arrows, or you can just click on the TC and see the +1 attack.
No, yeah, good point.
That should be a tip-off. Hand cannoneers are indeed on the way, and the concern I have for Mihai is, one, his eco is worse, just because Barles, I think, as we were discussing, had the better build. He got his eco running sooner. That's a lot of farming infrastructure. That's 27 farms in his base, and if that is getting pushed, I think you're really going to struggle to find an answer to what your opponent is doing.
I've said it like 1,000 times by now, but the reason we added the hunt on the outside was not actually so people can boom with it. It's escape food, right? So it's like in situations where you have to relocate your food eco, for a while you can invest like 200 wood, you can get enough food to hold on and go towards your better tech. But yeah, let's see. Barles is going to be through in no time. The hand cannons are already on the way. He's got a petard that he's produced from his castles, 2 petards rather, to run through the middle. And Mihai will see the petard walking, so Mihai needs to defend this right away. He could see it. Or sorry, rather, he can't see it because he lost the outpost, but he'll drop the castle at what feels like the perfect time.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even hate if those gold miners also went there to rush up the castle. That said, you do need 2 petards to come in, but it's actually barely 2 petards, and the hand cannons deal enough damage there that still, I think, just enough time for Mihai, but this is really close, guys.
Wow, that's so well calculated for Mihai, though. Like, this could have easily just completely won Barles the game, but Mihai defends the position with the castle. He still has the outside stone and gold. He also has 3 relics with, I believe, a 4th going home, and he has his eyes on the 5th. So Barles will click imp, and Barles can still be competitive here, but this was not how Barles wanted it to go. A lot of players out there will not get that chemistry upgrade and delay their Imperial Age if they think there's any chance they won't find reward for the attack.
And Barles will be slower, but Barles still has the stronger economy. He is on his way to imp. It will be slower than his counterpart. And you have to still think that, okay, I'm Bohemians. I can still win in the late game just with a mountain of gunpowder and trash units. He's still expanding to the outside, and I still think Barles has a good solid shot, even if that particular attack didn't work.
Gotta appreciate this Spearman and this Petard. They go way back. They've been buddies since they were kids. They always wanted to go into war together, but they have different tools available. So there they go.
I would make a joke about T90 and Dave, but that just feels wrong.
Yeah, I don't know who would be more offended, Dave being called the bald guy or me being called the Spearman. But
yeah, I figured one or the other would work.
At least I've got some bonus damage at play, so I'll take it. There's a castle from Barles. I mean, Barles knows he's got the stronger military right now, and he wants to force the issue, but Mihai already completes his castle. Again, perfect time. He will have a Treb on the way. And he's Turk, so he can instantly make bomber cannons to pressure that castle as well.
True, but on the northeast, you have the 2 siege workshops in, and I mean, you might as well have the instant chemistry. I mean, it's already researched, so you can make bombard cannons as the Bohemians player. So
true. It's actually
players have reasons to be happy here.
It's actually really awkward too. If Barros just sits next to the siege workshop, I don't know if Mihai can take the risk to hop out with the bombard cannon. You probably do, because you need that bomber cannon right now. But he doesn't have the army support yet. The long-term plan here is going to be cav archers. And, okay, now the hand cannons move away. Now the bomber cannon can eject. And now the protection of the castle should be enough. And what a fun game. The cav archers for Mihai are actually going to the other side, but he's misplaced them. He wants to deny the stone. Loses a couple to the castle fire there.
There's also a villager that will die to the lion if it's not careful, so any sort of forward buildings that you're going for would be unsuccessful. Masonry being rushed up. That's how you know somebody's just a little bit more enlightened of an AoE players. If you don't even need to get chemistry right now, so just go ahead and get masonry.
Remember, Mihai doesn't have a TC on the other side. So it's middle and outside, but this outside area is getting pressured. So this is a pretty big swing right here. If he loses this, he does have the relics, but it's not like he's got all these other resources. He also had a Treb in his base that got stuck at a certain point. That Treb just went down to those hand cannons from Barros. And it looks like both players are going to end up losing their castles, which means the bombard cannon micro is important. But Sipahi cav archers, something we haven't talked about a lot, can be very strong for the Turks. That's the plan for Mihai. But I feel like he tried to do too much. Like the cav archers going the other way, it feels so much less helpful than just bringing the cav archers here now. Like if you had the cav archers, you probably are taking a better fight against Barros.
Yeah, and you lost 2 bombard cannons for free. We have a random guard tower incoming. Okay, that's a little bit weird. But your Mihai, you're developing the stronger, like, core unit. I mean, hand cannons are not going to scale anywhere near as well as Turk cav archers. Aeroslit's coming in too. Oh my goodness. This is just Barros things, man. Other than Tato, nobody else does this.
Yeah, Barros has gone for more towers than anyone in this season. And Barros doesn't have enough to protect. The cav archers seem strong. Trebs are still there as well for Mihai, which could take down the towers, and he could cling to life here. Left side becomes important, and the cav archers are still over there for Mihai. He's also dropping a castle over there. And he might end up getting that 5th relic as well. He's very close to bringing it in.
Yeah, I mean, I know we just casted Lewis, but Mihai is going to be the one who's going to bring it on home, as that is going to be an essential tool for him here going into the late game.
Man, it's wild how different their economies are right now. Like, Mihai has the golds, but he has very little on food. He's only got 19 on food and needs to eventually fix that. Barros has 31 on food and 54 on wood, but he's kind of run out of stone and gold. And he will start to reclaim some stone and gold on the other side. But as he does that, then Mihai is going to be pushing the right side, which gives him more space and time to deny stone and gold. So, personally, I think I prefer Mihai's position because Barros seems to really be struggling playing the sides. But it's been some pretty rough engagements on both sides.
Yeah, both players have lost a lot of bombard cannons that they probably didn't need to if, the micro was perfect. But it's been an even miss micro so far, so it still feels like this could very much go either way. I do like Turks a little bit more in general because you sort of have the 3 different lanes on this map, whereas Bohemians are going to be more wanting to fight in one giant blob. And Mihai really doing a nice job leveraging that mobility of the CA.
Let's see if this bombard cannon gets canceled from Barros. It's a nice little detail that I don't think you can think about under pressure. But I think that bombard cannon is just a free kill for Mihai if he doesn't cancel it. There are some skirms on the way, but Mihai's done a nice job to mostly clear up this side. But Barros has done a good job to mostly push the left side. It's just everything, and then we forget that the middle exists, right? Like, who's going to remember that you can just push right into the heart of the farming eco at the same time?
Well, neither player at the moment, but what I like here from Barles is he's leveraging those trash units. The advantage you're going to get is, as the Bohemians here, is that you can just get to 200 population, in theory, faster than your opponent, because your units are very cheap and efficient. That said, it's not quite there yet, and this is where trying to push on multiple angles can be so tricky. And yet Mihai doesn't have an answer to skirmishers right now other than bombard cannons. He has nowhere near the food income to make hussars.
You know what I like about this game is, I mean, they're both playing an incredible level. It's very even, but it's also like so even that you are just reminded, oh yeah, Age of Empires 2 is freaking hard, man. Like, this game is very difficult. They both have been so evenly matched. It doesn't seem like it's just like super easy to manage all these things. Now, does that mean that maybe they're not gonna be quite as sharp as some others in some key situations? Maybe, but I think both players just doing a great job at balancing out what they need. For Barles, he needed stone and gold. He found it. For Mihai, he needed food. He's fixed it. He's up to 43 on food. And, I mean, we're about to be in a situation where it's 200 pop for both of them, and they both are splitting a side. Like, we're very close to that. It would be really fun if that ends up being the case.
I mean, already this series has just been such a gem to get to cast with you, man, because both of these games are just so interesting. There's so much to talk about, so many different decisions these players can and have made. That said, I think he said without much confidence that Mihai should be set up better here in a long game.
In a long game, if he can still mine gold. That's the main thing, and I'm still not seeing a lot of gold. There's gold in the back of his base. There's the 4 relics. But he can't freely mine the gold on the right. Barles is locking down the gold on the left. So Barles can be fine without relics for a long time. And Barles gets spears and skirms, which don't even cost gold, which could be kind of a nightmare for the Turks. But there is a weakness to the Halbs, right? You always need to have the skirms to partner with them. And it's the same with the skirms once the hussars come out. And so I think for Barles, that little raid attempt, I think it's just going to be a waste. If the Cav Archers go over there, those Halbs should be killed.
They likely will, and the CA are just going to run right on back, and you are slowly assembling that full Cav Archer plus Hussar combo. I mean, it's always been one of the most efficient for a bunch of civs in these 1v1 situations, and you are getting there as Mihai. That said, Barles, he knows he has the numbers right now. I mean, just look at the military numbers, guys. There's a reason that this is where Bohemians can excel, and he's taking the map control right now when he has the chance, which is essential.
Also, Mihai's overbooming because of the stress. 161 vills is not what you want. I think you can justify 161 vills if you're overloading on gold and stone, but that's just because he's stressed at the moment. He'll need to recognize that because he needs more military than 33. You got to have at least like 50 here, unless you can camp castles with artillery bombard cannons. If you can camp castles with 14 range bombard cannons, maybe then the military for Barrows won't matter.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, if the civs were reversed, and this is Barles playing Turks, I think that's exactly what happens, is we're looking at artillery bombard towers, bombard cannons, and it doesn't matter if you're on 160 bills, or like if MBL was playing this game, I think that would also look very similar. But you're trying to play this more, mobile unit style that you just need the pop space for. I mean, you just need enough units here, and yet the Cav Archer is going to try and keep the castle alive a little bit longer.
How cool is it that Barles brings trebs and cannons? Most people just bring inferior cannons, and then that's not enough. But Barles brings the cannons and the trebs. There's a forced reaction now, and he's dropping bombard towers to secure the position, all while simultaneously castling the other side to push that position as well. He knows the Mihai will run out of gold even with the relics. He wants that castle, but
it's tough. Siege Engineers is in, and Hofmitsa is on the way. And of course, that is basically the Doom upgrade here for so many civs. Turks can survive, though.
Oh my god.
Bombard towers are so awesome. I just love this game, man.
The Treb sniped 2 cannons there. Yeah. And the bombard towers are getting kills. Mihai is struggling to keep up. Obviously, they got to look at both sides. I still think if Mihai could just Hussar raid the main base of Barles, Barles would have big troubles. But it's hard to think about that when you need to clear this. Mihai will clear 1, 2, should clear all 3 trebuchets. And his castle...
the bombard can't get sniped again, but yeah, it's
his
enough.
castle stays up. He ran out of stone. His castle will still stand at least. What a game, man. This is insane.
It absolutely is. The food eco is not where you want it, though. 70 on wood is not what you want in this situation. The eco balance of Barles is basically perfect, given the situation. And he's going to get all of his own upgrades in, and then once Hofnitza's in, it's going to be so much more difficult to do anything about. He's already got Wagenborg tactics to improve the movement speed and make him that much more difficult to micro against. And I mean, how are you going to keep this castle alive with the Bombard Tower wall coming in?
Barros just recognized it. He's like, okay, go ahead, have your 5 relics, because 5 relics does not equate to the amount of golden stone that I will secure for myself. And 5 relics is not enough gold for Turks to make Bombard cannons consistently. It's not enough gold for them to make Cav Archers consistently. And the Cav Archer mass is just... I mean, it's bordering on the definition of mass. I don't even think it is that. It's a tiny group of Cav Archers at this point. So...
A gaggle of Cav Archers?
A gaggle of Cav Archers, thank you. Yes, that's what it is. And you don't really know what to do if you're Mihai, because you're just stuck. You cannot push either side. It's all heavily fortified, and you can't even push the middle because there's a Bombard Tower and walls there from Barros.
Oh, man. And I think, honestly, this game is just a beautiful demonstration of Barles is one of the best late-game players out there. I mean, Mihai is playing really well, but the sort of chess match back and forth, it just feels like Barles is making every correct decision. And I just love how he secured the map control when he did. The Bombard Towers coming in at the right times. And just feels like every single move is exactly what he needs.
Mihai is trying to take the fights to different directions now. So he's Hussar raiding the north, getting some good kills. He also has the Bombard Cannon taking down the towers. He has the Hussars in the south as well. All while still holding his castle and bringing in more Bombard Cannons. You know, I agree. Credit to Barles. But if Barles is distracted by these raids, he could always overextend with his siege here. Let's see if Barles pays attention. Yeah, he's paying attention. The attacks have kind of stopped in the other areas. So there's not a lot of need for focus elsewhere. And it's actually Mihai who looks away as they both trade down some siege there.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at, though, the wood that Mihai has banked up. This is, I mean, not great, guys, because having 70 villagers almost on wood right now just doesn't really do anything for you. And if you had, like, 20 of those that were now heavy Cav Archers, then this looks like a much more manageable engagement. But right now, Mihai is out of stone, and because the trebuchets are mixed in, you get that nice, consistent damage, and now even another Bombard Cannon falls.
Yeah, he has no other choice. Barles is controlling the map. He has no other choice for Rez. The only thing he can take is wood. The only thing he can take is food. He has to push one of the sides. He's trying to do both. He will take a Treb. That Treb takes his cannon, though, which means the towers will still stand. The Hufnitsa will still stand. And on the other side, Barles will lose a Hufnitsa, but he's still got control of the stone and gold there.
He does, and it's really just a matter of, okay, it's okay if you can't mine it right now, but so long as your opponent can't mine it either, you still have been taking far more efficient fights, and you have the better resources, and you still have that map control, and the cannons are still there, but the Cav Archers are swooping in.
I mean, you could tell how dangerous these CA are. If you get even 14 of them there, you can run in while your opponent's distracted and save a castle and snipe the Hufnitsa. The problem, again, though, it's not a lot of Cav Archers. He's using what limited gold he has to buy stone to repair this castle, and Barles can always produce more. And Barles is also banking up to produce more on the other side as well. I feel like Mihai needs... Like, we're stuck in this never-ending cycle. Mihai needs to do something different. And I think what that something different is the middle. And I could be wrong on that, but imagine if you showed up with 3 cannons there, took down the tower, took down the wall, and then Hussars there. Barles would have all of his farms exposed, and then he would have to use the side production buildings, the barracks on both sides to go into the middle, which is extremely awkward.
Well, just with the composition you've chosen to work with, you want to utilize mobility.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason that you're making Hussars and Cav Archers and things that move quickly. But the fights you're taking are all in this one choke pointy area where you have the cannons and the trash units, and it's going to be so hard to be efficient there. And it just feels like Mihai isn't quite setting himself up for the success he needs. The right side is currently featuring a lot of Hofnitsa destroying a castle, as well as a trebuchet. And, I mean, Mihai, it feels like he's running out of options fast.
Yeah, Mihai does kill one Hufnitsa. But he will have no defense back there if Halbs or skirmishers get in for the raids, and I think he's just full focus on the left side. He's losing the right or the north, and while he might be able to defend from what Barles has here, he cannot take the towers. The towers just prove such an important fortification there.
Yeah, and sure, the cavalry is generally speaking quite tanky, but it's also very expensive. And that's a lot of units that just died. Mihai still has 74 farmers, so that's still very good, but the Cav Archer numbers just aren't quite where you need them to be, and Barls can easily replenish these lost forces, and the Bombard Towers and Halbs continue to creep to the north.
Yeah, now's the issue. So now you have 10 Cav Archers. Those Cav Archers need to be sent the other way now. Or you need to mass more Cav Archers with no gold. And yeah, it's just a slow crawl. It's been patient the whole way here from Barls. It's been less chaotic than the previous game, but in the intense moments, Barls is able to show patience. And unfortunately, 5 relics. With any other civ, might be fine, because you could mix in some trash units. But with Turks, you don't get Halb, you don't get Elite Skirm. You would need... I think if you had 10 relics, you would still maybe struggle. Maybe 10's enough, but...
10 relics is a lot of relics.
Yeah.
But I think even beyond the civ... The fact is, Mihai never kept his gold units alive, and he never really invested into getting that sort of unkillable army. Now, Barls sort of switched between the gold buildings in the form of the Bombard Towers and the gold units with the Hofnitsa, but he's done such a better job of preserving that value.
Agreed. I think every time he loses a fight on the left side, thankfully he's always had the towers to still hold the position and give him some time to react. He will lose Hufnitsa. The castle from Mihai that's taken 36k damage will still stand. But now he's getting pushed by Halbs on the other side. And Barls, while he actually has no gold income at the moment, he does still have golden stone available to take. So even that's running dry.
It's going to be tough, and if we're thinking, like, in terms of hideout, this is where the Hussar Civ really wishes they could just push right through the middle, but even then, that would be very difficult because of all the stuff that Barls has here. He's got the Bombard Tower, and there's just no way that Mihai could ever divert enough resources to do that, so it feels like Barls is making sure that the fights are constantly happening, and you're not opening yourself up to that greater mobility of your opponent.
Yeah, Barls is looking at this like, perfect. The first 2 games have been castle-oriented, boom-oriented. The exact maps that I would have wanted. Wins the first game, which is the neutral map. Mihai loses that. Mihai then goes to his home map with a bit of a gamble here. And Barls might even be thinking, like, come on, man. Like, don't even disrespect me thinking you're going to get away with that. Like, there's no way. There's no way you just picked my home map after losing the first game.
Oh man, so much wood is getting sold right now because Mihai just needs that golden stone so desperately, and yet the Hussars are all running right into the Bohemian Halberdiers. And what are you really getting? 11 Cav Archers with a few more on the way, 1 Bombard Cannon. This castle's taken 42,000 damage, and yet is actually probably going to die finally.
I think the difference in the game will be, while Mihai, while Barls didn't actually win the north immediately, he was always competitive to push that position, and then he was also very competitive to fully secure the position in the south, or the west side of the map, whatever you want to call it.
The southwest.
Southwest. I guess there is a direction for that.
But yeah, I mean, I totally agree. It's the fact that he had access to the golden stone, and Mihai simply did not. He could not quite get to the army composition, but it's so tough to play this sort of map, trying to develop your Imperial Age like this, and Barls just did it so well.
Yep. Nice raid here from Mihai, so there's some positives. Only, unfortunately, when you raid someone this late, that's actually fine, because then they get even more helps. They get even more military, because they've had a pretty healthy queue. Barls is actually denying the wood lines pretty soon, as he will take down the Bombard Cannons, or close to it anyways, for Mihai. And he's got 26 Bombard Towers in the north, 26 kills. He's got 45 kills on the Bombard Towers in the southwest. Ridiculous value from those towers.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly where and how you use Bombard Towers in AoE 2. I mean, I've seen people say that Bombard Towers should be buffed. No, this is exactly how you use them, guys. You just anchor that push, make sure that you do not lose space, and that you can just slowly whittle down your opponent here. And I mean, you're totally right. I think where losing bills doesn't really matter. You have such a huge bank, you can liquidate that and turn it into more military. And Mihai is just steadily losing ground, and there we go.
Yep, Mihai taps out. Barls goes up 2-0. I mean, there's silver linings again. You've lost these games, but that was the best Civ for Barls. Game 1 was his second best Civ, and this was the map for Barls. So in theory, Mihai still got like his 2 best maps remaining. He could win the next 2, and then go in and be even on the 5th game. But honestly, like, Mihai played amazing here. Like, the defense from the castle, getting the 5 relics, none of that's easy to do. He was in Imp at a good time to make bombard cannons. Like, he kind of got everything that Turks want, but Barls just played that much, that one extra level better, utilizing the trash units, everything we already said. He just denied the map. Well played.
Yeah. I will say the silver lining here for Mihai is that this is where Barls should be at his best. And yeah, you lost.
It was
but
close.
It was very, very close.
Yep. Yeah. Also pointed out here from a chatter, which is probably worth mentioning. Last 5 games Mihai has played in TTL, he has lost every single one now because he went 0-3 against Viper, round 5, and now he's down 2 games. So he's got to get past whatever little funk it is. I think he's played better today than he played versus Viper in group stage, and there's maybe reasons for the losses, but it's got to add up.
Yeah, it really, you just sort of have to mentally reset and take every single game as it goes, but oh boy, this is going to be interesting and an interesting way to bet your tournament life.
Oh, he goes 2P. Interesting. Okay, so it's going to be 2P. You know, what's ironic here, Ornlu, is I really have 2P. So 50 seconds, 50 seconds, if you could break. Actually,
I got you.
You know what we're going to do? I don't think I could do it in 50 seconds. We're going to load into game 3, and then could you do the Dark Age intro?
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. I don't know how the players do it. I guess we're casting all day, but they don't take any breaks.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys. Sorry, I thought you went up.
I'm gonna get into the game first, follow a scout, and then I'll let you do the intro. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
You just got to deal with me for 15 more seconds.
I think I'll make it. I'll make it, barely.
Yeah, I'm always like sitting here during some games that go long like that, and I'm like, please let them take a break. Please let them take a break, and then they never do.
No, I always got to queue up the next one immediately.
I'll let you do the intro for the game.
All right,
I got to go that bad. Thank you very much, Ornlu. I'll be right back.
No worries. All right, welcome everybody to game number 3. T90 had to relieve himself for a moment, but we are here, and it's Mihai's tournament life on the line. I hope you guys have been enjoying this set. It's been a really, really fun couple of games, and honestly, I hope it continues longer because we have Mihai in the yellow as the new Civ, the 2P to the west of the map, and to the east in the purple. I have no idea what T90's looking at, by the way. It is going to be Barls as the Persians. So we have the classic Civ, the traditional hybrid power pick with the Persians, but Mihai is going to be the 2P, and he is going to be doing something aggressive here. So yeah, guys, this is a huge stakes game. The winner of this set will be going ahead to face Sebastian. So that's going to be a really exciting one coming up this week. No, there's going to be no TC drop, but yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying the co-cast. It's been a lot of fun. T90's been having me on, and I think we're giving a good experience. Indeed. But the Chompy's over here, so a good thing that T90 was following it. Is he going to try and take the Elefanto? Oh, he's lurking. He's lurking in the shadows. Now, Persians tend to go for the dock very early if they can help it. You get that extra starting wood and food, so you want to make sure that game is paused.
And I'm back. Hopefully no bugs here. Okay, Mihai had a freeze. Feel free to continue. I think you were talking about, the lame
I was.
Mihai is going to steal the food from Barles here. Now, Barles has an immediate decision here. He's pushing in the zebra. He could continue to do that, or he could use the additional scout speed to try and get in front of this. I don't know, man. If you're in the old days, it used to be easier to lame with slower units, but these days, if you don't have the speed, you're always going to get blocked. I think Mihai just goofed up.
Yeah, the Scout Cavalry is right there. The Chompies have such low HP that you could end up having a really rough time. And it's not like Barles needs that elephant right now. He's just happily taking his other one. That's going in. And because the Chompy Scout's slower, its fate is sealed, as indeed it will ultimately bite the dust. And that, T90, is the weight of 9 nerfs at once.
Yeah, the unit used to be faster, right? When they introduced it, the unit was faster. Could maybe get away with that lame, but they made it slower. There was a variety of other things. But I think beyond that, Mihai's just looking for any type of advantage right now, right? And laming, we've seen change games for the lamer or the person who's going to be doing the lame, getting lamed. And now Mihai wants to go for a dock, which Barles knows, and Barles gets the villager kill as well. This is such a good start from Barles. I mean, he's still able to be up here, still able to potentially deny the dock. Mihai's going to get loom, but I'm so impressed with Barles. You deny the lame, you react to it instantly. You know your opponent's going to dock, you kill the villager. There's still actually a chance that he could complete his own dock in the north and come deny this. He's just played a perfect series so far.
It's honestly really incredible, and Barles, there was a really nice Reddit write-up. I don't know if you saw it, of like a bunch of different stats with TTL this season.
I did, yeah.
And apparently Barles is one of the few players who's been in Platinum every season. And that's just an incredible degree of consistency for somebody who we don't typically see as like a top 5 player.
Yes.
And I know personally, I love watching him play. He's really smart, and I would love to see him see some success here.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're absolutely right. Barles, and I tried to frame that thinking for the viewers coming into this season. He's one of, like, what was it, like 9 people who've been in every season? There's not many, because some people were relegated once, or some people were...
I think it's even less. I think it's like 5 or 6 players.
Yeah, or some people weren't playing then, or they took a break. Like, Barles has always been there. There was one season, I think early season, where it was very close between he and Sito on who would survive, and he clutched it there to end up surviving. So, I mean, right now... I mean, I don't think it could get any worse for you if you're Mihai. You start off, you lose your scout, you lose your villager, your dock is delayed. If you win this one, then you're like, holy crap, that was an amazing comeback. But good luck. Like, Barles is on the way up to feudal age already. He's Persian, so he'll only get more villagers than you. And I don't know how much you've speculated on what Mihai was going to do with the Tupi, but it's not going to be a fast castle into Blackwoods like we saw in the other set.
No, it is not. And it's a little bit odd because there's no barracks yet, but I mean, who knows really what Mihai had planned originally, because his entire game plan had to be thrown out of the window. Losing a villager like that, losing your scout during the lame, it feels like you need to go to plan B, and I have no idea what that plan B is.
Well, you have no vision, and it's very likely your opponent will open with man-at-arms. So I think the first thing you try is you try and go to gold. Golden wood means you can be competitive on water with some ships, and also the archers. Ideally, you pre-wall some res if you are being rushed by man-at-arms, but obviously we know he's not. But yeah, you play archers, you hope that you can recover with a couple kills. And I think we're about to see a second dock from Mihai. The villager's moving around like that's the plan. So maybe it is just full water instead of any land play from Mihai.
Well, there is a Hulk immediately on the way here for Barles. He's hitting feudal age with plenty of resources. Already almost 400 resources ahead. T90 is wild. But Barles, I think if you're him at this point, just play safe. Yeah. And of course, I say that and he immediately goes for a stable, which is pretty atypical, but interesting.
I mean, I don't hate it. You have a lot of food. You might be expecting champions, and scouts are better against champions than they would be man-at-arms, correct?
Yes.
So if you're expecting champions, you then have the scouts for that. If your opponent obviously is playing archers or something, you have a mobile unit to catch up to it. So, yeah, I don't hate it. Right now, I think he's looking for information. He's a little confused because he doesn't see Mihai building a barracks, and he hasn't seen a second dock from Mihai either. But this is just more reinforcement that Barles is just playing locked in right now. He's like, all right, I've checked all of his base. I see what resources he's taking. He's not down here in the south. He doesn't have a barracks. He doesn't have an archery range. He must be going water is probably the conclusion. And now he's even going to find that as well and see the second dock with the Hulk in the north.
Yeah, the one thing that Barles is missing right now is double bit axe. There's zero reason for him not to have that upgrade right there. It is such a critically important upgrade. But what I think is also interesting is he's just not on gold. He's not trying to fight for water. You need gold to make warships.
Yeah, true.
So it's just scouts.
Mihai is in the back of Barles' base.
Oh. Hi.
I mean...
I'm sorry, T90. I didn't see that.
I mean, it kind of blends in, which is why some people don't like yellow. Yeah, I mean, it's there. I don't think Barles will expect it either. Oh, hold on a second. At some point, if Barles sees... If Barles sees the tower at home and he sees... Well, he doesn't see anything. I wonder when he starts to outpost. This is going to get a little suspicious here.
But you have to know something's up. Jump into the settlement. There you go. Well done there from Mihai. I mean, the alarm bells have to be ringing like, you know, DEFCON 17 at this point because something's not right.
Well, yes and no, though, right? Because Tupi are new, and you're still thinking that players think Champies are strong. So in theory, Mihai could just be fish booming and waiting for Champies in Castle Age. So, and you're getting damage too. So if you're getting damage, you don't really feel like you need to look for anything else. He's also mostly walled. He's not really mostly walled, but I don't know. It's crazy that Mihai is going for the second range now. I mean, imagine though, you win this game. And then you've got some momentum finally. Maybe it could work.
I mean,
everything's back here. Like the wood is back here, the berries is back here. Dude, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt big time.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, T-Daddy. I got the DEFCONs backwards. The higher numbers is less of an issue.
It's all right. I wasn't really too worried on the accuracy there. Not gonna lie.
No, I was putting it down. It's just, yeah, guys. Barles is so worried right now. That's why he's taking his melatonin and his herbal tea.
I mean, he's probably so confused. So confused. Okay, here comes the archer. It's a problem for Mihai. Mihai tried to collect enough stone to tower his gold earlier. Remember that villager that got attacked? He didn't get the stone, so he'll be pushed off the gold. If there was a time to make your move if you're Mihai, it's now, because you're taking losses.
Yeah.
It's still open. He's getting fletching. Unfortunate for him, he wasn't able to get that 5 stone, but that's just because Barles has been playing so well. And here we go. Barles is like, I'm about to win the series. I see everything my opponent is doing, and surprise. Archers are in.
Perfect timing. As soon as fletching comes in, I mean, Barles is reacting about as well as you could in this situation, but this is Mihai honestly showing a fair amount of just laying his cards on the table. Like, this is okay, everything went wrong in early game. I'm going to try and throw my opponent off guard and give myself a unique chance to win this one. And T90, he's going to be on 8 fishing ships in a second.
Yeah, if he only had a tower, if he could take his gold, and then his wood was protected with that tower, and then he had his fish, I would love this. But the issue for him is he can't take gold, and you can tell he's very busy Vil fighting at the moment, or something, because his archers are going down to the tower. Mihai. Oh, I think he lagged.
Oh.
I think he might have lagged there.
Oh, he said freeze.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like he froze up a little bit, which obviously really hurts because he just lost 3 archers. He can still deny the golds, but there already are skirms on the way home from Barles, and Barles still is fully denying the gold. Mihai's in an awkward spot here.
Yeah, this is getting pretty rough at this point because Barles is just about to click to Castle Age. He had the better eco working for so much longer. We did have the tower come in just at the nick of time there for Mihai, but the chances of you winning this game when you are so much slower to castle age like this are going to be pretty slim.
I mean, even without the lag there, which of course is just life just snowballing on Mihai. Of course he's got a lag there when things are already going this way. Even without that, those archers don't change the game much. He hasn't really taken his berries this game. You know, the fish are not working as efficiently as he would want. And, yeah, I mean, Barl's always had the archer range already to make a couple skirmishers here. So let's see. Barl still is exposed on the gold. The tower only protected the wood line, but he does have the skirms pop out. And well played from Barls there. And in Castle Age, I think Barls could just straight up end the game with a couple knights, to be honest.
Yeah, that seems very likely at this point. There's very little safety. At the base of Mihai, the towers don't actually protect you against knights very effectively, and you're just so far away from Castle Age that it's going to be almost impossible to ever survive even just a few knights out on the map. There's Double Bit Axe finally coming in, and Barls is even going to just push this back even without his Castle Age upgrades.
Yeah, honestly, with how this has gone for Mihai, might be a situation where once he sees Castle Age, he even taps out. Technically, there's still some reasons to fight, but you're nowhere near Castle Age. Your opponent will be in Castle Age with a very good Castle Age Civ, but this would be the final game from him this season. And if he loses again, it's been a very nice season for him. He was just promoted up to Platinum League, so getting into the round of 12 playoff, getting, what was it, second place in his group, all that stuff's positives, but when the moment's the most important, that is where typically the biggest players step up. That is where the preparation pays off. And Barls is just, like we said, he's been platinum all the time for a reason. And yeah, we'll see. Mihai fights on for now. But pretty soon, Skirms and Knights will be pushing this army.
Yeah, I mean, the villager count is slightly ahead right now for Mihai, but it's just all of the resources that have been collected up to this point. Villagers are trying to punch down archers, which is, I guess, happening uphill. Not a very clean situation for him whatsoever, but it's still a great result overall. I mean, Lewis and Mihai were the players that didn't get eliminated, that came up from Gold League this season, I think. So both of them still having good tournaments for sure.
Yeah, no, I agreed with you there. And if you look back at Mihai's results in the group stage, I'm sure he'll be very happy with it. He never wanted to end on an 0-3, but credit to Barls, man. I mean, he was amazing on his closed maps. And then this was the opposite of what we saw the first two games. And he just dominated him. Like, it's so easy to just miss your boar getting stolen there and not react in time. It's so easy to then kill that champy and just go home and be greedy and push your deer. But instead, he found the dock villager, sniped that. And then, like, while we felt like there should be some warning signs, what Mihai did could catch a lot of players off guard and lead to 12 villagers going down and lead to a much later Castle Age. Barls just had an amazing set.
I mean, it was just the perfect reaction there. I do think Mihai actually made a bit of a mistake shooting the villager that was walling. I feel like his best shot would just be to, like, interpose his archers between the woodline and the TC, and then that would probably maximize the amount of total damage.
That's fair. You know, what I wonder is, what did he actually know about the base before he went in? So, he didn't know a lot because of the lame situation. I think if you know the woodline and the gold is there, maybe you do that. But you're just so desperate for damage. It was such a bad situation at home for Mihai that it's understandable he just wants to get all the villager kills he can. Also, just the tiny details go for you sometimes, or they don't others. Mihai had that one vill walking out the stone. Like, he thought about it. Let's just get a little bit more stone. And he ended up with 120, so he could never tower this gold. If he can tower that gold ahead of time, I swear it's a different game. But Barls was just on top of it, right? Like, it was Barls who killed it and who found all the timings today. So GG. Well played to Barls. It'll be Barls Sebastian in the quarterfinals, which prior to this, if you would have told me that, I would have said Sebastian's the favorite, but like, Barls looked good.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, Barls looked good today. Really strong.
And I think Barls versus Sebastian could be such an interesting matchup because I feel like if we get a map pool that looks like the one that was just played right now, I don't necessarily think I don't think Sebastian's doing significantly better than Mihai against Barls on those specific maps.
On paper, with the styles for Barls and Sebastian, I think that's a 3-2. set.
Yeah.
Because you have polar opposites. You have Sebastian, who's probably going to be a bit more favored on a map like that. But then you have Barles, who's going to be more favored on some of the closed maps, maybe. So, anyways, Ornlu, thanks for joining in, man. I thought that had the potential to go the distance and go on for another 2 hours, but it did not because Barles is just too dominant. Thanks for joining up. I will definitely reach out to you for a future cast this week.
Yeah. I mean, always pleasure, man. Lots of fun.
Before I boot you out, predictions for the final series between Viper and Tato?
I actually think this one will possibly go the distance. I think it's going to be Viper 3-2.
Viper 3-2. All right. I like that. Thank you very much, Ornlu. Talk to you soon.
All right. Talk to you soon, man. Bye.
All right. Once again, respect, salutes to Ornlu. Ornlu has been around a long time. He knows a lot about the game, but also he is dedicated to the game, casting every set, following all the different leagues of TTL, and there's a lot that goes into it. It'd be very easy to just show up for, the key matchups, and there'd be nothing wrong with that. But Ornlu's been kind of all in terms of TTL and what it means to the scene and appreciates it. So I appreciate that. I appreciate his casting. Shout out to him again. Make sure you give him some kind words if you enjoyed the cast. All right. Next series is coming up soon. We will take a short break. We'll get into it as quickly as possible because it's been a very long day. But chat, in terms of appreciation, again, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. It's been 6.5 hours, pretty much nonstop games. Thank you so much for still watching, for supporting. As you guys know, if there's subs that come in, I will do giveaways as we hit the different tiers here. This is kind of an accumulation of the past month of subs. So subs that expired, come back, they still go onto the number there. But thank you, chat, very much. Thank you to Steve for the 35 months with Prime. Thank you, Palm. Thank you, Onyx. Thank you, Monkey Dragon. Thank you, Unama. Thank you, Tiny Simon, Peroxide Lobster, Dawberg, Great Robber, Fresh Bread, Neopta Lames. Welcome back, guys. Thank you. Anyways, we're not done yet. We got one more set today. Viper vs. Tato, two longtime friends and teammates. So, we'll see. But bit of a break. We'll be back in a minute for the final round of 12 sets. Will Viper spoil to Tato's party? Or will Tato say, Viper, you should have done a bit better in the group stage, so we didn't run into each other here. Well, we'll see. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mad Geo. Nilla Wafers. Thank you so much, guys. Let's see what happens next.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper. 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 dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, ja, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha. Auwa.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Berete.
Berete.
Das ich soll. Dies war. Ja, ja. Heise, Flickmann. Das ich soll. Berete. Ja, ja.
Geboren.
Dies war Heise. Heise. Dies war Heise. Das dumme Fischer. Ja, Jäger. Ja, Fischer. Jäger.
Ja.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Streetes. Sa.
Auwa.
Flickmann. Ja, ja.
Rete.
Dies war.
Flickmann.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Ja, Rete. Dies war. Das dumme Fischer. Ja, Jäger. Ja, Fischer. Jäger. Dies war. Das ich soll. Dies war. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heise. Dass ich soll. 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 Rete.
Ja.
Es war. Ja. Es war.
Ja, ja. Berete.
Du wäre. Es war. Ja.
Fischer. Ja, Jäger. Ja, Fischer. Jäger. Dies war. Das ich soll. Dies war. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Ja,
Ja.
das ich soll. Ja. Hey, ja. Ja.
Ja.
Das ich soll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll. Ja. Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Das dumme. Hey, ja. Heise.
Hey, ja.
Sa. Berete.
Hey, ja.
Streetes. Ja. Ja. Geboren. Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heise. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
All right. Somebody said T90 is the best AWE2 guy ever, but damn, I dislike his music. Does that mean they have bad taste or good taste with that comment, chat? Because if you say they have bad taste, that means I suck. If you say he has good taste, that means the music sucks. I don't... Bad taste? Okay. Ban, of course. No. We're not going to ban. We don't all have to like the same music, guys. I'm sure I like some music that you guys don't like. That's fine. Final series of the day. I want to say hi to some chatters real quick, if that's cool, and then we'll get into the drafts. But I feel like today's just been a whirlwind. 6.5 hours of nonstop casting. So I want to say hello. If there's anyone new, say something. Welcome in. Especially on YouTube chat, because I know I haven't been streaming on YouTube as consistently over the years. So hello, John on YouTube. What's up, CJ? Yeah, no more music. Welcome. Julian, welcome. Says, what was that song? That song was called Teutonic Nights, but it was spelled with like nighttime spelling, not like K-N-I, G-H-T. Hello, Harvey. Hello. What's up? Azen. Hello, Unk Crew, Felipe, Clouds Gaming, Patrick. Patrick says, T90, convince me to play ranked. If your reason for not playing ranked Age of Empires 2 is because you think you will suck Don't worry, everybody else sucks too. Did that help? Seriously, though, at a certain point, my low elo uncle series showed you, if you've been following that over time, it should balance out. Win rate hopefully will become 50-50. You win some, you lose some. But just don't... Your elo does not define you as a human being, right? People look at a number and they get so anxious. And then they even get to like a new elo milestone and they're scared to lose it. It doesn't define you, okay? It does not define who you are as a person, all right? You're saying yes, it does. No, it doesn't. All right? It's okay. Now, your conduct in my Twitch chat and YouTube chat, that does define you. And how long you've been following and supporting that we very much judge. But everything else, no. Elo doesn't, all right? Seriously, that's my advice. Whew. All right, question for chat. If you had to give Tato a nickname as a player, besides Tato or like Tatito, what would be Tato's nickname? Because I've got a new idea. Tatty, Potato, Dorito, The Beast, Demo God, Tater, Tater. Okay, I have another idea. Tito, Tiger, El Tigre. Okay, these are good ideas. So when they did the map draft and the Civ draft, which I'm about to show you, Tato had a different idea. He named himself Snake Killer. So if Tato wins, I might have a new suggestion for a nickname. He got to load that up, and Viper got to look at it and let that sink in as they did the map and the Civ draft here. So, alrighty. I like that energy, Tato. What do we call him? A mongoose? Yeah. Call Tato a mongoose. All right, so it's going to be game 1 on slopes. Viper has picked African River and Reverse Acropolis as his home maps. We've got Mudflow and Coast Arena for Tato. Wide variety of maps here. Slopes a bit more simplified, which feels perfect for game 1. Reverse Acropolis, we've seen some unique strategies from Viper this season. He does have Bengalis on the draft, guys. So Viper might consider the fast castle stuff again. African River for Vipers is super chaotic. Mudflow, Coast Arena. Oh, man, some great maps. Now, I'm kind of curious because I remember in the past, Tato knows that Viper likes to pick yellow, and he would always pick, like, gray himself in games. Because basically, if Viper wants to play looking at the yellow, then he's forced to look at Tato in the gray, which is very difficult to see. And then the last time we saw Viper play, Viper was red because his opponent picked yellow before him. So basically, if Viper doesn't show up to host the lobby, then Viper doesn't get to choose yellow. I'm curious if there will be more mind games. It's happened, so we'll see. But yeah, a winner here moves on to a quarterfinal set against Hera, guys. So, I mean, I wouldn't put Tato in my top 5 right now. I think Viper's still probably there. It used to be more defined. Tato was top 5, Viper was top 5, and it was a bit more clear. And now they're going to meet in the round of 12 here. So, yo, Charlie, thanks for the 6 months. Wolden, thank you. Audiohead, thank you. Harvey, thank you again, man. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, also maybe the first time in a very long time that these two match up against each other while not being teammates. That's a fair point because Tato doesn't have a team right now. But they're basically beyond teams. They're basically like brothers. Like, these two know each other very well. They're the best of friends. They go way back. They have the utmost respect for each other. So that goes beyond teams, right? Like, that type of friendship goes beyond whatever team you're signed to on a particular year. All right, got to give T West a call to cast the last set, and we'll be into it, guys. What's up, DX? Welcome back. Thank you for the 11 months. Yeah, I really don't know what to think about this because I think both players have been kind of inconsistent. But for Tato, that might be harsh. I don't know. Like, Tato got second in his group, and he ended up with a lot of wins, right? I think the fact that everyone in Tato's group got swept just makes us think like they didn't have this phenomenal season just because Leary went undefeated. Call T West, see what he has to say about the drafts, and hello, T West.
Hello, T90. How you doing?
I'm good. Did you see Tato's name on the drafts?
I did see his name on the draft. I saw he is the snake killer.
I'm not sure if that... They say that you shouldn't, like, taunt certain style players, both in, like, sports and esports. And obviously, that's Tato kidding, but I don't know if I would want to give Viper any additional motivation here.
I don't know. Sometimes Viper comes out on the short end of the stick with the trash talk. I remember a certain Battle Royale tournament where he wrote to you and said your gameplay is as good as your mustache, and then you won the tournament. So I'd be prepared to trash talk Viper.
That's what. Thank you for bringing that up, by the way. Oh my God. By the way, I didn't pay T West to say that. Thank you for reminding. It is crazy, right? One Battle Royale tournament, a caster ends up winning. They never host another one again. I mean, what's going on?
They never host it again.
But that's the thing is they brought out the dog in me, man. Everyone's so nice to me, and then I suck. So Viper made me. He motivated me. That's my point. So Tato calling himself Snake Killer might motivate Viper a little bit too much here. I don't know, but
do you think Viper needs motivation though? Last set he played, he seemed like he was at least turning things on a bit more than he had been earlier in TTL.
Yeah, I mean, he had the motivation then because it was do or die. Like, he had to do it, and I think that's where Viper's very dangerous. I think it's completely fair to say that Viper probably needs to flip that switch a little bit earlier in this format so he doesn't potentially get pushed out of the playoffs. But, yeah, he made the playoffs. Viper is, no matter if he's not even, at his peak or playing at his best, he is easily one of the most dangerous players when the moment is at its brightest. So, yeah, I have him as the favorite for that reason. But I do think his lack of preparation overall could be a weakness. And I expect Tato to come out swinging with some unique strats today. Like Coast Arena, Mudflow. They're just all maps that are very Tato-esque as far as I'm concerned.
Remember, Viper just had that boot camp. And he flew to Brazil, went through the Onamaru boot camp. So I'm sure he's actually pretty well prepared for TTL right now.
I don't actually know. Because, like, on one hand, yes, you should be more prepared. You got everyone together in person. You could play some games, which I'm sure is great. But also, that's a long distance to travel. And they traveled, like, we've been having scheduling nightmares to get these sets played because players are exhausted and players just traveled across the world to come home from that. So, I agree. I think the preparation should be there, but also could very easily, like, energy levels could be low and things like that, too. So, anyways, I'm good to hop into game number one. Viewers, because of our scheduling nightmares this season, this set was played earlier today, basically as we were casting another series. We're covering it as Rex, obviously. We don't know what happened, but so just so people are aware. T West, I'm good to go. Just let me know what second you're at then.
I'm at 0 seconds.
Perfect.
Whenever you're good, I'm ready.
All right, sick. Before we start, predictions though?
I'll go 3-2 Viper.
3-2 Viper. That's kind of where my head is at. I think it could be a 5-game set. So, anyways, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. And final round of 12 set. Winner here has a matchup against Hera in the quarterfinals. We've got Viper in the yellow. Viper was just able to squeak his way into the playoffs, getting that 3-0 victory at the end of group stage. And we've got Tato, who was second place in his group. Tato had an amazing season in group stage. It's just that nobody seems to think that because in his group was Leary, who 3-0'd everybody. So Tato has the Ketons, Viper has the Malians, and I was just saying, T West, these players go way back. I think it's the first time they're playing against each other in a tournament where they're not on the same team in like a decade.
They were together on a team. It was still Tyrant when Tato first joined, right?
Yes.
Before it was Secret and then GL.
Yep.
Now Viper's over on Onamaru. Tato, I don't know if Tato is a play-in. I don't think he's on a team right now.
Mm-mm.
But he's probably looking for some revenge against his former GL teammate now that everything's broken up.
Yeah, and it's a matchup where there's just so much history. They know the other's tendencies. I think for a Viper, he should recognize Tato has a tendency to typically play very heavy army in tournaments. Tato likes his all-in scouts or his all-in knights. And with Tato having the Khitans here, you do need to be a little bit worried there. Once the pastures are up and once forging upgrade is in, the scouts could be very strong. I would expect Viper, in general, he tends to play a little bit safer between the two of them. I expect him to play maybe a bit more defensive here.
I don't know. Viper is a player who likes to masterpiece too. And when I see him pick Malians, I'm just thinking he's going to go Siege Tower Gebeto at some point.
Oh, I mean, he picked Bengalis on the draft. So I could easily see Viper considering a fast castle on Reverse Acropolis, which he did in group stage. And yeah, his stone's on the back. I guess that's the good thing about Viper these days. I think there's been a bit of a drop in form overall, but he does now have the rare fast castle to surprise the opponent.
He does. He did a bunch of training with Phosphoro. He's been hopping on the calls with Phosphoro, reviewing games and learning from the master of how to fast castle and almost win King of the Desert with it, at least.
I think for Viper, he just has so much fun trying something new, right? And because he's been around the game for so long, because he's won everything so many times, he still wants to just have fun with the game, right? There are sometimes some things that are very much just like repetitive about an RTS game. But the thing is, it works, right? So I'm all for it. You know, we're all going to clickbait the Viper masterpieces if he can pull off some fast castles and take some risks here today. But what Viper needs is what he had against Mihai. He needs killer timings with the attacks. He needs lots of army. The scary version of Viper for Viper fans that can occasionally appear is the one who plays towards walls and like 3 TCs with basically no army. So no greed from Viper today.
You know, that's kind of Viper's playstyle that he had done for years, that very greedy defensive walling playstyle. But kind of a weird strategy setup from him. He's both known for that, but also known for going for the masterpiece all in whatever random strat he cooks up at the time and still managing to win with them. So I don't know what we'll see from him today.
Yeah. Well, for now, he's going for Militia and no Feudal Age behind it. Obviously, still could. Yeah, I would agree with you, but I also remember when Viper... It wasn't just low army greed with no calculation behind it. I remember when Viper, very similar to Hera now, would find the key timings with the defense or the attack, and then, you know, it's game over, right? You're never catching up to him. I think the levels changed a little bit. I think for Viper, the consistency's tough because life is busy and he's been playing for so long. But weird to me, we haven't seen a lot of 3 militia drushes from the Malians. And Tato didn't scout any of this. And Tato doesn't know that Viper's looping around the woodline right now.
Yeah, and Viper hasn't scouted much. He hasn't seen whether Tato went out to either of those ponds on the tops of the slopes.
True.
If Tato were there and Viper could drush that'd be great. But so far, it's just going to be Tato quick walling in the back.
Ooh, yeah. Tato catches a glimpse, I think, of the forward militia. I'm not certain. But Tato's like, I know you're known for quick walls, and I can quick wall too. Damn, well played.
Yeah, but those militia are in the back. Tato won't be walled up on the sides now, so he will be open. And if Viper can get to Feudal, get archers forward, he can punish this.
Yeah, I think Viper's scout was maybe moving in a way which made it a little too obvious. But nice tiny detail here. Viper's actually attacking the lumber camp because it's more expensive to repair a lumber camp, and he knows that Tato will have to repair at a certain stage. Viper with a little bit of control. This gives him some time to wall up. And not the full walls. Still going with 2 lumber camps. Very clean eco transitions overall for Viper. But Tato's still getting a stable up now.
So if you're Viper, he has 3 vills on gold. He probably wants to get a spear and 2 archers and try to go forward with them before too many scouts come out from Tato.
Yeah.
And maybe just try to pressure the Khitans before the blacksmith comes up, before they get that double forging upgrade.
I love that from Tato right there. That was so good from Tato. Oh. Tato's never going to kill that villager, but he's testing to see if Viper's on form there. He attacks the villager, he annoys and distracts Viper, and then uses the spearman and snipes the scout. That's multiple spear hits, and sniping that scout with a spearman, which is slower, is a huge find. Well played to Tato. He'll take that over a villager kill every day. And for Viper, he still just has to keep his eyes peeled. Does he realize this bush is about to be overforaged? No, he doesn't. Tato gets the palisade down as well.
Yeah, nice reaction from Tato. Prepared for that, too, to get the palisade.
Ooh, Spearman for Viper actually made a noise, but didn't do any damage there. I don't know if you heard that. But I heard the little poke.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Is that... Ooh, I wonder if capture age in the game are synced up with the noises.
Well,
too.
Didn't they make a change where the noise and the... No, it's the fighting animation and the damage was changed, but I think sometimes there's some rare instances where the noise isn't completely synced with the damage.
That might be the case. Maybe it, like, starts the animation. I know that you can, like, start an animation and click off before it finishes and, like, stop the attack mid-animation. I don't know if that affects the noise.
Oh, man, Tato's defended so nicely here. Tato gets another villager kill. Viper just not expecting Tato to be there at that time. More quick walls needed for Viper, which he'll get. But behind this, Tato will drop the archery range. So far, so good for Tato. It is double archery range from Viper, but Viper is housed at the moment, and Vipers could lose another villager here.
Oh, this does not look good for Viper at all. He gets a scalp, but that's a couple of vills down. And it feels like he just wasn't prepared for this timing from Tato for some reason. But he's seen what Tato's doing the entire game and just didn't have spears out in time to defend against the scouts, didn't have walls, going for these greedy, huge walls around the entire base.
Yeah, it's a lot of walls. It's a lot of walls. I think, honestly, just credit to Tato because Tato, he can't full wall at the moment. He's got man-at-arms. He had, like, the difference in damage control has just been key so far. So once Viper gets these full walls, it's very low-risk gameplay. But there's still villagers exposed, and Viper still needs to track this. That's another villager exposed. And this is what we're talking about with Viper, right? It's like, which version of Viper are we going to see here? And in the group stage, it was kind of iffy. 3 villagers lost already for him in this game.
Yeah, this is the Viper we don't want to see. The one who tries to play super greedy with walls, but ends up getting punished for it.
Honestly, though, it's a shame for Viper because he is double range. It's not like he's playing low army. It's just that Tato got max value from those scouts. I still think there's some positives for Viper's situation. His eco is actually set up very nicely. The transitions are smooth. The upgrades are going to be solid, and his army count's still really high. So if there was an opportunity for him to punish with the military control, it's still there, I think.
Yeah, but double ranges against Kitans is a tricky strategy because they have those faster producing skirms. And Tato already has 5 skirms out by that wood line, a few scouts, and more skirms on the way.
No
by the
way.
time the Viper gets there, he has a ton of archers.
Oh, man, sorry.
But...
I just panicked there. T-West. Tato loses the scouts. And here comes Viper. Sorry.
Here he comes. Will those skirms be enough for Tato?
Well, he just got the blacksmith down. Viper is fletching and he doesn't. Yeah, I would assume that if Viper forces the issue here, that Tato should be completely fine. There's a lot of food spend for Tato. He's made the scouts and he's made the skirmishers. For Viper, I think the correct thing would, as boring as it sounds, would be maybe to just back up for now. Maybe build a market and buy some resources. But again, just some tiny issues. Viper getting housed there. And there's the market for Viper. I think you still have a window here to push in Castle H.
It's a tight window, though. You have all those archers and all that investment, but you're on one unit that Tato counters with skirms.
Yeah.
You're making it tough to find a fight where Tato doesn't have skirms.
Well, yeah, you have to choose one. You either keep your army alive and go Castle Age, which means go home, or you stay forward, but if you stay forward, you're going to need a whole lot of army here. So I think Viper wants some counter damage, which is understandable. But Tato now sees the army out of position, and Tato can chase this down with fully upgraded skirms. I'm not sure what Viper saw there or where his mind was, but to me it felt like these were 2 very different types of decisions. The first decision with the market was, let's go Castle Age fast, and then the second decision was, let's move out with the army. Tato's got a micro well here because there's still some man-at-arms, but Tato's on the correct side of these archers to prevent Viper from escaping.
Yeah, he is. He's gotten the skirms between the archers and the retreat lane, but everything's going to go down for Viper. He can't take this fight. Skirms are too good.
Yeah, unfortunately, kind of feels like he's forced to. He might have a chance, actually. He didn't lose that many. Losing the infantry is not an issue for Viper. And now Tato will have to chase those down, and Viper did drop a stable here, so with 1 or 2 scouts, he could always force the skirmishers away. I think something we didn't talk about a lot was the maps. Viper with these walls has a really nice map. The gold for Tato is going to be painful against crossbowmen, so we'll see what Tato chooses to do against that.
Yeah, Viper's adding the scouts. That's slowing down his castle each time, though. And he's already sold the stone. So this is an awkward position for him, trying to still find food while making scouts.
Yeah, I wonder where the archers go. I feel like, again, the archers you want to preserve till castle age. He's going to send them forward for now, and now he's looping them back. Tato, he's done some interesting things with the market throughout his career. While I appreciate the creativity, unless you're Saracens, I feel like you do need to actually balance your res appropriately. And he's just going to sell his resources to try and get the res for Castle Age so he never takes the gold in the front. I'm not sure I like that. I think you're going to need the gold income for upgrades at a certain stage.
Yeah, well, Viper already used the market first, and Tato's kind of forced to do that just to maintain the same uptiming.
Does Viper see the gold? Obviously he does. So he knows about that. Viper scouts are over on the side. This would make Tato think that maybe the archers are over here. And Viper should also be able to see, I'm not sure if he really looked at it, but could come to the conclusion that Tato is not actually taking any gold. And he's going double stable, double range. Viper's not playing. He's not messing around here with the numbers. It was just the start. Every other aspect of this play for Viper has been full army, and he didn't end up losing his whole archer army.
Yeah, I think that's Viper just noting the gold locations, knowing that Tato has to secure them, and he's trying to go bloodlines, armor, full aggression, and early castle age.
Yeah.
But here comes Tato. If Tato can force a fight and clear archers, that's going to be horrible for Viper.
Oh, this would be the worst possible time. I mean, obviously the worst possible time would be like 2 minutes ago or something, but yeah, Viper, he needs to save these archers. Luckily, with the way the movement speed works, he should be able to, I think. And Tato's going to chase him down. It's going to feel so frustrating for Tato to see the uptime. But at least he'll know exactly where the army's going to be here.
Yeah, and Viper had to use the market a lot to get up, selling stone, selling wood. And this is a good time for Tato to take a fight before those upgrades come in, and he'll pick off a couple of archers on the way.
Yep, not bad. Tato's food count's looking pretty good with those pastures. He can always sell that off to get elite skirm. Bodkin arrow's on the way. Viper's got a window here where he can push these skirmishers. Viper's also bringing in some knights, which means the skirms would have to fall back towards the town center. It's all about micro for now for Tato. He'll see the knights. He backs up towards the TC. I don't think Viper will be able to make that many knights with this eco, but saying that, he does have 16 on food right now.
Well, he's also doing the university, so he wants ballistics. That's not going to be much eco for farms.
If Tato had golds, I think Viper kind of has a weird issue right now. But Tato doesn't have golds. He's selling stone to get golds, and he's selling food to get golds. And eventually that just hits a wall. And Viper, he has the map control for the time being to consider expanding his economy if he wants to as well. But yeah, Viper's understood that the way he's lost some games during the group stage this season is because he goes for eco with no army. He's going ballistics, crossbow, double stable knights. This is a lot of military upgrades.
And it's also giving him the freedom to go out to that pond on the top and actually take some food without needing the farms.
Yeah. This is
At that
where
stage,
I struggle.
that just helps you.
This is
when you're doing ballistics, then you don't need to add in farms, having those extra foods at this stage.
Oh my god, he's going for +2 armor as well. +2 armor on the knights, and crossbows, and ballistics. It's a lot of upgrades, but in many ways, I think Tato could maybe match. I find it awkward to play camels here because the crossbows can take them down. But if the camels get hits against the knights with the double forging, it could be tough for Viper to keep his military alive here.
And the double forging even helps out if they close the distance on the crossbows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just can't make camels without golds. That's the issue right now, is no gold for Tato. And also, if he wants the additional golds on the side, he would have to come where Viper's army is right now. But I guess now's an opportunity to maybe go to the golds, but he just chooses not to. Ballistics is
Ballistics for him.
See how it goes. Viper's got full armor. Viper will obviously focus down the camels here. There's still a lot of knights in the front. I think this fight is actually okay for... Honestly, it's pretty close to 50-50. But I think it's better for Viper. The camels are just not enough there.
Well, that's all the crossbows down for Viper, though. And at this point, when there's only one unit, Tato can just go camels and eventually clear the knights.
Yeah. Maybe this is just enough for Tato, where now he can go take the golds. Somewhere. I don't know where, but he's continuing to sell stone. Viper still 1 TC. Viper with a 3rd archer range. Viper is still going to ramp up the numbers. But yeah, you're right. Maybe at this point, this is where Viper hit a little bit of a wall. He was relying on that combination of crossbows and knights, and then he just lost all of those crossbows.
And now Tato has the forward TC, so he will finally have some gold. He can move off of that stone. And honestly, with this gold, I wonder if Tato would even consider doing a tower like in front of that TC, just to keep that gold extra secured, because that's the only gold access he's going to have.
I think there's an argument that town center should be where the skirmishers were just standing, like completely on the other side of the TC. I think Viper just saw the camels there from Tato in the north and assumed that Tato would have the skirms there too. But Tato is just protecting the villagers in the north. He will go 3 TCs, so it's still all in from Viper. 1 TC, full knights, full crossbows, and Tato's transitioning to 3.
And this is where if Tato can stay 3 TCs and doesn't take damage right away, he's going to have a huge lead with the pastures. The Catan eco really is insane with all that food you have.
It's so tough, though. I find knight crossbow is such an easier army to control here. Like, camels are just... They're only good against the knights. They're not good at anything else. They're not good at raiding. They're not good underneath town centers or castles. They're only good against the knights. Knights can raid underneath town centers. Knights can actually still do some decent damage against any unit they engage into. This double gold composition could get dangerous if Tato doesn't at least engage against it before it masses up a little bit more.
And if I put the forward workshop, he's going to need to push that gold on the front. At least for Viper, the good thing that Tato's 3rd TC was on the stone and not on the gold. So Viper still has the option of pushing that 1 gold on the front and really hurting Tato's ability to pump out any type of gold unit like those camels.
Yeah, there's the camels. And I think Tato will realize, holy crap, that's a lot. He sees the crossbow numbers high and he knows siege will come, so he'll go for his own siege workshop. This is where Tato might consider guard tower T West. He and Barrows
that's what I was thinking earlier.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like everyone has been doing more guard towers recently. Maybe people realized how good they were from seeing the Koreans in all those Red Bull games, but I've been seeing a lot of guard towers recently.
It's a lot of military for Viper. He's falling behind in Vills, but he's certainly got the military right now. And we all know Viper's micro, if that's his main focus, is the best, some of the best micro we've seen in Age of Empires. The micro is so good from a couple players. If I say it's the best, people are going to freak out, but I mean, this is the energy we wanted to see from Viper. Full army, no greed. Another siege workshop is even going down in the north to focus on that town center. So I guess he's giving up on pressuring the golds here in the middle.
Ooh, and cav archers from Tato.
I mean, I like cav archers because it gives you mobility, and if you can get heavy CA, it's a lot of damage output in Castle Age. What I don't like for Tato is that this army just breaks into his base, and he's got to build a panic town center behind.
There's no house there. Does he have army to fight this, though? Is this Viper, can he get a mangonel shot? Maybe going in too deep?
Oh, that's so good. The inefficiencies for Tato are going to be insane. Tato's losing his skirms, and Tato can lose his siege all in one swing. Horrible for Tato. Amazing for Viper. Who cares about town centers at this point if you do this much damage? Full evacuation mode for Tato. This was his pasture eco, T-West. Like, this was his wood eco. It's all disappearing.
And he's going to lose more Vills, trying to do that panic house with ballistics. Oh, Viper's splitting up the crossbow, shooting 2 Vills at once.
Yeah, it's so good from Viper. I think now Viper can always adapt into a bit more economy. The worker efficiency for Tato is extremely low here. Honestly, props to Tato. He didn't lose more there. I thought he was going to lose like maybe 30 or 40 vills, but he still has to fall back. He still doesn't have a strong army. Viper's Knights are looking for the villagers as well.
Oh, will they find those vills? Because they're going to run straight into the crossbows. Oh, if he kept going after those vills, they would have all been killed. That's 14 villagers there. Viper just let them get away.
Tato just doesn't have an army right now. He doesn't know what military to even make against this comp. And Viper will also have rams in the north. Viper is going with triple ram for that town center. Tato already has so much work trying to defend his main base. He's never expecting that Viper's going to have rams up there.
And Tato has no army up there. That's a ram push that'll destroy the TC. And then all of those villagers, there are 22 vills up there that are exposed and could die to this.
Wow, that's insane. That's insane from Viper. To lose 3 villagers at the start of the game and have it look shaky and just go full send from there. Just one town center from Viper, full military. Tato can't compete. Viper takes the first game.
He calls it.
What a sick job from Viper.
Wow.
It's so rare to see someone truly go that all in. But I think with how good the Khitans can be with their pastures and with how the start of the game went for Viper, that was the correct play. Well played.
I feel the mistake from Tato there was adding that third TC. Maybe he was worried about running out of wood in his base and really wanted to get up on the top of the hill.
Yeah.
But I think having that TC and not having either army or guard tower, like you mentioned, to secure the gold in his base, split him up too much.
I think he had 2 problems. First, he needed the gold. And I felt he actually had the army to protect himself and mine the gold in the earlier stages, but he just didn't do it. He didn't trust himself. And maybe that's telling. Maybe he's worried against Viper. So he had to place the town center for the gold, but then his army comp wasn't really gold heavy. And then he needed wood. And then, you know, before you know it, you invest into the 3 town centers and then it's too much. But yeah, I agree. I've actually seen this theme with this Civ. Because you can't make your own knights, it sometimes feels extremely awkward because Lancers doesn't feel viable either, at least with how this game played out. So, yeah, certainly Tato needed more defense. To be honest with you, though, the biggest thing, have a house in the north. If you have a house there and Viper doesn't get into the back, I think Viper doesn't do that much damage, and then maybe Tato's able to stabilize and make more army here.
Maybe, but I think even with a house there, Viper can swing to that northern TC at that point. And the Tato still isn't walled up by the stone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've just seen enough games with it where it just it becomes awkward with the Khitans. But I'm telling you, every single time Viper's losing these days, it's because he doesn't play military control first. And when he plays military control first, does some damage, and then adds the town centers, there's very few that can stop him. So I mean, that was 1 TC versus 3. Viper lost 3 vills at the start. No problem. That was sick, man. Tato's he's gonna have to keep that in mind. And we've got Coast Arena and Mudflow as Tato's potential home maps. And it is going to be Mudflow for game number 2.
Also for the Civs, Malians were Viper's very last picked Civ. So getting a win with them right off the first game must feel pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's huge. It's not like Tato didn't care about his Civ there either, right? Like he picked Khitan's 3rd. So I've seen that for years from the players who win in tournaments. Typically, they have like 1 or 2 games where they go for a very late Civ pick and they end up breaking a higher level Civ priority. So. Anyways, T-West, let me know where you're at on game number 2. We can hop right into it, man.
All right, I'm at 0 seconds whenever you're ready.
All right, perfect. 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are. All right, so we've got Mudflow game number 2, and where my brain is immediately taking me is some of the off-meta things that we've seen. We have seen players dock their starting area to try and fish the salmon there instead of taking the fish with their villagers. In fact, Viper did that once, only he ended up getting
do it here.
Full pressure from the opponent. We have also seen early barracks from Civs, and I mean like early as in 10 pop. Overall, it's just a very difficult map to lock down TOS. There's just so many different things. Tough wood lines, exposed berries, and difficult to farm near the TC.
What we're seeing from Viper here is he's taking the water buffalo under the TC, and he's not taking those salmon. So I think you're exactly right. I think he wants to go for the dock build.
Yeah, now in Tato's case, if he's going for the salmon right now, what that allows him to do is he can have less on food because it's faster food income. He can get to wood early, which to me would indicate that he's actually going to go for a barracks, and he's Celts. So faster moving infantry could be on the cards here.
So Celts and Armenians, two good swordsman line civilizations. We could see some type of, I don't even know, men-at-arms that move faster for the Celts against long swordsmen for the Armenians.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I could see it. Tato likes his infantry. I think for Viper, he's really paranoid about being greedy and trying to wait for, like, archers and scouts because he tends to get a little bit punished if he plays defensive, so... Viper's confused us all, and he is actually on the fish now, so maybe no dock, but he will go for the wood line there on the mule cart.
I was hoping for the dock because we're now in the patch where you can garrison the fishing ships, so it's actually pretty safe to do the docks, and you're not going to get punished for it like you were in the earlier stages before that change came in.
Well, here's the weird thing about that. So they made it possible to garrison your fishing ships, right? But if you do so after the fishing ships are on fish traps, it's a pain in the ass to get them onto the fish traps again. So there's no,
that is very true.
There's no easy... I guess they would have to push out a patch to somehow make them automatically go back to the fish traps. But if you have to garrison, like a full dock with fish traps, let me tell you, it's not very easy. So Viper steals the water buffalo. And he will probably be surprised. He sees where Tato has built the lumber camp, and he's like, wait, what? Like, why are you taking the wood there? And the answer is because Tato wants to be safe, and he wants to do this.
Wants to do that barracks. The pre-mill barracks, which we see pretty much every time someone does a barracks in the Dark Age these days. Wood in the back, so it's close to the TC, easy to get, and he wants to go for an early drush.
Yeah, so I think Tato's going to be looking for the wood line. Now, there's an argument that Viper wouldn't have gone to the middle wood line because you can just use the mule carts and move around. But I think securing this as early as possible just gives you less headaches. And that's what I would say. It's like, if I was Viper's coach, not that he would ever choose for me to be his coach, but I would say play army before town centers, which he did in game number 1. And then in this situation like this, preemptively wall your villagers, preemptively play safe, and then play towards the army. And how frequently have we seen Viper not place the palisades ahead of time? Tato shows up with some militia, and then he tries to quick wall it or something, right? That's not what he's going to try here.
He's doing that here, and he's preemptively doing loom. So he is prepared for those militia. He's scouted them. I'm maybe surprised he went for the forward berries instead of the back berries when seeing the drush. But the Ville's walled, so he's safe so far.
Someone says, T90, can you be my coach instead? Yes, create villagers. There's my tip to you.
Press the hotkeys.
Yeah, add hotkeys, because I know you don't have them all, and always produce villagers. There's your coaching.
You got to go to the T90 YouTube channel, sort the videos by oldest, and click the hotkey tutorial video.
No, that's such an embarrassing video. Oh, don't watch that. Don't watch that.
Watch the very first video T90 ever made that'll teach you how to use your hotkeys.
That would be so bad today, too, because back then there was no grid standard. So, like, my hotkeys...
All the hotkeys were different?
My hotkeys don't make any sense to anyone who has come back to the game within the last 7 years.
In fact, same with mine. They were set up for single queue.
Yep. It's the same with Viper, too. Like, all these guys, like, all the pros, you shouldn't download their hotkeys. I remember Viper used to have... there used to be a mod called the Viper Hotkeys. And it had over, like, 2,000 downloads on the mod center. Because everyone was like, if I just have Viper's hotkey, I could be Viper. But I think it actually made people worse. Because the hotkeys are... It's all about just getting used to them, right?
He also has I think the keys are slightly in different locations on a Norwegian keyboard. Because I remember he had, like, a slash or a backslash as a hotkey. But it's where the Z usually is. So everyone's going to have that hotkey. And it's not going to be in a place where they can press it like Viper's.
Yeah.
Keyboard is set up.
Man, there's a lot of work here for Viper right now. He did preemptively wall some of this, but Tato's bringing more militia forward, and there's hills at play here, and this could easily go wrong. Tato, he didn't kill anything with this, but he still got the threat to do so, and Viper's opening with archers. What he doesn't see, though, is that Tato's actually going for a dock behind this as well. So I think Tato's game plan could be maybe make some galleys to take Viper off that wood line there.
Yeah, shoot over those palisades. Do you think, I know they've been nerfed, do you think Tato would go for a demo?
He definitely would, but not in this situation just because this is walled. But there's definitely a threat of a demo in the near future. For now, he's just running around, and Viper's been forced quick wall, but just based on Tato's build, he's been able to secure himself a bigger wood line in the middle. He's been able to keep Viper busy. I would be dead already. I would have lost 4 vills, and we would be in game 3. But so far, Viper's been able to manage the defense.
Well, with those Celt men-at-arms, with how speedy they are, it's going to be tricky to defend with archers because the men-at-arms are faster. And with all these hills, the men-at-arms actually can maybe snipe off houses or just do damage to buildings since they'll have an uphill advantage if they ever want to stop.
Yeah, it's a nice detail. Houses go down very quickly if you don't have army against men-at-arms on this map. So you need to have the army. Tato has so far been tracked very nicely by Viper. So I also like it. Viper's going for the second archer range. So he knows he needs bigger army numbers. Here comes the galley. The galley's on the wood line. Viper's fleeing. The scout for Tato's coming over. Honestly, that's an amazing reaction from Viper, though. To get out of there without losing a villager is really well done.
Yeah, and he can just run the mule cart now. So he's completely safe and can go to the back wood lines.
Yeah, any other civ, I think that's a really big play from Tato. But the fact that he's up against Armenians and they still have that option to back away is really solid there. And Tato's still not in against the mule cart. Viper's still chasing and reacting. Viper's multitasking has been really sharp here. But Tato...
as those vills run, they can just go to the stone. They don't even need to go to another lumber camp.
Yeah, true.
You can just move them to a different resource.
Well, what Viper did against Seychelle, I think, in round 4, which gave him 1 win, he went for tower defense. And what that allows you to do is that allows you to actually move out. Because he's expecting Tato to come in with more army at some point. But for now, he checks his walls. He is walled. If there were archers, he could always have a tower prepped. And his army moves forward to Tato's base. Tato, he is defended in the middle. He's got a demo waiting. He's got galleys. He's got his wood protected. But the upper area is going to be an issue. But God, just so well played, TUS. Like, he blocks it off. He knows where Viper's going to go. He already knows what Viper's going to try. He's waiting with skirms, and he's waiting with the tower himself.
And that's Tato realizing, hey, I don't see Viper's archers attack my men-at-arms. He must have gone forward. Let's be prepared for it.
That's so good. Yeah. And it's one thing to do it now, but it's another thing to do it almost immediately once he saw Viper's army move away. It's just like he could see the whole game. The Viper obviously thinks there's going to be a hole here or something, and now he accidentally attacks the blacksmith. Now he's probably frustrated. He had notified Tato that what was going to happen. We have 0 kills and 0 deaths in this game, and there has been non-stop action. How? It's insane.
That always... I think that's crazy when we see such high-level games that players are so good at keeping every single unit alive that we're 16 minutes in. We've had a rush from the start of the game, basically, and nothing's been killed.
This is obviously something's going to have to die now because we just said that. So villager and a scout goes down naturally, but no, I mean, that's why people freaked out when they saw the bracket. Tato and Viper meeting in the round of 12 is insane. Both these players have won some of the biggest events that we've had. Both players have been around for so long, are both so good. But in this format, at least, if you start off a bit weaker than maybe you can play, which you could argue is the case with Viper, that's how these matchups happen. So I'm sure Tato messaged Viper when they had to schedule. It was like, why'd you have to do this to us? Oh, man. Great game, though. Both players are in tip-top shape. I think I prefer Tato's position in terms of the control of the wood in the middle. He always has a demo waiting there just in case. He does have an army headed over towards Viper's stone at the moment, and Viper is just... He's had to react a lot, and he hasn't been able to secure the bigger wood lines. And that's my concern for him here.
He's been going full tower defense, but the more you do that, the harder it is to stay inside of your base if you get trapped and can't move out. He's actually going to the sides and trying to take the wood lines out by those tigers.
Interesting. Viper also built 2 blacksmiths, which is maybe a sign that the multitasking has been an issue for him. You don't need 2 blacksmiths. I mean, that could go really hard in Imperial Age or Castle Age or something, but double blacksmith was definitely just a mistake from Viper as he's desperate to go to Castle Age. Drops the tower here. Tower will complete, but man, look at him use the market. He's like, please give me the food. Give me the food. He can't click up. Ah, it's so painful to be in these situations.
Especially right now, that wood you just spent on the blacksmith could have been sold at the market. He could be up now.
Yep.
But there he goes. Tato isn't really close to going up, so maybe Viper will have a timing advantage where he can do something to Tato.
Hardy,
still will be tricky with the demo.
Hardy, add a treadmill, please, for Viper's archers. Viper's archers are in the south. We'll make sure there's a treadmill added to them. I don't know where they're going, but clearly they are very scared. And they are just sitting there walking peacefully. But for Viper, he just knows he can't be out on the map right now. And that's the issue. It's like still waiting for that one big game-changing moment where he can apply pressure to Tato. That just simply has not happened this game.
Man, those archers are getting their workout in.
I think it was a couple patches ago. They changed it so units will like hit the edge of the map. And if you still had given them a movement command, they just kind of walk in place.
Yeah, that's been there for a while. That's an interesting one.
Maybe like 6 patches ago or something. I'm not sure. Can we talk about how good Tato's awareness is, though? He knows where Viper's army could show up, and he has walls or towers or a demo or an outpost in every single position. Like, there's really nothing Viper can do to surprise him. Now, Viper could still dish out some damage, but it's unlikely if Tato has the army around, and he is waiting at home with his army.
I would love if Viper somehow could get a demo on Tato's wood line, but sadly Viper doesn't even have a dock. And those men-at-arms clear an archery range at the front, so they are being very annoying even if they're not killing vills, just destroying buildings.
The worker efficiency for Tato's eco has been... Well, apparently it's been worse than Viper's, but to me it looks like it's been more efficient. He finds skirmishers on some archers down here in the south, so those archers wish they would have jumped off the map instead of dying like this. And then Viper's got a little bit of an army in the north there, but that's like 2 spearmen, 2 archers, 2 skirmishers. That's not what he wants. What he wants is going up there on the front of his base, and that's going to be a castle.
Ooh, so that's going to be... I guess he has to go composite bowman then if he's investing into the castle and not doing anything on land, but...
Yeah.
At that point, Tato can just do ships and defend his woodline, and I think he'll be fine then, because ships should still do great against the composite bowman.
Yeah, and skirms too, right? He has skirms. But yeah, ships, town centers, these are the options for Tato. Ooh, Viper's AI army actually gets more value. When you have an army like that that's so random, usually people just don't expect it. So, well played from Viper. And now he can take the wood in the middle again. That's the big thing that castle allows him to do.
He still doesn't have a dock, so if Tato's aware of that, he does have a demo floating around somewhere if he wants to try to hit the vills.
What a castle at home does for you is it makes it so difficult for Tato to ever envision getting any value. Like tower defense and castle defense, Tato basically has to react the whole castle age now. So I think for Viper, he's not going anywhere anytime soon. He just has to assess how he plays this. If he sees the Navy, he will probably end up deciding that he'll want to play towards more economy. And I don't think he expected the galleys at all, TUS. Composite bowmen go forward. And Tato says thank you very much.
Yeah, he does great gameplay from Tato. The Celts, maybe not really known as a naval civ, but the wood bonus they have actually makes them pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Never going to be like a top pick on a pure water map, but they have a great eco for pumping out a ton of galleys, and that's exactly what Tato wants, because if he controls the water, then Viper can't do any damage.
I'm laughing because that's just so typical Viper. Viper's like, I'm going to try and steal that relic right there.
Oh, he's taking advantage of the warrior priests. These Armenians. He can't not go for the relics.
Well, I mean, he has great scouting on the outside of the map, and he already has 3 relics. Of course, the first one's free. Viper, last time he played this, he prioritized the wood a little late and really went for the gold and the relics. So he's got the gold in the north. In terms of resources collected, it's pretty close. And Viper will go for 2 docks now. But again, it's like Tato, he doesn't feel like he can easily damage Viper. And then if Viper starts to show up with big navy, Tato is pretty hard committed to that town center in the middle. So I could see Tato being vulnerable if Viper can sneak some navy up.
Yeah, the Armenians should have the better ships in the long run. But maybe still a ways to go before they can get the numbers out to deal with the Celts.
Yeah, Tato actually sees 2 of the docks. One's the foundation, and then the other one is the one that's already completed there. So I think that's enough for Tato to at least recognize he needs to add more. Tato going to drop towers here. That's so Tato. Towers, thinking of guard tower to protect the middle, protect the wood. If you have the worst navy, you probably need that one extra thing to stay competitive. Not a bad choice.
And Viper also with the mule carts should be okay, even if he doesn't have much control of the middle right away, since there's so much wood on the outside, but it's kind of spread out. So you can go up with the mule carts and take it. Even head over by those pandas and take the wood out there.
I mean, what do we even see late game here? Champions, Navy, and yeah, Champions and Navy, pretty much. I mean, Celts do have heavy demo. They do get the fully upgraded Hawks, so I guess they're better on water now than they were in the past. It's going to be a weird game compared to some of the other Civ matchups we've seen.
Yeah, I don't know how well Armenian champions will do against Woad Raiders. I think the Woad Raiders still win that.
Yeah, nice find from Tato. And Tato's been on 4 town centers here, producing villagers for a long while. And Viper's also losing some villagers on the outside. I think Celts with Siege Ram could be really strong here. That's not something the Armenians get.
Yeah, you can even push on water with the Siege Rams if the Armenian player is going for the galley line.
Yep. Tato will know that. Tato and Viper both old school, and back in the day in Galley Wars, you would see lots of Rams incorporated just to tank. Pretty crazy how Tato's got 3 towers before there was even a threat in these positions. But also pretty crazy
if there's one player you expect to go towers, it's Tato.
Yeah, yeah. Also amazing that Viper somehow finds value in these situations. Like, 3 composite bowmen should never have any chance of getting some value. They come in, they harass a little bit, they snipe a monk, they snipe a vill. There's also 2 sneak villagers from Viper in the south that are protecting that gold. They might be important later on. And Viper's navy is superior when compared to the Celts in Imp. But he's behind big time now by 20 villagers.
There's a guard tower even from Tato, so he's ready to use towers against the ships. Celts even can get up to keep. They'll have arrow slits. They could even do stronghold, a unique tech. You don't really think about it too much, but
yeah,
it does make their tower line attack faster.
I think Tato is not going to fully recognize just how much Viper's committing to water at the moment. He only saw a dock and a half. There's 4 docks, and Viper's getting university upgrades like clinker construction and also what's the other one? Sorry, the armor one. Careening, I think. Careening.
That's still careening.
Yeah. So with that, like especially in a galley war, you're not gonna think that Viper has that. Viper's coming forward with a castle. Tato could go for his own. That's a much bigger army for Viper, or much bigger navy for Viper. There's the castle from him. Tato needs to counter castle, I think.
Well, Tato's up to Imp.
Okay.
He maybe has room to kind of do a castle farther back and wait for Trebs, knowing the Imp timing. As Viper has almost no resources to go Imp. He has no food for it right now. He'll have to buy his way up if he wants to, but that's going to be a long time where Tato's going to get Trebs out first.
I've seen it enough times where in those instances, a player just immediately counter castles it and sends all their navy in. That's some beautiful patience there from Tato. Because I think the amount of navy and navy upgrades that Viper has would have come as a surprise to him. I am noticing a trend, though, T-West. Viper's got 4 relics. I guess Viper has been spotted on the gold on the outside, but Viper's got more of these golds in his vision now. Tato doesn't really have a lot of gold protected. He can see some of it, but he doesn't have it locked down, and gold's obviously really important here.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Tato, is he taking gold right now? He has 6 fills on gold, and it's about to run out in the middle of his base.
Yeah.
He's going to need to move either to the north, where Viper is starting to move around with churches, or to the south, where he's going now, which is maybe a bit safer.
I think Tato's making a couple woads. He's going to send them around the map to these golds. I personally would like to see a town center in this gold in the south, so that's not raidable, but Viper isn't there for now. And Viper's just now about to click to Imperial Age. So, which position do you prefer? Do you prefer the better overall villager count? Or do you prefer additional gold and relics? I really don't know. I think it depends.
I don't know. I think Tato's in a better spot here. I mean, that's a 30 vil lead and better imp timing.
Mm-hmm.
And Viper still doesn't really have a good way to raid the gold since he's so heavy on Navy.
Yeah. I think Viper's got a lot of flexibility here, though. He's bringing his Navy around. Like, most of Tato's villagers are going to be exposed. As I say that, though, Tato does have the tower up. And Tato is going to go for fire ships. The fire ships are now much better against the war galleys. And this is a weird choke point for Viper to move around in, to be honest. I'm not sure that's the direction he wants to go. He might get trapped full on here. But honestly, before careening and fast fire is in, Tato shouldn't be taking this fight. I think he just feels like he's got an opportunity now. But I think he needs to wait for those upgrades. And he needs to move through, and the ships are stuck. No. Oh, man. I mean,
a tiny choke point.
If only we had...
Viper's army.
If only we had the map
Bowman
scripter here to complain about the wood line generation, T-West.
The wood line there is fine. This is the pathing issue. That's something for Nilly to fix, not for me to fix.
Trebuchets are out for Tato. Viper's castle is going to go down. Another castle's going up for Tato. He is trying to get us around, but as he does that, part of his navy goes down. Viper will send in some demos. Viper is getting Cilician fleet, so again, his navy will improve. He also has the blacksmith upgrades, but Viper is losing gold in the north to the skirmishers and the ram. I think at the perfect time, the navy's going to come in from Tato to clear up Viper's navy, and Viper's castle is gone now as well.
Yeah, and as you said, those rams filled with woad raiders. They're going to be extra speedy, but we'll see them used against the navy too, as Viper's trying to do heavy warships.
Viper's economy is just not near what Tato is at the moment. He has the gold income, but he doesn't have anything else. And with a 50 villager lead now for Tato, which kind of comes out of nowhere, maybe he can fight with inferior navy and win this one anyways.
Yeah, the Celts won't have fast fires, but they will have the fully upgraded hulks at least. And if you get castles everywhere in the middle, then there's not much navy can do.
Yep.
The Armenians could go for Dromans, and maybe that's Viper's best shot, to try to get enough navy that he can protect Dromans and try to push back against the castles. But then Tato can raid on the outsides and try to stop Viper from getting wood.
Yeah, Tato, that's been the whole game plan, is just keep Viper off wood. He hasn't been able to keep him fully off of it, of course, because Viper got this area. But if Tato just holds this for a little bit longer, Viper will eventually run out of trees. Viper's holding, though. Cilician fleet is a big upgrade for his navy, and he's got the Dromans on the way. There is still the weird little ram push from Tato, and oh, look, pandas in the north.
Most important part of the map, pandas.
I actually didn't realize you added them until last week. Which I feel kind of bad about, because that's a nice little touch.
I added them on a couple of maps. You had to take a...
What?
You gotta keep your eye out for them.
Really? Okay. A nice little Easter egg. Viper's still thinking he can win this with gold control, because he's still controlling the additional golds with town centers and composite bowmen. And honestly, I think it's going to come down to if Tato can build up a big navy here. He can't do anything on land easily. He's going to have to hard commit to the water, where he's getting dry dock, he's getting heavy demo. It might come down to if Tato's favorite unit, the demolition ship, is enough.
Maybe, but those are so expensive to upgrade now. I mean,
Yeah.
he does have the upgrades. He has heavy demo, but Cilician Fleet Galleons? That's not the unit you want to use heavy demos against.
They nerfed the demos big time, and Tato was unhappy about it. He's been outspoken
I'm
about it
unhappy
too.
About it. Demos were the best part of water.
Thing is, if Tato knew what we knew, he would just like ram push the sides or play light cav on the sides, and he'd probably win this game. Because Viper is backed against the wall, committing every single resource he has until Navy. But he doesn't know what we know, and he thinks that this is a little bit more desperate. He is getting as many upgrades as possible. He's even getting Carvel Hull now, which I'm even double checking. That's just going to be for additional movement speed, which will be nice because that makes the demo so much faster, right?
And he is going for a forward workshop and towers and probably rams up in the north, so he does have something going on land.
Okay.
Viper, though, going to go for a raid in the south as he gets some composite bowmen around. It's a good thing Tato already has a tower there.
Yeah, amazing job from Tato to have the outposts around to see all this. The Viper's got to know something's up here. Here we go. Carvel Hall is in. There go the Hawks. Hawks should be fairly weak against the galleys now. The demos are going to be in there as well. The pathing is obviously awkward. Does Viper see the demo? Does Viper get the demo? He did hit the demo. It didn't do as much as I expected, but Tato's in.
Tato's under the castle, though. That's kind of awkward for him. I think Viper wins this fight.
That's an awful fight for Tato. Hawks performed so poorly there. The demos performed so poorly there. I swear if Tato loses this game, it's because he's hard committing to the water, and Viper's got the better naval civ. Viper's villager count is still awful, though. But Hawks are not meant to be good against galleons, guys. Also, the ram is in the north. Town center might go down. Viper will fight that back. Tato's losing so much. But he takes the trebuchet, at least, as his castle falls.
Viper kept that castle alive, too. It got down under 200 HP. Tato needed one more treb shot, and it would have gone down. But now what does Viper do for wood? He's pushed off of the wood in the middle. He's fighting with Vils against the Rams in the north. He's got maybe a few wood lines to the west.
Tato going Hawks there is only because his civ got fully upgraded Hawks. And no other reason. And he knows as well that Hawks should be so poor against galleons now. He just did it because he got a lesser version of a fire ship. But I think going for the Castle Age fires or your own galleons that just simply lack bracers probably better than what that was. That was wasteful.
If it's wasteful, I don't know if the Celts can do anything that's not wasteful on the water, though, against Armenians. The ship upgrade advantage is so huge, especially with Cilician Fleet.
I'm okay with towers for now and attacking the sides, but my worry for Tato is Viper's already on two-handed swordsman, so it's not like Viper doesn't have some competitive abilities on the side. Viper also can get Ferreters, which would add extra HP here, so Viper's got a lot of opportunity. He's kind of putting a stop to any of the shenanigans from Tato in the north. Tato's just hit a wall in terms of options. I think he doesn't feel like he can do anything at the moment.
And against that Navy, he might not be able to.
Yeah.
This is just maybe a civ advantage for the late game. Viper recognizing as long as he holds, as long as he has a bit of water where he can dock, he eventually gets the better ships. And now, as he has the wood control, can start pushing on land.
And Tato's going for Heavy Scorpion now. Heavy Scorpion, which I guess is for the side attacks. You can't push with it, but you can hold with it. He does also have the Rams and Woad Raiders taking down a TC from Viper on the side. None of this gives him an answer in the middle, though. Again, I insist, I think it is a poor move to go for Hawks here. I would prefer to see Galleons, even though you're at a disadvantage. But maybe the demos. Can it be the demos for Tato? He's had the eco lead the whole game. The demos are hard to see. Tato actually gets in close before Viper realizes.
I feel like that didn't do much, though. I feel like it's not enough.
I don't know. He's just got to keep telling himself his eco's superior, his eco's superior, his eco's superior. Viper is out of gold, and Viper has... His wood line is right here in the middle. Tato still has access to gold.
If he can get demos on those Vils, that could be something.
Yeah. Viper's out of golds. He can't take any golds. We are now down to 6k gold left on the map. That will change. Viper will actually get 2,200 gold there with a church and some swordsmen. And he's building up his galleons again. Remember the Rams.
Tato, he has an
T-list.
outpost though. He'll see Viper taking gold there, so he'll know Viper has one last spot of gold.
Okay. That's a lot of gold, though. And that's enough gold that Viper could maybe push the middle, but he hasn't been able to break Tato in the middle yet. And Tato's going to go siege Rams. Is Tato going to scorp Ram push from the north right now? Is that the play?
He hasn't seen that castle.
Yeah.
He hasn't seen the castle yet, so that'll slow down the
True.
Scorpions. But once Siege Ram comes in, he doesn't have the HP tech yet.
He's getting raided in the south, so he gets pushed off of some gold as well. Viper's got a Treb in the middle to go after a castle there. Viper's added a couple mangonels here to snipe any Rams. Viper has that golden come again, and it's tough for Tato. It's just so tough for Tato to break Viper's defenses. My God. So painful with Celts in late game. Celts in late game, but Celts in late game on a water map. It's like two of the worst... an open water map. It's probably two worst scenarios for Celts.
And he can't even do much with the Ram push because of how strong those champions are underneath the castle.
Viper goes for quick walls against the boats in the middle, which is somehow working. Rams and Scorpions are still continuing in the north. Viper is actually housed because of the Rams at the moment. He's losing Vils to the Hawks. He still could lose his castle, and he's going for Onager to defend. Though the galleys were protected, though. As long as Viper still has the galleons there, he'll still get excellent trades in the middle. He's running out of trees to take here. It's very obvious to Tato where Viper's taking the wood.
Hey, maybe this is crazy, but what if Tato just did Onager and cut the trees in the middle?
I actually love it. Yeah. I also think don't take the castle in the north. Use your siege rams in the middle, man. Take down the docks. Take down... I mean, even just use them to tank. Oh, big moment here. Tato's going to run through the middle with champions. As Tato is actually trying to siege ram push the north, but Viper has champs. Viper has Onager prepared. If he can flatten the Rams, he can then go immediately into Tato's eco, where Tato doesn't have any demos prepped. Can the castle stay up for Viper, or is the Celt siege enough?
Is that enough Scorpions? The champions are going down.
Oh my God, what a hold for Viper. He's running out of
Castle's
stone.
So close to going down, though.
It's so close. It has to go down for Tato. It has to go down. If he doesn't take this, he's screwed. Viper holds. Viper's holding, and Viper's raiding with the champions, and Viper's moving forward with his navy. What a hold from Viper. Onager choice was critical, and that was so costly for Tato, right? So much wood and gold invested into that push.
All the Rams are down, and everything cleared up. He has a few Scorpions left, but the Rams are the expensive part. And there's the GG from Tato. And Armenians, that navy was something Tato had no answer to.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Tato just ran out of ideas. Man, Viper, the whole game was behind, and he was able to just hold on by taking very good engagements. And we laugh at the relics and the gold control and everything Viper was doing when he didn't have the food in Woodico, but he just held on. More gold collected, more food collected in this game, actually. For Tato, it was the wood, but he just didn't know what military to go for here. Honestly, for me, I got to point at the numbers that he made. The fact that the most created ship was the Carrack is kind of painful here for Tato. That's just not going to be good against the galleys. I would have preferred, and I actually can make strong arguments that I think if he just stayed on Galleon, Galleon is at least going to have more practical uses here. Shooting over top of wood lines, like having some range, which means you can avoid the castle fire, could have helped Tato.
Yeah, I mean, the Celts also do have shipwright if you really want to invest into the water for the wood discount.
Yeah.
And maybe instead of going for the Carracks, you do shipwright plus Galleon and try to just hold better. Is that the Hulks really, the Hulk line didn't do anything, especially since you're fighting underneath the castle with how small the range is every time.
I mean, for a
took
while there,
a lot of losses from the castle.
For a while there, I think there was opportunities for Tato to just play the land, but not play Woad Raiders or anything. Just play Light Cav, right? Like just go Light Cav, raid the sides, like try and basically raid Viper with things that don't cost gold, and then conserve your gold for everything else. Yeah, you pick the Celts for all the early bonuses that we had there for Tato. But so far from Viper in these wins, you had the first game. Yeah, first game, he loses 3 villagers, and then he slaughters. He goes full all-in 1 TC. And now this game, he falls behind with the eco, but he's able to get the late game decisions right, both with his army comp, but also with controlling the golds. These are things that Viper is just one of the best at, right? And yeah, Tato's normally the chaos in the mid game. It just hasn't worked out.
So what do you think about the Celts pick, though, on that map? Because you're probably looking at the Civ drafts thinking Armenians have to be what Viper uses for Mudflow.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a bad late game matchup against them with the Celts. Maybe that could have been, I don't know, like an Italians or Dravidians pick there, where you have a more competitive navy.
I think it's one of those things that only looks bad because he lost. Tato consistently, when he wins in tournaments, he has those wins with those more questionable picks, and he always does it with civs that he just didn't prioritize on his draft. So that's my feeling. He loses now. We get to see like, oh, Celts have this problem, that problem. I've seen that from Tato so many times. It's kind of like Viper's game 1 win, right? Viper had Malians last, but he looks brilliant for it because he won. Unfortunately, Celts is just one of those, when it doesn't work out, now you have to question it. But I just think for Tato, you had your chances in game 1 and game number 2. You had the eco lead in both games, and you haven't been able to win. I kind of feel like the confidence isn't going to be there, So hopefully you can string together a couple games here. But now you can't go for the late picks, TOS. Now you got to go for your best civs, your best map, I guess in this case, your only remaining map, and try and get a win on the board.
Well, it is a very good map because, as I see, it is Coast Arena.
Okay. Well, Coast Arena it is. Let me know where you're at, and we can hop right into it, man.
I'm at 0. Give me a countdown, and we're good.
All right. Yep. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. So, as someone just reminded me, I am very bad at updating the Civ drafting page. I am very sorry, but it means that you guys are paying attention if you notice. The Civs that were still available on the Civ drafting page that you probably would have expected for this would be Spanish and Italians. Spanish, I think, have the best win rate in TTL history, and not the highest play rate, but when they are played, they're very dangerous. They could be very good here. Italians, though, one of the most picked civilizations in tournament history in general, T-West, for their flexibility on water and land. And that's exactly what we have here on Coast Arena.
Well, Spanish are kind of specialized, either for nomad starts or for any conquistador fast castle type of map. And Coast Arena kind of gives you both of those with opportunities on the water and opportunities on the land. And nowadays, missionaries can pick up relics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The missionaries is definitely a little bit of a wild card. It's just a bit easier for the Spanish to snag those relics in really high pressure times. I'm just trying to think, what would I do if I were the Italians here? And I think
you have to get to Genoese crossbowmen.
Yeah. And I think I would also want to win the water, because if Viper doesn't have fish, Viper doesn't have food, and if Viper doesn't have food, Viper can't make a lot of conquistadors. So that's how I would see it.
That's true, but I also wonder, now that you can garrison in the docks, if it's worth it to go for water on this map.
Yeah, it's every decision you make, you want the payoff as quickly as possible. And if you can't find an immediate payoff for something, usually you delay that decision. So I would guess that if Tato does play water, he probably waits till Castle Age. A concern for Tato, and you could tell me because you scripted the map, but I feel like the walls are a little bit closer together in the middle here. So we've got a kind of a crazy scenario. The gold for Viper's there. The gold for Tato's there. And if either player scouts that immediately changes the game plan, in my view.
Yeah, this is one of the closer generations on this map, You're right. In the scripting, there is some randomness in, I guess, the angle that the TCs make to the middle of the map, and this is one of the closer distances they can be.
It also means that the relics are forced away from that pressure area, which is kind of interesting. So, in theory, a bit tougher to get the relics and get a forward castle, but it's relatively difficult to scout where your opponent's gold actually is. You can look, but it's likely, I'd say, like 50% of the time, you're not actually going to see that gold until Feudal Age. Tato looked. He didn't see the stone, for example, in Viper's base. He might look now, and maybe he sees the gold. Viper actually didn't even find the walls yet. So I think that's probably because the off-center generation here.
Yeah, he went straight to the spot Tato is not located. So he'll see all the relics at least, which is kind of the more important thing to scout. Because your opponent's going to be wherever they are, but the relic positioning is good to know for where you go for your missionaries or your monks or your monasteries.
They're also closer on water in theory, right? Like their dock positions are ever so slightly closer than some of the generations we've seen. So I don't know, like castle drop's obviously the main thing you're expecting, but I feel like there's a little bit more viability to water now. Knowing Viper and just knowing how the series has gone, all the small things have gone his way, I feel like it's very likely that he's going to find Tato's gold there. But he sees the walls, he sees his own golds, and he's probably like, oh, yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah, and you know the golds are forward and against the walls on this map. They're always there. It's just a question of where exactly along the circle you find them.
Yeah. Just one dock for Viper. I think that's going to continue to be the case, which typically means fast castle. For Tato, he's also on one dock. Pretty much the same build. The slight difference, actually, is he's sending a bit more to wood. This would indicate to me that Tato might want to play water and go for a second dock here, but we'll see.
Yeah, no transport ship either, sadly.
Yeah, no transport. It's a strat. I think the issue with the transport strat, if you go and you attack the back of someone's base, the only option they have to go forward then is to your walls. So the one time Dark transported the Viper in the group stage, Viper just said, okay, and he went Rams and Monks right on Dark's face, and then it was like Uno reverse. Dark didn't really know what to do about that, so I like this strategy. I think in the Community Cup, which I hopefully viewers sign up for, we have over 300 people signed up at all ELO brackets already. In the Community Cup, I think the transport ship will happen a little bit more, but here, it's just a little dangerous.
For the Community Cup, I'm ready to see Persians and transport ships for TC drops on this map.
What even happens then? If someone TC drops you, you go to the middle, I guess?
Yeah, I guess you go to the middle, and then you have your walls, and then maybe they gotta, like, delete their TC, but then come from their own base with more vills and TC drop you again, and, like, you go back and forth to both sides of your walls.
I mean, you're giving people ideas right now, so there we go. That'll be some YouTube content for the future. Okay, Viper's on stone, Tato's on stone. Feels like the fast castle from both of them. Viper and Tato will both lack the resources to do this perfectly. Unless they've somehow balanced this out. Tato does have 2 more fishing ships. Tato might use the market. But they're kind of at the limit with their ecos at the moment.
And Viper on stone, so it does look like he'll want a castle and want conquistadors. But Tato, the same thing. So Genbo versus Conquistador is what we might see.
Okay, but now they should be scouting. And now if Viper does a full pass in front of the wall, now he can see the gold. And he'll know that's the only gold in there. So if you see that, I'm immediately thinking forward castle on Tato's face. And then Tato's scout is still in his walls. He's in Feudal Age now. He will go look and probably do the same thing. And we literally, we're building up towards a castle off, right? Like castle for both in the same area. Let's see what Tato spots here.
Yeah, that's interesting though, because if you go, even though you're really close down in the south, most of the resources are in the north, and with all 4 relics there, maybe it's even better to do the castle in the north and secure more of the map.
Yeah.
Than just your opponent's walls, where maybe they get second walls behind it and you can't really push in.
I really like the Viper we've seen today. Looking for information, acting on information. Now attacking the gate showing Tato, I know you're on stone with the attack signal there. And then for Tato, now he's looking for information. He's going to see the gold. But Viper's already come to the conclusion. He already understands the situation. And he also sees Tato's scout there. And now because they're fighting, and maybe they take the risk to fight, Tato won't actually be able to see the stone. But Tato's down. He'll take the risk. And freaking Viper wins it. I swear he knows a trick to win those. I have no clue how he does it and has done it over the years. But Viper wins the 50-50 coin flip. And now Tato doesn't know what's coming, which is really bad. That is really
castle can
bad.
Be forward.
Yup.
That castle can be forward now.
Yeah, dude. And now look at Tato. He builds an outpost. He's like, what are you going to do?
Well, what's he even going to do when he sees it, though? Because Viper's Spanish, he'll build it faster. And he'll be up faster. And the only downside is he's sending only 5 vills.
Well, but Viper can see what Tato's doing. He knows Tato isn't on the gold. He knows his stone villagers are over there. So 5 villagers looks risky. But if you're assessing the situation for what it is in the moment, it's actually always going to go up. And the issue for Tato, what you would do is you place a defensive castle. But a defensive castle doesn't mean you get access to gold now. So your other option would be to try and castle like outside your walls and on Viper's walls. And instead he's going to castle there. Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a good castle. You secure the gold in the north.
Yeah.
And now, just as he's doing, he walls up. And
No loom,
he'll
no
lose
loom.
access to the main gold. But that's it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, the scout is weak. No loom is not a problem. It's been a very long day. I mean, yeah, you're right. It gives you the gold. You have to wall behind so the conquistadors can't get through. And you obviously have to play water because conquistadors cost a lot of food. And Tato is heavy on water. He's got 12 fishing ships. He's got a big navy coming in. So far, I like Tato's adaptations. Next topic of choice would be the relics, of course, with Viper having the missionary. And of course, Viper is going to try and get that relic first. Of course he is.
Oh, he's right outside the range of the castle. He gets it.
That's so funny, dude. There he goes. I mean, the relics made a big difference in the previous game. Like, he had so much extra gold because he snagged those relics early, so... And he needs it here because he won't have the water control. He's definitely losing water. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, Tato investing into the medium warships upgrade. He will be destroying all of Viper's fish. And if you look at the Vil count, that's 34 to 43 now with Viper's fish going down. And as long as the Conquistadors don't get in, Tato is sure to have a good eco lead.
That castle from Tato is very interesting. That's probably the best castle he could place it. Viper just donated a relic to Tato. What happened? What happened? The missionary just went right into the castle. He misclicks it there, and now Tato could take that. Yeah, it has to be a misclick.
Unless the control group did it with the Conquistadors, maybe?
I think that could have been it. I think maybe he misclicked the wrong thing forward. But
right,
whatever
well,
it was,
we were talking about,
that was bad.
We were talking about that Viper hockey mod earlier. That's just a reason not to go download it.
I mean, Viper's played well this series. Very nice of Viper to remind us he is human. And that he does make mistakes as well.
I thought it was a snake.
Yeah, true. Tato...
Is that why Tato lost the first 2 games? Because he called himself the snake killer. Maybe Viper's just a human.
Yeah, that's... Okay, I didn't realize what the joke was initially, but now I understand it. Initially, I did the thing where I nodded my head even though I didn't get the joke, but now I get it. Guard
you were
tower
casting
from
Tato
Tato.
earlier. You're probably used to that, right?
Yeah, that's... I don't know if I should be happy about this, but I'm starting to get all of Ornlu's jokes now. And, yeah, like I said, I'm not sure I should necessarily be proud of that. Tower goes up for Tato, who's just been able to hold where necessary. He's got a castle on one side, a tower on the other. But Viper is getting most of the relics, and Viper can just push down the blacksmith and the market, and then the town center's there. So if Tato wants Imperial Age, he kind of needs that TC to stay up here.
I think you do 1 guard tower, though, and he should be fine. Unless Viper can do another forward castle drop, but the timing probably won't be there to stop him.
Yeah. Look at Tato expanding on the water. 14 fishing ships, new docks as well to add to the efficiency here. Gill nets, not yet in, but he did get the fishing lines upgrade, which is the first one. It'll still be risky, but it's worth the risk if you can get to the Imperial Age and get to Trebs. Viper's strat is completely cooked because this castle will get Trebs down. I don't know, man. I have this sneaking suspicion because Viper, he's going to know that Tato's up, which means that Viper's going to have to do something insane, which to me means Viper's going to like castle drop the TC or something, and that Tato's Imp could be denied. This is about to get interesting.
Viper only has 2 vills on stone, and I mean, he only has 41 vills in total, most of which are on wood. So he doesn't have the res to go for a quick castle drop, even if he buys it.
Okay, but he does have 5 mangonels, 3 of which he's hiding from Tato. This could be crazy. Initially, I was going to be critical of him not using the mangonels, but I think he's trying to hide them from Tato, so Tato doesn't realize how committed he is to this. Look at this.
Maybe
From Tato's perspective, he thinks he's fine.
The guard tower.
Yeah.
I think Tato just needs 1 more guard tower, and he's completely safe.
Well, he needs Imp. If he makes it to Imp, everything else is probably fine. But here comes Viper. He's bringing Vills to repair. He knows he can take down a guard tower with this many mangonels. Big commitment from Viper. If he's going for the town center, that'd be even crazier. It's such a tough angle to engage into. Tato's going to make it even more difficult with this Genoese. Full commitment from Viper. Repairs need to be happening all the time here. He's lost 1 already. He's going to try again. The clock's still ticking here. Guard tower still shutting down the push.
Oh, those guard towers are so strong. Another mangonel down.
But the tower...
Tato's micro on the Genbo.
The tower's going to
so
go...
good.
The tower's down, and then the mangonels and conks can go for the TC immediately. There's 30 seconds left, but still... Tato's doing enough in and out of the castle to distract and delay. He's got the villagers even ready to repair it as well, just in case. This would get right to the limit for Tato.
And he's up. And look at those res. He can do Bracer right away.
Yeah.
And then the Genbos clear everything.
He also pre-built a market as well, so he can balance out his res, which he needs to do right now. And Viper actually just taps out. Wow, I actually got really concerned with how this was going so far today for Tato, that Viper was actually going to find enough damage there. But guard towers from Tato, Genoese crossbowmen. What a great job. To not have your main golds, to be up against conquistadors, to not have the relics. There's so many things that went against Tato here, but he just stuck to the game plan, and the fast imp worked.
It did, and great decision to go for water in the Castle Age, clear out the fish.
Yep.
And when you look at the unique units, it's conquistadors, as strong as they are, much more expensive than the Genbos. And when they don't have the fish behind them, all of a sudden, look at Tato's army count. That's 13 Genbos he has against 6 remaining conquistadors. I know Viper lost some of them, but those losses were expensive.
Yeah.
And he can't replace them as easily as Tato can.
For anyone confused why Viper would tap out here, well, he knows there's going to be a trebuchet. He can't do anything about the treb. The treb would take down the castle. These Genoese crossbowmen are actually about to hop out and kill these conks as well. Weirdly enough, if Tato even loses his town center, it doesn't necessarily matter now. So I would argue in games 1 and game 2, there were some real positives for Tato, and he just wasn't able to win. Finally, he does. And I don't know, maybe the misclick from Viper with the relic, the 6 mangonels against a guard tower, maybe some signs that he's starting to tire a little bit here or something. So I like the idea. I think the 6 mangonels against the tower was actually the only thing that I could think that Viper could try there.
Yeah, I think that was about it, but I think the game is kind of over at that point anyway. Tato's eco is just so far ahead, unless he somehow stopped the imp TC. But
yeah.
Even then, Tato still, I think, would have had a much bigger fishing eco.
You can, if instead of the mangonels, you could go for rams, which, I mean, they're going to take down the tower and the TC faster, but then you also need an answer to the Genoese crossbowmen, so yeah,
well, maybe the rams are still an answer against them because they won't die as fast.
Yeah, and I mean, what's Tato going to do against the rams? He's going to use Vills or something, and then the conks can kill the Vills. So maybe a combo. But the important thing is, whatever you do, you got to commit. You got to commit fast. And yeah, Viper was already on the mangonels at that point. Alrighty. Well, as far as remaining civs go, we'll go through that real quick. Tato wins with the Italians. Viper so far hasn't played any of his top 2 civ picks. He's lost with the Spanish, and he has won with the Armenians and the Malians. We also haven't seen Viper play on any of his home maps, so it's only been Tato home maps. Coast Arena win, Mudflow loss with game 1 going to Viper. So in theory, this should be really good for Viper. I would avoid African River if I were Viper, just because like Tato's got Dravidians there, and I think Dravidians is one of the best civilizations. But if we get to a reverse Acropolis T-West, I think Viper's going to go Bengalis or something there. Which, I mean, it's
Bengalis. What else does he have? Georgians, Maya, Bengalis. I mean, Georgians have been a really good civ on reverse Acropolis. I like how you can defend with churches at the bottom and then slowly push out with churches to take more map control.
Hear me out, though. So, let's say it's reverse Acropolis. And it's not Georgians. Viper goes either Bengalis or Mayans, which means Tato could potentially counterpick the Mayans and go Hindustanis to go for the Ghulams, or he could go Berbers and try and play counterpick into Camel Archers against the Ratha.
Do Camel Archers even really counter Rathas, though? They have so much HP.
I think the eco for the Bengalis takes it over the edge, but I think it's maybe not a counter. Yeah, maybe it's like 50-50 or something.
Yeah, and also I feel that the Maya still are okay against the Hindustanis. If you get enough plumed archers out with their attack bonus against infantry, I don't think the Ghulams are that hard of a counter. I've seen the Maya win that matchup enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Viper, I
think
there's options for them.
I agree. Viper's done it before himself. So I think the precedent is there. But anyways, game 4, it's not going to be in reverse Acropolis. You good to go?
I'm good to go.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are, ladies and gents. So we've got game 4, Tato's number 1 pick, Viper's number 1 pick. And this map is nonstop aggression. So pay attention here. I'd expect Viper to come out swinging. The Georgians could potentially justify early engagement with the Scout because their Scout gets additional HP. Viper is actually going to steal an Ostrich. So that's his form of aggression. But I wasn't expecting Georgians here from Viper, but considering it's his home map, clearly he's got a plan. Dravidians we've seen a lot, though. A good infantry, good water opening, and the Civ is great for both.
Well, mule carts should be great on this map with those acacia trees. You can run the mule carts away if you get trushed. They're easy to move when you start running out of trees and have to go from one wood line to the other.
Yeah.
I think they're a pretty smooth civ here.
Yeah, also, I think you could dock much earlier than other civs, right? Because the mule cart is free, you could just get villagers on wood right now and then go for the early dock. In fact, Tato's going to try something I haven't seen yet. I don't know if it's for an early dock or if it's for the early barracks. I guess we've seen the early barracks, but I see Tato on straggler trees. And, false alarm. He was just waiting for a lumber camp spot, and he's decided.
Yeah, I mean, Dravidians could maybe go for that early dock since they can skip the house with it. But I think it's still going to be tough to get fishing ships out, and then you will need a lumber camp eventually. I don't think you have the wood to skip it entirely.
Yeah, earlier today, Lewis, who's on Viper's team, he went for pure scout opening against Dravidians. He went scouts into skirms. That was with Khmer. I think Georgians can do that as well. So I don't know. They have so many players now. It feels like they've got like, well, they have eight or 9 players. So it's hard for me to know like how those strategy sessions go and how much information is shared. But in theory, maybe Viper could try the same thing that Lewis tried earlier.
I do like scouts on this map, because even if you wall up on land, there's always something you could hit with the fishing ships that can't be walled, or you get around to a back wood line, you try to find a hole. There are so many opportunities you have for raiding. If I'm just going to see that dock in the Loomlessville.
Yes, he will, but Tato's pretty good at quick walling himself. Can Tato save the villager, or is he just going to take the HP against the scout? Will the villager die? It does, but Viper's Scout also dies. I think Viper could take that trade because you know you already have your own dock up, but you won't be able to see what Tato's doing now.
Yeah, and Tato's Scout is full HP, so that Scout could still do some counter damage at some point. Viper doesn't have Loom yet himself. I don't know. I always prefer keeping the Scout alive than sniping one villager with it.
Well, here's how I see it. If it's on a map that doesn't incorporate a dock, then you'd never want to take that trade. But I think if you're denying the dock villager, you'll take the trade. Because now look at the eco count. Viper's got multiple eco lead. It's not just that one vill because he delayed Tato's dock. So I think he'll take that.
Yeah, that's fair, because the Georgians have such an early dock, he'll be essentially 3 fishing ships to 1 for a bit.
But it does make me think Viper's got to preemptively wall up here. You won't know where Tato's coming in with pressure. You have to assume there's going to be some man-at-arms. And then I also don't think Viper's going to go scouts, because I feel like if you lose the starting scout, that kind of makes that strategy weak. I think you could even make arguments against man-at-arms, because you can't use the starting scout to block now. So honestly, I mean, losing the scout is just never fun.
I feel like it's even worse against men-at-arms, because now it's a longer time you have to amass units before you can fight if Tato does open men-at-arms.
Yeah, it does just depends. I think where this really hurts is if you are up against a civ that doesn't always go man-at-arms, because then you're not like prepping for it. But I think against Dravidians, Viper should always be basing his whole game plan around defending it. I will say having the mule carts here and the fact that you can just take the ostrich to your mule carts later on is very nice. I didn't think about that aspect, to be honest.
Yeah, that's another good thing about the map. You can avoid doing the mill for a while. As long as you don't catch yourself off guard by not being able to do a market to click up later, skipping the mill can be very nice.
In general, we just don't see a lot of farms on this map. There's so much food. Like, you can then place a mill later, and you got 1,000 food from the forage bushes. So typically, we're not seeing farms until Castle Age, which I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, we have a couple of maps in the map pool, like Monocle, too, where you have to have a pretty different eco management without farms.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a nice mix. I think everyone's always trying to find ways to not take that risk. Not move out and have their villagers exposed. Tato, unfortunate so far with the scouting, actually somehow missed everything. He'll see the wood line, he'll see the gold, but he misses the barracks, and he misses the archer range. He also missed where Viper's docked as well. So, like, Tato has the scout, and he also hasn't scouted anything so far.
He's also going to be very slow compared to Viper growing up, and by the time this militia get forward and turn into men-at-arms, Viper's already going to have a tower almost up.
I am curious, though, right? Because this is Viper playing defensive. This is Viper without initiative. And he's taken some risks here. He doesn't have any walls yet. He'll go for the tower now, but no preemptive walls, and Tato's already here. Man-at-arm upgrades on the way. Beautiful blocking from Tato, and Tato will kill the first villager.
Oh, he tried to wall. He tried to wall at the end. Doesn't work. For a second, I was afraid Viper would finish the tower and the Vil would hop in.
But the worry here is, like, you don't want this to be this never-ending cycle now of chasing your opponent. So Viper, he has to respect these men-at-arms, but at the same time, he has to get some counter damage to Tato. He doesn't know that if he goes to the south, Tato's already got an archer range there with a couple forward villagers.
And Tato's finding the fish, but they get away. They can garrison now. And men-at-arms not able to damage fish like they would have been able to on the previous patch with that garrison. Viper goes right back to work.
Viper does have the defensive tower, so if he wants to counterattack, that option is there in my mind. He also found the archer range with a spearman. So he does actually know the pressure will come from there. The fish are still alive. Viper still has not found the man-at-arms. And yeah, just not a whole lot going on, but Tato is exposed at home. We haven't looked at his base. Very open generation here. The gold is not quite as close to the woodline for Tato, so he does need to keep his eyes peeled.
Yeah, I also like Viper adding in that spewer since he lost the scout. You just need something to do with your opponent's scout and give yourself a bit of information.
Nice blocking from Tato. Tato goes for another villager, and Viper's like, are you kidding me? I was supposed to kill these men-at-arms already. But his archers just simply got juked in the back. Now Tato gets another villager kill there, and we've yet to see any counter damage from Viper. Just sitting at home and just playing defensive. He will go for scouts, though, which is really nice if Tato's following this up with skirms. So maybe Viper, he maybe tries to move out, waits for Tato to show his skirms, and then when that happens, Viper can engage with the scouts.
Yeah, we talked about this map being open earlier, and you don't have to go for the stable first. You can always do the stable. You're sacrificing your castle age time, but you can do the stable in mid to late feudal, then start going scouts. And maybe Viper can get around the back where it's not walled, and then do some damage.
Yeah, Tato's expecting the pressure where he's exposed, but he's actually just walling towards the north. Viper's army will come from this direction. Now, if Tato sees this, he'll see the scouts, but I don't know if he's noticed that yet. He definitely notices the ranged army. He does also have a demo in queue in the dock, and Viper has to see the dock, and he has to respect... The arrows mean it's a fishing ship, but he has to respect the potential of a demo if he has to retreat.
Oh, it's going to be too late, though. It's going to be just a bit too late. Imagine if that demo had been 15 seconds earlier and could have hit that army.
Yeah. Tato did that game 1, and Viper had a lot of fear moving forward. Men-at-Arms dead now, and there's not much in this army that can deal with the scouts, so Tato pulls the villagers. That's still only 2 scouts for Viper, but I like the harassment. Tato's got a lot of idols. 8 inside the TC, whole wood line abandoned here. Eco's looking very exposed, and then Viper, he's farming. Viper's taking the ostrich, the gold, the wood. Like, how compact Viper's base is, and the way he's utilized it has been perfect.
Yeah, 1 tower and a couple of mule carts defends everything. It's very subtle, but you can put those mule carts on just the right tiles you need to keep them under the towers. And that keeps the vill safer.
That counterattack did a lot here for Viper. Now Viper's controlling the game. Now Tato has to chase and respect armies. The scouts are in on the market. Tato didn't have an army there yet. I think part of this for Tato, too, is his archer range is forward. So he can't really use it defensively all that easily. Viper trades down the scout. Viper's other army's looping around. Tato still has he's another demo. So Tato's got 2 demos now, just hoping that he can get some value from them. But the demos don't help him on land.
And he's still trying to get that market up.
And Viper will click up. Tato's resources aren't looking great to click up. Viper's ranged army is sneakily running away. And in Castle Age, Viper could go for a lot of different things. And Tato, does he get it?
Here's the demo.
I mean, that's not bad, T-West.
Okay.
That's not bad.
For this patch, we'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, Tato needed to clear out some of Viper's army here so Viper doesn't scale well. Viper's going to go skirm, so losing some of the ranged units there will hurt. Again,
we're going to go skirms, but also doing bloodlines. Is this maybe a potential for Georgian Cav archers if he's doing bloodlines and still adding skirms?
I mean, I think it's okay, but I think you really want knights here, right? Like, your opponent's wide open, and you want to get damage in as quickly as possible in early Castle Age. I feel like Cav archers take a little bit too long to wait. So, like, 1 or 2 knights into a base like this. Again, like, Viper's been able to build up his base very compact. The mule carts have obviously helped the efficiency here. And Tato is... He could wall, but his base is very much open at the moment. And no defensive towers for Tato either to save himself.
His stones are also in somewhat awkward locations, where if he does a tower, it's hard to mine stone afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that Viper has a mule cart, first off, as Viper throws away a scout there. And I think Viper's base, very easy game to play compared to Tato. It's definitely a little bit more compact, and he's got the benefit of the civ. But at the same time, I think Tato has kind of struggled with the game plan here, because he went for the forward archer ranges. He went to multiple wood lines. No towers or anything like that. So I think Tato's just hoping he can get the military upgrades. And if he can get the military upgrades here in Castle H, get ballistics at least, and then start to control the map. But market defense there. He's 30 seconds away from Castle H, but this is where Viper will have elite skirm, and he's got knights coming through. So critical timing for Viper. There's a hole there, and Tato knew it was a problem at the last second, and Viper is through.
Oh, no, he's in. He's in. He has the knights. He has the elite skirms. There's nothing Tato can do to fight this in feudal. And even when he gets castle, he'll need to wait for upgrades.
To be honest, he could have gone underneath the TC because there's no villagers around the town center either. So the opportunity was going to be there regardless. Viper uses the knights in early castle, snipes a bunch of vills. Tato apparently has some lag there too. But Tato he's one more big loss away from this game falling apart for him. He still has some advantages.
You want to have lag,
but he needs to clear this right now.
And I think he does. Elite skirm still not in, just in now. But the knights there, the skirms can deal with the crossbows.
With Dravidian faster firing skirms, I think you've got just enough to hold it, and now Tato can breathe. But I'm seeing idols underneath the town center. I'm seeing knights running around from Viper. I'm seeing a much more efficient eco for Viper. And I think we're also seeing relics come in for Viper already. Yeah, he's got the first relic into the church.
Now that's the advantage of doing the early church, right? Now, not only does it boost your eco, but it encourages you to go get the relics. You don't need to go out of your way in your build for the relics like you would for other civs.
I love it from Viper. He sees Tato's base wide open. His base is really well defended with the tower and the mule carts. He'll drop more churches to defend some resources. And it also adds to the efficiency with the Georgians. And he's also added the siege. So Ram to take down the archer range. Mangonel's backing it up. And Viper's got beautiful farming eco behind this as well. I know 7 farms doesn't sound like beautiful farming eco, but on this map, that's actually a lot.
I mean, they're right next to the mill and the TC. That's beautiful. Beautiful placement of the farms.
Yep, I definitely know a lot about that. Second TC from Tato
just like
on
in
the
that first
outside
game,
now.
It's just like in that first game. Forward workshop from Viper versus Tato trying to add TCs. And the Georgians are a great save to do this with those churches in the back. You can get away without adding TCs and still boosting your eco with how insane 10% faster everything is on the churches. You can be down in vills and up in res collected.
Tato's in the town center with his army. He hops out. He'll split micro, or he'll just repeat the same steps. Oh, man, that's crazy. Oh! Okay, decent shot from Viper, but well played from Tato there. And he is just going to sit back for the time being and wait for his own siege. 2 town centers for him. About to be 2 town centers for Viper.
Yeah, and look at what Viper did with the skirms in that fight by the TC. He kept the skirms forward while Tato was jumping in and out and focused on the mangonel, and he killed like 4 or 5 crossbows.
It's interesting. We've seen so little on water. It's like both players have forgotten about it. I guess it makes sense when there's so much aggression happening on land. And Tato, fortunately, just doesn't ever have a big enough army to move out if there's going to be knights out. But at a certain point, I think you have to take the risk. And as I say, 2 villager kills with the crossbows. Defends with the mangonel at home. And Viper's... He's now transitioned into the 3 TCs, so... It's actually really tough for Viper to make that many knights. But the knights he does have found the gold.
That they have, there's a monk out, so I'll have to get away, but they did do some damage there. Oh, and a nice conversion from Tato on the high HP knight, too.
Yeah, it's a huge conversion. Yeah, you got the right one. We'll chase Viper away. We'll drop the 3rd town center now. Crossbowmen still haven't been found. Again, I think if we get to game 5, I think we've got some big mind games here. Because the civs, Viper has Bengalis, which in the group stage, he went Fast Castle on the previous map. Tato's got like Hindustanis and Berbers, which could be some decent counters to it. So I think the civ matchups even, the strategy, I have no clue. Got some slight advantages for Viper. He's certainly got the better eco setup now with the churches out. And with some of the eco upgrades. But Tato's starting to balance his eco, and Viper isn't really pushing with military anymore. And Tato's actually fish trapping. Wow.
Oh, is he? Wow. Okay, you don't really expect that on this map with how exposed everything is.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
I guess it works.
I think it's worth the risk if you feel you're behind in Vils, and that is absolutely the case. The problem is, as you said, it is exposed, and Viper is just going to end up. I think he's going this way because of the relic. He'll find the relics there. He'll stop that from being brought in, and now he can actually go and attack the fishing ships and the fish traps too. Tato should garrison. You can garrison some of the fishing ships, but the fish traps are still there. And that's a big investment for Tato.
Yeah. Also worth noting, fish traps now 250 hit points. They used to have, I think it was just 50, so they're much stronger than they were before all the water changes.
Also, demo from Tato. I mean, the converted knight will also go pretty hard here. The issue for Tato is he doesn't have a lot of his working on food at the moment. And it's all about the push for Tato now. He's got to recover against Viper. I think there's been a lot of focus on the outsides from both of them. Tato will maybe recover that, but now Tato's near Viper Siege Workshop.
Now, this is the tricky thing, though, for Tato. When you look at the res collected, he's down by 2,500 resources collected. And, the Vil count has been bad, but I think it's the churches. The churches that have done so much to give Viper that eco lead.
Yeah, Viper's also used his eco lead very nicely. Knights are expensive. Nice trade there for Viper. The Knights just moving around have made life so awkward for Tato. But I like this little hill for Tato. If he can control this hill with range units and siege, there's not enough... Ooh, big shot from Viper. There's not enough military from Viper other than skirms to do enough, but he needs the siege here. If he doesn't have the siege, the skirms and the mangonels from Viper can do it. And then if he takes down the monks, the knights can actually come in as well. Oh my god.
And he gets a shot of the skirms too, and that's it. That is it. Viper does it. Tato gets one win, but Viper looked really good that set.
Yeah, what I like from Viper is he played through military, right? Game 1, full-on YOLO 1 TC. Game 2, he went for big numbers as well. In this game, ended up getting a big economic lead, but it was only after he applied constant pressure to Tato. Tato, I don't know what he would have said to Viper. I'm sure they had a conversation, but Tato was probably like, man, dude, like, why'd you have to get third place in the group? I feel bad for Tato to face Viper in the round of 12 like this, but obviously the competition just gets better and better as you go into the playoffs. And Viper will move on to the quarterfinals.
To the quarterfinals where he will face Hera.
I feel for Tato because of game number 2. I'm not sure about you, but like that series, this series deserved a game 5 in my opinion. And if he could have somehow either had a slightly different civ, or he could have found a way to break Viper when he had that 50 villager lead in game number 2. I mean, we ended game number 5, and I think the civ matchup is even. So, but sometimes the best players always find a way to turn those types of games around, and that's exactly what Viper did. Well played to him.
They do, and also that was a Celts pick from Tato. He could have used the pick differently if you wanted a different civ for Mudflow.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta weigh the late game. You have to weigh the bonuses of your civs as you make the decision. So, all right, T West. Well, we've got our bracket now for the next couple days. We've got even bigger matchups upcoming over the next few. I will definitely reach out to you, dude. I appreciate you hopping in, especially today after it was a long marathon day. Thanks for hopping in and helping me cast the games.
Yeah, today was great. I just had I had the stream on my second monitor all day while I was doing some work, and then hopped on for the final one. It was wonderful.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. 8.5 hours of nonstop casting, but honestly, it could have been 12. So we.
I mean, you had 4 best of 5s. It could have gone, what, 20 games today?
Yeah, it could have been 20 games. It wasn't 20 games, but it was still. It was good having you, and yeah, thanks for watching, and thanks for all the work you've done on TTL. And like I said, I'll hit you up, dude.
Awesome. I'll talk to you later.
All righty.
Have a good rest after your long day.
Thank you. See you, dude.
See you.
All right, shout outs to T West. Thanks, T West, for joining. Yeah, guys. 8.5 hours. I'm not gonna act like my life is. I'm not gonna act like I'm not thankful for my position. There's people who are saving lives out there in hospitals and working far more stressful jobs than me. But 8.5 hours was not the plan because that is a lot, and we had to roll with the punches and do that today. So thank you. On the topic of game plans with schedules being different than what we have been saying the entire tournament and what we would have liked, I have another announcement for you. We will not have 2 quarterfinals tomorrow. We will actually have 1 quarterfinal tomorrow, and we will have 3 on Friday because of scheduling issues. So, continue rolling with the punches for me, changing your schedules for me, I hope. And, we're not pleased with all the scheduling issues we've had, but we'll get the games in, and that is the plan. All right. So, we are going to be back tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Sebastian Barles. And then on Friday, we will have 3 sets. We will go back to back to back to back, and we'll cover the rest of the quarterfinals. So briefly, just to show you the bracket here, this, of course, has spoilers for the day. But this is what the bracket looks like after an amazing day of AoE. Tomorrow will be Sebastian Barles, 16 GMT, which is noon Eastern. And then on Friday, we will have Leary Lewis, Sato ACCM. I think the order is Sato ACCM, Leary Lewis, Hera Viper. We'll do it all on Friday before we do the 2 best of 7s on Saturday. And then we do the 3rd place match and the final on Sunday. Big sets coming up. Honestly, I could see all these matchups going either way. I think Leary and Hera are the most dangerous in the tournament right now because you've got Leary who went 15-0. Hera was, 12-3 in his group and looked very dominant. Honestly, maybe I'm underselling what Sato and Sebastian did in their group stage. We'll see. But thank you so much, everybody. We've had so many viewers on YouTube and Twitch, so much support. We're close. Maybe tomorrow we'll hit the next giveaway goal, and I'll happily give back with some of the merch giveaways. I will answer questions if you have any questions, or hang around for a couple minutes to say what up. But that's it for me, guys. Thanks for another good day of TTL. We'll be back tomorrow. Again, 1 set tomorrow. We'll have 3 sets on Friday before having the 2 semifinals on Saturday, and then also the 3rd place match and final on Sunday. Trippy Ames says, I'm honestly thinking Lewis could surprise us. I mean, had you asked me before this set, I'm not really sure what I would have said, but I would not have given very different chances for Hart or Lewis to upset Leary. I've seen Hart up against Leary before. I feel like when Hart runs up against his teammates, he just feels like he's figured out, like they know exactly what he's going to do, and he can't play his style. So I agree. What Lewis did today is like play different strategy, show off meta things, and players at this point have at least 15 games to learn from their opponent. 15 minimum, right? In the case of like Hera, Sato, Sebastian, and Leary, they have like 18 or 19 games to look from their opponent and see what they did this season. So, I mean, I think if the players utilize that, I think it'd be very interesting. Certain players will, certain players won't. I think in Leary's case, he is so good that he doesn't necessarily need to, but he's certainly got to keep an eye out for what Lewis did against Hart. So, T90, can you change the final to a best of 9, please? No. I think best of 7 is more than enough. We have some maps that go on for a very long time. High-level AoE is already a stamina discussion, but I think past a best of 7 doesn't determine. My feeling has always been a best of 7 is more than enough to determine the best Age of Empires 2 player before stamina comes into the conversation, right? We've seen best of 7s go on for 4 hours, which is already insane. I'm happy with best of 7. So if I wanted to do it for viewers, like for pure viewership and purely my benefit, I would make it a best of 11, 13, 15, 17. I'd make it a best of 111, right? And we do like 15 days of 10 games or 11 games or something. But no, I think best of 7's good. Trust me. Hopefully we'll have some good games. So, yo, Bob, thanks for the 4 months, man. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Sevis. Thank you, Rubla. All for the subs. Thank you. Yeah, Top Gun, I agree. One game is exhausting. Even thinking about playing a game right now is exhausting for me after casting for 9 hours, so. T90, what about some 2v2 tournaments, ? Thanks for the content. I'll answer the same thing that I've answered to everyone who has brought up other tournaments with me. I've been focusing on Titans League Season 5 since October. So my mind is not on anything else in this moment. I'm sorry. It's been a big commitment to casting, and I'm really focused on TTL. So I'm not saying no to other tournaments in the future. I appreciate that you guys want more tournaments. That's really cool. Not a great time to ask. To be honest with you, though, I am already thinking about the next 2 years. So, but yeah, it's just, for me, hosting a team game tournament would be awesome. I'm just not sure if I can say anything more than that right now. So, T90, having put so much into TTL, do you plan on taking a break after Red Bull? I mean, I'm going to play that fully by ear, to be honest. We complete TTL this weekend. My parents visit the week leading up to when I leave for London. I'm going to spend some time with my family. I'm going to take some time. I'm not going to like fully like go AWOL. I still have content ideas I really want to do and stream. But I think after I come back from London, because it will have been TTL for like 4 to 5 months and then London cast. And then after that, I'll probably be a little chill. So like I'll still stream. I'll still do events. I still have ideas. I really want to work on videos, but like, I don't know. Probably would make sense for me to stream a little bit less once we get there. But I'm not planning on it. It'll just have to trust my gut. And you know, if I feel like I'm a little burnt out, I'll just tell you guys, and hopefully everyone will be like, yeah, I get that, you know? So will there be interviews in the quarterfinals? The goal was to do interviews the round of 12, but we haven't been able to manage that because we couldn't get the games played on the proper day. The goal was to do it after the quarterfinals. We haven't been able to manage the games being played at the proper times. I'm going to do my best. I can't make promises right now, and we'll see. If not, obviously, hopefully on the weekend with the semis and the finals, we could get the interviews in. So again, we've kind of tried our best to get as many interviews as possible. So, but yeah, the scheduling's been really tricky this season for a variety of different reasons. So, all right, guys. Yeah, thanks for the chat. I'm going to head off. Going to go chill. Be back tomorrow. 1 set tomorrow, 3 sets on Friday before we have the semis and the finals on the weekend. Take care, everybody. Thanks for the support. And I'll see you soon.
All right, so back in the day, for many years, everyone who played online was playing a hunt war. And I kind of miss those days. I kind of miss those days. Because there's no house walling, because you can pump out the scouts, there was a lot of aggression. Games were not as clean, but games were very fun. And I kind of miss those days. Makes me so sad, actually.
Yo, Lodrod, Lod Rog Thank you again, my friend. Sorry, butchered your name there. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, guys.